Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Oh, why he's so good. Thanks for the quick chats, and we'll keep the relay going.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Navi's Hakatori for our relay interview. Hi Hakatori.
Hi.
Batulins just picked you and left a question.
Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Я просто багато тренуюсь і мені трішки щастить.
Yeah, and is there any secret?
Ні, просто щастить.
So Navi's on fire right now, and expectations are really high. Do you feel any pressure coming in today?
Ні, я вважаю, що це наоборот на нас впливає так, що ми будемо краще показувати свою гру і без ніякого натиску.
Yeah, and you've got this little bit mysterious kind of nonchalant vibe, and fans really seem to love that. Is there anything you would like to say to our fans?
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Who do you like to pass the baton, and what would you ask for them?
Хочу передати питання Examples з Minds. Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Yeah, thank you so much for the quick chat, and the relay will go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
He say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and we're back with our relay interview. Our next guest is S2G Sheila. Hi Sheila.
안녕하세요.
Oh, so good. An example left you a question.
Why is he so tall?
Aile yönetimden dolayı birazcık uzunum.
And do you feel any pressure coming in today?
No,
Oh, no pressure at all.
no, zero pressure.
Oh, yeah. Was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Yeah, food, Turkish food.
Food, Turkish food. And do you know any Korean phrases?
안녕하세요.
Oh.
감사합니다. 그치.
Kutsi.
Yeah.
So, and you could pass the baton to another player for the next interview. Who would it be and what would you like to ask?
Salute.
Salute.
Yeah,
So,
Janji salute.
what's the question?
Why he toxic?
Oh.
Because he say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
So it's another Korean phrases you learned.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the interview and we're coming back.
What is mean Pablo?
Thank
Like
you.
stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he say me
Pablo?
Pablo.
Regular stuff like, you know, the first thing that's going to mind all the naughty stuff.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and it's our time for the relay interview. And let's start with Tiggleton of Team Falcons. How's it going?
It's going good. Just got some gimbap.
Oh, you got Gimba. I love it. Do you feel more pressure this time compared to season 1?
Not really, because we qualified for the Esports World Cup through our like, regional events.
I saw
So
it.
much happier this time. Just going to play to get better and improve.
Yeah, loving the confidence. Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
Just like regular stuff like, you know.
Please say it for
Sorry,
us.
the first thing that's going to mind all the naughty stuff. Just like asking for stuff like "주세요, please," like "사랑해."
Like 주세요.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the magical phrases. So, and whenever you visit Korea, is there something you miss from home?
Well, I live abroad anyway, so I just always miss my family. But they're in Australia. That's a permanent thing. That's not a career thing.
Yeah, totally agree. If you could pass the baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask them?
I would like to pass the baton to Batulans, and I want to ask him how does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything.
So thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going. Bye-bye!
Thank you.
All units be advised, robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to
We're like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Batulins of Twisted Minds. Yeah, and Tiggleton picked you, and he left you a question.
How does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything?
So nice of him to ask me this question.
Yeah?
I would say it's a huge experience.
Oh, huge experience.
Yeah, many years of being professional player, so I'm kind of experienced.
And since it's a new circuit, do you feel more pressure this time?
No, I feel less pressure.
Oh, why? Why less pressure?
This time we are playing with a full roster. We're like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
감사합니다.
What's your favorite Korean food?
It's Korean barbecue, bibimbap, kimchi soup.
Oh, kimchi soup?
Yeah.
If you could pass a baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask for them?
It will definitely be Hakatori. Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Oh, why he's so good. Thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams. but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the grand final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Navi's Hakatori for our relay interview. Hi Hakatori!
Хай.
Batulins just picked you and left a question.
Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Я просто багато тренуюсь і мені трішки щастить.
Yeah, and is there any secret?
Ні, просто щастить.
So Navi's on fire right now, and expectations are really high. Do you feel any pressure coming in today?
Ні, я вважаю, що це наоборот на нас впливає так, що ми будемо краще показувати свою гру і без ніякого натиску.
Yeah, and you've got this little bit mysterious kind of nonchalant vibe, and fans really seem to love that. Is there anything you would like to say to our fans?
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Who do you like to pass the baton, and what would you ask for them?
Хочу передати питання examples з Minds. Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Yeah, thank you so much for the quick chat, and the relay will go on. Thank you. Bye-bye.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's time for our relay interview. Our next guest is Twisted Minds Example. Hi, Example.
Hello, hello.
So, Hakatori left you a question.
Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Any
So
words to it?
talented, I don't know.
So talented?
Yeah.
Any words
God
to it?
blessed.
God bless, okay. And do you feel any pressure coming into today?
No pressure.
No pressure. And was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Food.
Food, yeah, totally agree. And you could pick another player for the next relay interview. Who would it be, and what would you ask them?
I will pick Sheila. Why is he so tall?
Why is he so tall? All right. Thanks for the interview, and the relay goes on. Thank you.
Bye bye.
He say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and we're back with our relay interview. Our next guest is S2G Sheila. Hi Sheila.
안녕하세요.
Oh, so good. An example left you a question.
Why is he so tall?
Aile yönetimden dolayı birazcık uzun.
And do you feel any pressure coming in today?
No,
Oh, no pressure at all.
no, zero pressure.
Oh, yeah. Was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Yeah, food, Turkish food.
Food, Turkish food. And do you know any Korean phrases?
안녕하세요.
Oh.
감사합니다. 그치, 그치.
그치.
그치. Yeah, yeah.
So, and you could pass the baton to another player for the next interview. Who would it be, and what would you like to ask?
Salute.
Salute.
Yeah,
So,
Janji salute.
what's the question?
Why he toxic?
Oh.
Because he say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
So it's another Korean phrases you learned.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the interview, and we're coming back.
What is mean Pablo?
Thank
Like
you.
stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he say me
Pablo?
Pablo.
Regular stuff like, the first thing that's going to mind all the naughty stuff.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's our time for the relay interview. And let's start with Tiggleton of Team Falcons. How's it going?
It's going good. Just got some gimbap.
Oh, you got gimbal. I love it. Do you feel more pressure this time compared to season 1?
Not really, because we qualified for the Esports World Cup through our regional events.
I saw it.
Much happier this time. Just gonna play to get better and improve.
Yeah, loving the confidence. Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
Just like regular stuff like,
Please say it for
Sorry,
us.
the first thing that's gonna mind all the naughty stuff. Just like asking for stuff like "주세요, please," like "사랑해."
Like 주세요.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the magical phrases. So, and whenever you visit Korea, is there something you miss from home?
Well, I live abroad anyway, so I just always miss my family. But
Oh.
they're in Australia. That's a permanent thing. That's not a career thing.
Yeah, totally agree. If you could pass the baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask them?
I would like to pass the baton to Batulins, and I want to ask him, how does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything?
So thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going. Bye-bye!
Thank you.
All units be advised, robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Nightclub is under assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
We're like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Batulins of Twisted Minds. Yeah, and Tiggleton picked you, and he left you a question.
How does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything?
So nice of him to ask me this question.
Yeah?
I would say it's a huge experience.
Oh, huge experience.
Yeah, many years of being professional player, so I'm kind of experienced.
And since it's a new circuit, do you feel more pressure this time?
No, I feel less pressure.
Oh, why? Why less pressure?
This time we are playing with a full roster. We're like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
감사합니다.
What's your favorite Korean food?
It's Korean barbecue, bibimbap, kimchi soup.
Oh, kimchi soup?
Yeah.
If you could pass a baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask for them?
It will definitely be Hakatori. Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Oh, why he's so good. Thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Navis Hakatori for our relay interview. Hi Hakatori!
Hi.
Batulins just picked you and left a question.
Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Я просто багато тренуюсь і мені трішки щастить.
Yeah, and is there any secret?
Ні, просто щастить.
So Navis on fire right now, and expectations are really high. Do you feel any pressure coming in today?
Ні, я вважаю, що це наоборот на нас впливає так, що ми будемо краще показувати свою гру і без ніякого натиску.
Yeah, and you've got this little bit mysterious kind of nonchalant vibe, and fans really seem to love that. Is there anything you would like to say to our fans?
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Who do you like to pass the baton, and what would you ask for them?
Хочу передати питання Examples з Minds. Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Yeah, thank you so much for the quick chat, and the relay will go on. Thank you. Bye-bye.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here, so rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's time for our relay interview. Our next guest is Twisted Minds Example. Hi Example.
Hello.
So, Hakatori left you a question.
Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Any
So
words to it?
talented, I don't know.
So talented?
Yeah.
Any words
God
to it?
blessed.
God bless, okay. And do you feel any pressure coming into today?
No pressure.
No pressure. And was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Food.
Food. Yeah, totally agree. And you could pick another player for the next relay interview. Who would it be, and what would you ask them?
I'll pick Sheila. Why is he so tall?
Why is he so tall? All right. Thanks for the interview, and the relay goes on. Thank you.
Bye bye.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line. Better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line. Put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
All right, it is time for the most grueling moment of PGS4, the survival stage. Best of 5 will now figure out who's moving through into the final and who is gone back to the hotel for a few days. We have got ourselves here 5 games to figure all things out, and it is a stacked lobby, a stacked lineup here, and I've got one word on my mind. It is time to get into these games. We got Toffees, we got Poro, we've got Blank here for all the excitement that's going to go down. Poro can't contain himself. It's a day. What do you think?
I'm beside myself with excitement. It's just going to be absolutely bosh. It's last chance saloon for all 16 teams here if they want to get into the grand final, or not the grand final, but the PGS1 final stage. Then they have to make it into the top 8. They've only got 5 games to do it, and we see some pretty big names. And if we rewind the tape, James, all the way back to PGS1, there were some big names that missed out the last time that were also here. Looking at you, 17 Gaming, Gen G. Don't want to run that back, do we?
No, absolutely not. I mean, even teams like Full Sense, right? Of course, they looked amazing in the group stage, blank. And then when it came to winners, only 13 points in 5 games. They're our defending world champions. We need them to find more consistency somewhere, I feel.
Yeah, I think, honestly, for them, they might need the hour-and-a-half break back. That's what they really need. You know, that did them a big favor, it seems. They had a lot of time to figure things out in between. But no, for Full Sense, it's been a bit up and down. I definitely want to see them do a little bit better today because the consistency they showed during the group stage, it was spectacular.
Yeah, and only one America's team, Toffees here. You guys are prevailing, that's for sure. Team Liquid, as much as they started off the group stage, I would say good. They were able to get through into that winner's stage, but then just barely missing out thanks to some influences going on in that last game. It was a bit of a shame there for Team
Clories.
Okay, so yeah, we can lay it all at the feet of Clories, or we can own the fact that the first 3 games were trash, and I think that's maybe the bigger issue. Is I think if I remember correctly, it was sub 12th place finishes, and that didn't look like the Liquid we've been seeing all year. So coming fresh, staying sharp. I said yesterday, I think this actually might be good for them in terms of I expect them to advance. They're one of the best teams in the world, right? So if they don't, well, then you got bigger problems. So this is a good chance to sort of put your feet under you, get a good pace for tomorrow, and I think this might actually work in their favor. Because again, I stand by this. If you can't make it out of the 8 in the survival stage, what are you going to do at PGC or EWC, right? Like this is a litmus test for your long-term success, and you can't complain at this stage. You've played enough games.
Yep, and we had high expectations, high hopes for Team Liquid. I think that they lived up to them towards the end of PAS. That looked awesome, and then at the start of group stage, good again. Just need to find some of that consistency. Difficult again, I suppose, in some of these days where it is just best of 5s, and that will determine your fate completely. But at least they get a few runs at it, Poro, considering you've got 4, 5, and 6. But the major issue is that they actually feed onto one another, right? So if you don't do well in one of them, that puts you in the survival stage straight away into the next one. So you've really kind of got to buck the trend a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, my internet hiccup there, so I missed that whole question. But
I thought his brain.
Talk about what you want.
I'm just going to talk about whatever I want, I guess. Again, I think I said it yesterday. It's nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Like everybody's got to play 5 games to get there, right? So if things don't go your way and you run off to Twitter and start complaining about 5 games, like everybody's got to do the same thing. Like nobody's going to feel bad. So you got to figure out a way to try to get as many points as you can, obviously, in 5 games. And honestly, I feel like Liquid, if they don't start off well, them trying to dig out of a hole is a little bit more difficult for them, it feels like. So I feel like we're going to kind of know if Liquid's going to make it to the winner stage after game 2, I would almost say.
And something we actually didn't bring up until we kind of had all of this going on, as well as the PGC format announced. As we take a look at the schedule here for today, we find ourselves in day 3 here of PGS4 so far, is that Toffees, all of these teams have just been given the information basically like a few days ago that if you finish number 1 in PGS points, you're straight into the grand final of PGC. And that suddenly changes things completely here for these teams, because normally you'd think to yourself, well, we've got PGS points, cool, we're in the top 8, we're in PGC somehow, right? But the grand final straight is insane.
Exactly. The idea that, like, I know we thought there would be one automatic invite for the host country again, right? And everybody's like, okay, the rest of us have the grind. But the fact that now there are so many more direct invites means 2 things. A, winning here is great news, but it's more important because it is going to be an absolute meat grinder at PGC for the remaining spots in the grand final. And that's not something I want anywhere near if I'm one of these teams, because that's going to be brutal.
Yeah, definitely. Here's our 16 teams that are going to be participating in the survival stage. And one thing I didn't really kind of peg that was going to be the case here, Blank, is that we have a crazy set of representation from China. Normally, we've seen kind of them really prevail in some of these PGSs, but 4 out of the 5 here in survival, they're going to make the lobby a bit more spicy.
Yeah, I'd say so. Again, there's a lot of pacing that needs to be done earlier on. Because you want to set that buffer nice and early. And I think for China, it's been a bit all over the place. I think 17 gaming, there's been some high notes for them, but it has been quite a few games that are just going underneath the radar, or even just Xiao Wu kind of getting through to the end of the game. But that's not good enough anymore. But yeah, it's a astronomical amount of Chinese teams going through to the survivor stage. Hopefully they get 1 or 2 going through to those grand finals.
You'd hope so, right? Not just Petrichor Road off the back of Ike's left and Chewy looking fantastic. Those are the 5 games coming at you for today as we take a look at the teams that had a great start, Poro, but kind of slipped off a little bit in that winner stage.
That's wild, isn't it? When you look at the actual comparison, and it's only one more game played from the group stage to the winner stage.
Yeah.
So it's, you wouldn't think the drop off would be that dramatic, but here we are. I think Full Sense probably my biggest surprise. Obviously, the defending champion, especially after their group stage, finishing in first place. Like, we had pretty high expectations on them going into yesterday, but they just could not find a way to get things going. And there you go. You see the comparison between JDG and Team Liquid. As you mentioned, China with 4 teams, Thailand also with 4 teams in the survivals. I don't think that was something that we would predict. And it's gonna be interesting to see how things start off. Like, who is gonna take the lead, and once they take the lead, like, how do you play? Like, obviously you play a little bit more stress free, and you kind of feel a little bit more open, and you don't have as much pressure. But with every game that passes, you kind of see these teams that are trying to dig themselves out, unless of course their names is Twisted Minds, who apparently just sandbag until the very end and they're completely content with it. Every other team in the lobby, it seems to struggle.
I'm not content, all right? I hate that. They keep me on the edge of my seat, and I'm not about that anymore, all right? I'm getting older. I don't need those kind of crazy moments in my life anymore. I need stability.
Cardiac kids, man.
Yeah, crazy stuff. But looking at those numbers and looking at those comparisons as well, Toffees, again, you'll see Xiao Wu towards the end there. I would be shocked if 17 Gaming doesn't go through, even though Tianchan not here, which of course is a bit of a hiccup in the system here for them. They're still very good.
They're still very good. They should go through. I mean, again, we saw some weird stuff happen yesterday in terms of this weird push by Clories at the very end to knock down a team. It got a little chaotic. And I will say this, as we move to the era of sort of EWC, and I think esports brands and logos becoming more important than they used to be. It's not just about the rosters anymore. I think the fact that there are 3 defending PGC champions in this lobby is actually pretty fascinating to me. Right? You got Genji, you got Na'Vi, you got Full Sense, and you almost had the Expendables by 2 points. And to me, that's fascinating because it talks about how quickly the game of PUBG changes. We've only crowned 7. To have 4 of them playing this sort of catch-up game in such a short time period is fascinating for me to see how the aggressive changes within the industry, the moving of rosters, have made this sort of happen. And sort of what that means as we go forward with these big names like Full Sense, who is the defending champions, like you guys brought up, should not be here, but will be, because the roster's values and the quality of players have changed so fast on the other teams.
I think not just actual world champions, but also just world championship contenders, right?
Yep.
Anyone's Legends here, blank. Yep. Na'Vi is here, blank. 17. You've got, I would say, made in Thailand as well, and 17 technically.
2 runner-ups.
These rosters in general just really, really stand out, really strong. And again, if you think about someone like Na'Vi that's probably going to be annoyed and now have the wheels underneath them, you'd expect them to come out and blast.
You would, because this is the runoff way, right? This is where you need to start actually taking off a little bit, because there is a lot of teams that are on the up and up. Because I'd say that anyone's Legends, they started to look better. I'd say Na'Vi definitely started to look better. I think Full Sense is the one you got to worry about, because throughout the group stages and the winner stage, they're the only team to have posted an average placement point of 0. And that's a huge downtrend from the 3.7 they had in the group stage. If you look at these other teams, I felt like when we were watching them, there was a definite improvement as the days went on. They just didn't quite make it at the end. For Full Sense, this is a complete switch up. So this is where they have to prove themselves. This is it's a survival stage, your last chance.
God, that's not very Bosch at all.
It's
I can't believe
Bosch.
that.
Why'd you have to pull stats out there? That makes me feel really sad for Full Sense. That 3.7 loss was rad, man.
You found some statistical backup to your claim? I hate that.
I thought they were struggling. This makes them look really struggling. That's ouch.
Oh, well, that's good stuff indeed. Blank is going to be playing chess all day by the looks of things here, with more stats coming your way as well. As we are live from Seoul, South Korea for the players, as well as Bella in the Bella Dome here for the survival stage.
Bella, and welcome to the survival stage here at PGS4. Yesterday's winner stage was an absolute nail-biter. Well, the standings were so close that everything literally came down to that final match. And a huge late-game surge helped Petrichor Road and Gam the Expendables secure their spots in the grand finals, while unfortunately for Team Liquid, they narrowly missed the cut and will be joining us here at the survival stage today. And now I have some huge news before we get started, because PUBG Nations Cup 2026 is officially back, and this time we are heading back to Changchun Arena right here in Seoul from June 23rd to the 24th to see 24 teams battle it out for the national pride. Well, let's come back to PGS because all eyes are on survival stage. We got 8 spots left for the grand finals and the pressure is at an all-time high. So let's see who's got what it takes to survive.
สำหรับสกินหนึ่งก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันแบบต่อเนื่องครับ
Перемога чи поразка, результат все одно буде залежати лише від нас.
只có một lựa chọn trong một khoảnh khắc sẽ thay đổi mọi thứ.
Как только игра начинается в PUBG, напряжение наиболее высокое. Но это напряжение, наоборот, вызывает еще больше желания играть в эту игру.
If you can't beat the pressure, then there's no reason for you to be here.
It was important for our team's growth. So our team is a new team with BL and draft, so it was an important circuit to get improved and be better.
ผลงานในแกรนด์ไฟนอลครั้งนี้เป็นผลงานที่มีความหมายกับพวกเรามากครับตั้งแต่ได้เข้ามาอยู่ Arena ครับนี่เป็นผลงานที่ดีที่สุดตั้งแต่ได้มาอยู่เลยครับซึ่งทำให้พวกเรามีความมุ่งมั่นมากขึ้นครับ
We evaluated our play style and we figured that sometimes we weren't taking risks when we should be and we were getting punished for it really heavily. So this time we're going to be a little riskier and hopefully that pays off in the average long run.
После первого круга PGS можно было подумать, что время Twisted уже прошло. По сравнению с первым кругом PGS, сейчас мы пришли уже с новыми силами и мы будем побеждать.
我们队伍现在的磨合情况和状态已经达到了最好的效果。如果说在第2轮系列赛里面，我们如果有运气加成的话，我们一定会拿到冠军。
We want to reach a level that we haven't reached yet. That is to compete for the title.
Tại vì giải đấu với cái thằng này bọn mình rất là tự tin và mục tiêu bọn mình tại giải đấu là sẽ vô địch, nhiều nhất là sẽ là 2 giải. Trình độ về cá nhân của mình thì các team đều biết hết rồi vì mình là MVP BG cũng như là BNC.
Circuit 2'de çok güçlü takımlar olduğunu biliyoruz ama biz de bir onlar kadar güçlüyüz. Biz de şampiyon olabiliriz çünkü biliyorsunuz ki PUBG bazen şaşırtıcı olabiliyor.
อยากขึ้นไปอยู่บนจุดสูงสุดในการแข่งขันระดับโลกพร้อมกับทีม Arena ครับ
We want to start the tournament off strong so we can build confidence to win the grand finals.
저희가 교전력이 안 좋다는 얘기들이 많은데 운영과 교전 둘 다 제일 잘하는 팀으로 거듭나고 싶어요. 아직 저희 말고는 대한민국에서 우승할 수 있는 팀이 없지 않나요? PGS 서킷2 다시 시작해봐야죠.
Вдача може бути у всіх, а скіл є лише у нас. Так як ми вже перемагали, для нас нічого крім перемоги нічого не значить. І цю перемогу ми не збираємося віддати іншому регіону. Обережно їдуть Наві.
All right, let's get to it then. We have got 5 games here today as Hakatori laid down some strong words at the end of that video, but he's normally a man of very few words here. But of course now he's going to let his actions speak for him, I suspect, here as we take a look across these teams. JDG just barely missed out on going through into the winner stage. 25 points in 17th place, Toffees, when it came to their run of it in those group stages. So I'm hoping to see them be able to propel themselves up.
I mean, whether it was group stages or even yesterday in the winners division, I think it was different than we've had in past events where the cutoffs were really, really close. And that mid-pack was way tighter than I'm used to seeing. So I think that's twofold. A lot of these teams are coming in with a chip on their shoulder. JDG, Liquid, these are guys who are going to be absolutely, forgive my language, pissed about the situation that they're here in right now. And that either puts you in this position where Kurt looks tired and exhausted because he's been stressing about how to fix it, or it gave you the benefit of seeing your errors before the grand final, having a place to stand them up and test them on their feet here, and then take them to that grand final. And I think that that's where most of these guys are going to land on. This is a good chance to fix it before it matters most.
Yeah, for Team Liquid, Blank, I think Cowboy's especially been really awesome alongside this roster. He obviously is the newest addition, and I think he's really fit in to be able to move them to new heights after what was a bit of a dry period. What do you think?
Yeah, Doorboy looks great, honestly.
Door Micro!
The Door Micro, crazy. I do think that him and Alo work really well together to open up a lot of scenarios for the team. Again, like I said, I think Cody brings a huge amount of experience to the squad as well, and he has been lighting up too. So I think this is the perfect storm right now for Team Liquid coming off the back of PAS. I think it was I will say it was a bit of a shock to me that they didn't qualify in winner's stage. They got knocked out right at the end. But again, it's just they didn't have that big match. They didn't have that big game. But they look consistent throughout. So that it's still promising. Still very promising for Team Liquid.
Still promising for them. Still promising for some of the Chinese teams as well here. Poro, of course, as they're trying to get themselves all the way on up. There's out of the 5, 4 of them have found themselves here. But so has Made in Thailand, right? Of course, they looked so good in PGS1 at the start of that circuit, just narrowly missing out thanks to being sandwiched by the Chinese team. So they're hoping for some big gold too.
And we haven't even seen a return to the form that they had last year, right? Like last year when they were Forest Natural Gaming, like they were looking absolutely dominant, and we just haven't really seen shades of that since they've made this transition over to Made in Thailand. But you know, we know it's there, right? Like we've seen it on paper, and we've seen Kiss still be able to pull off some crazy Kiss plays. So now they just got to pull it out here in this Survivor stage. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams with a lot of pressure here, and I can't really say who's got the most because I feel like there's probably 5 or 6 of them in there that are all kind of in that same boat that you guys are saying Liquid are in.
What's your take, Toffees, on Gen.G? Because as we just saw them before, full sense there, I'm still so conflicted by this roster. Technically, they should be smashing it out of the park, and it just does not come together.
Yeah, so I think there's like different symptoms of teams, right? So you have like this Liquid idea of, you know, they can perform and they have bad games. And then there's the other side where you have Myth, which I think the symptom is bad luck, right? With a 13th, a 3rd, and a 9th, it means they're not catching circles. Gen.G, they're not making good choices. I think they just have too many good players on their team, and there has to be a communication issue because they should not be having this struggle with how experienced those guys are. The big problem I have on experienced teams is all 4 players have really big ideas, and they always believe they're right. That may be the issue for Gen.G.
I mean, that has been kind of the case for Seoul in the past, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does kind of come up again. But anyway, let's see how it goes. Thank you very much, Pora and Toffees, for joining us. It is time to get to Erangel here for our best of 5. As we are going to have our first match go down. It's going to be me and Blank bringing you all of the action from this one. Blank, it's an exciting time to see as these teams do face elimination here at PGS4.
It's the last chance to make it happen. It's the last chance to get on camera as well, it seems, which is great.
Get out of there.
Yeah, I'm sad. His little smile looks a little bit spooked, but as will all these players be. It is a scary situation to be in. And like Tigadon says, if you can't deal with the pressure, you don't deserve to be here. So it is time to run with it and see if that can drive them to higher heights.
What a playing path. Directly down the middle here from west to east for these teams to be able to get themselves situated, good to go, and make things work. For technically, there's a spot open, right? Petrichor Road Twisted Mind's not here. Somebody could go school apps and have a bit of a field day on some of this as we do see things going on. So who's going to go there is my question. Or does nobody go there? As you can see, T1 currently heading in that direction alongside... no, 4am will almost certainly be going up to Yasnaya. So from there, the world's your oyster. Just don't get used to it.
Yeah, pretty much. I think right now it's
Shiller's there too.
For S2G, yeah, it is kind of strange that they're dropping it because their alternate is usually over towards North Georgia and down towards military base, and they like to drop Lipovka. So this is a bit of a change for S2G. So they're going to split across Rozhok as well as Boatyard, probably just grab some vehicles early, but it is free. It's good to go. You know, Schiller's out early over towards that eastern side. So there's a massive amount of space that they're currently controlling. So this is a good start for S2G. And again, we were hoping for more from S2G. There was a little bit of a downturn for them in terms of that performance, but, you know, things can always change for this squad.
I mean, can you imagine losing Schiller early? We've been singing his praises as the player that's been able to push them to the places they need to be. So if you lost Schiller in game one straight away to T1, that'd be a bit of a disaster. But anyway, as we take a look further afield, our circle center's just north of Milta to get things going around copy and paste area. So in terms of those compounds, and already Anyone's Legend is one of the teams that's already kind of in that shelter split to be able to kind of exploit what could be going their way. As now made in Thailand, all the way in the north, towards Severnian shooting range. They've got a little bit of a task on their hands about when they want to enter a circle like this. And if this was PEC blank, we'd be looking at, okay, it's Nemesis's location. They're going to rotate way east and be super predictable. But Myth isn't quite like that. They do sometimes take that line, but they kind of mix things up a little bit. As well.
I know that it's funny you say that. That is very Nemesis coded. But for Myth, I think you're right. They're probably not going to go for something like that. I do quite like Myth. I think the more I've watched them, the more I've seen them during this tournament, the better it's looking. I think a lot of that is down to Jacob as well as Kiss. So you want to see a little bit more of Baron as well as Scappy. But overall, they do seem to be finding their footing because they were somewhat gripped up against the edge of the cliff, right? And that's not where you want to be early on. But you do have one more stage to make it happen now.
Well, I was about to say, you've not actually been at a LAN with someone like Kiss. Technically, you have, because PMGC and PGC was at the same location. But Kiss, if you ever get to meet him in real life, he's a cheeky chap. Anytime he walks past us, we all start going, Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. And he gives us a little cheeky smile and then kind of scurries away shyly. Yeah, they're lovely guys, though. Jacob having come over from E-Arena as well, I think that really kind of also upgraded them. Jacob was definitely a standout on E-Arena, and then E-Arena had to make some changes, obviously, to be able to kind of fulfill that void, or fill that void as a whole. So there's been some tussling when it comes to the objectives here. As we take a look at... Which match is this?
This is highlights from the winner stage. Don't worry. Yeah, we're.
Right.
We're back in the past. Yeah. Just in case you missed some of it yesterday, here's some of these insane shots. This was a great game as well, coming through from the Falcons. I had the pleasure of being able to watch this one from the POV of their side. Again,
did you watch this from the POV?
Yeah, I did. It didn't do the dance. But yeah, I mean, for Gustav, honestly, during those games, it was really exciting. Like the boys were saying, just listening to him chat it through. I mean, Kickstart constantly asking him for a little bit of information where it came down to it. And I think it was cool from the rest of the squad because it felt like they were hyping him up almost. But every time he spoke, like he was giving great info for the rest of the squad.
I think one thing that's clear as well, whilst you take a look at these highlights, is that even in this best-of-5 format, what we were saying at the beginning of the day is, yeah, one win doesn't see you guaranteed through into those final stages, or even being able to advance from any best-of-5 scenario. As we're watching good highlights from Myth, we're watching 4AM having won a game, and yet all of these teams still seem to find themselves here. So for them, it will be a little bit tricky to be able to get yourself going. Not too bad a circle right for a team like 4AM currently, who just moves down from Yasnaya and is able to position themselves what looks like on heaven right now. This is a long highlight package. We've got a game going on.
Really is.
Yeah,
But no, I think you're completely right. I mean, from both, like when you're watching the Verse Pro streams, you're watching the Falcon streams, Team Liquid streams, I think they were all echoing the same sentiment. They were saying that, you know, we got a game here, but it's not big enough. It's not big enough to qualify, and it was very tough. This game was sort of the exception to the rule, where Twisted Minds had this massive match. I think it was 18 kills in the end. It was able to get them through the qualification. That was the rule to the exception. I don't think there's been any gigantic games outside of that. So it's very worrying to these squads where you get yourself a win. You're like, we've got to do more.
Well, they came back at just the right time. We lost our first player, Dynasty down. That was fortunate.
That highlight package actually had 2 more minutes, but they thought we got to wrap this up.
I've never seen a longer highlight package in the middle of a game. I'm going to be real. That was something spicy. But anyway, it seems like this fight is still going to be going on here with Genji actually taking down Stanel to get things rolling. This is currently just on that lumberyard hill, which can sometimes become a very strong focal point here for games like this. Salute down though. Yuda starting things off as well on that little bit of a trade, but Genji's going full hog on this. What can they actually get done?
Well, it's a fight you want to complete really quickly because, like you say, it's an important part, but this becomes more important as teams start to rotate in towards that eastern side and they start wrapping around lumberyard. It's a great position to get information, to control from, so you've got to clear players out now whilst it's still just you and one other team. Sadly, D does go down, Kale.
Yeah, it doesn't hit a single shot really on what was going to be that spray as he's driving on by. Not even return fire, and unfortunately for D, been naded out by Soul. You see, this is... I don't want to be critical of some of the best players in the world to an extreme extent. However, things for Genji still look disjointed. And when they're going up against Cerberus, who technically, yes, during the last circuit, did prove themselves to be able to get into some of the later lobbies, which I was also surprised about considering their invitation into Circuit 1 and 2, a team with names like Genji should be able to not only dispatch off Cerberus in a bit more of a clean manner, but also not take some of these like sticky casualties.
Yeah, I mean, it's a retrade, and right now you'd still say that currently Cerberus has full control over this one. We're going to jump back over towards Team Vitality. But hey, I think Toffee's kind of hits the nail on the head. I think that team has some gigantic personalities, and potentially there is some clashing going between. And it's even more so when you look at them, there's a lot of solo plays going on from this squad.
Zest, what can we get done here? I need to reinforce quickly here to be able to save some of your teammates. They do get the res off, and they're just going to back off for a second. As Bean now all on him. Soul being down means that for Bean, who in the past here, alongside the likes of Orca, was looking good as a duo, but they are gone. That's Cerberus taking down Genji. And Team Liquid even's taking a little bit of a peek over. I don't think Purdy wants any more of that, though. He's alone. He's completely alone. Wants to be able to move back. Just seeing if he could kind of catch at anything. I like that kind of awareness and scouting. Yeah. You now know what's between your team and that location, which is nothing. And you know where a conflict has gone down, and where one team has been wiped. Therefore, there's less likely to have pressure from that side of the circle.
You got to do it. You got to do it, man. I think there's a lot of times when you're watching these matches and these players understand they have to go for third parties more often than not now. And if there's an opportunity to go for it, you grab that. The more space you can carve for yourself, the better. We saw that from Crazy Raccoon's win yesterday on Game 3. They had so much space to work with. And when you have that, you can create a lovely line. And in TPP, that makes a win that much easier. For Team Vitality, just rotating the way down, but I'm more concentrated on 4 a.m. right now because they got Myth coming in behind them. They got the weakened Cerberus in front of them on top of Lumberyard. Kind of curious how they want to play this out.
It's a cheeky split by 4 a.m., right? Across prison as well as up on a bit northwest of that. It's quite far away from one another. Doesn't really have reinforcing angles to be able to shoot at each other's location. So they're very much on two separate islands, the 2-2 split of 4 a.m. As JDG kind of pitched up alongside S2G. They do see some movement, but I'm pretty sure some of the other boys know that maybe some shots have been fired from spots. So now Cold 119 though, it's going to be backing off.
Yeah, I think Cold 119 definitely a big standout there for JDG. Had some incredible performances for himself, and hopefully the rest of the team can stand up around him. And December 12th has a massive capability on him, so we'll wait and see what happens to JDG here. Maybe it's time to light some fireworks in the lobby as Cold 119 will send himself out, tries to go for the drive-by. December 12th looks for the reinforcement, doesn't quite find it, and will get knocked out here as S2G looks to send it back their way.
Nan's finishing off Baron. What can he get done? Oh, geez Louise, some drive-bys here. Everyone taking casualties left, right, and center. 2 versus 2 at the moment. Still trying to find a position where they can actually make this work. That's a long-range nade here to be able to connect with, but at still same time, T1 is looking this way as well. Those nades are just not reaching. But this one here from end does find Zuze, the third party, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, T1's getting involved in this at the same time. Got 4
Anyone's
AM.
legend.
Take shots over towards Mifia, so they did regroup on that northeast side, but we're back on board with S2G. December 12th is going to try and go for the savior run, try and get some more placement points. You need this at this stage of the game. Nans gets knocked out. They try to divert 2 separate directions to maximize chances of success.
Yeah, if JDG was going to get anything from the S2G fight, they needed to finish that way faster than it did, because the fact that third parties and then fourth parties came in and absolutely ruined JDG, the attempt at the bailout even not really working out too well, with Nans going down, and now they only have December the 12th, who is stuck a little bit here to be able to make this work. So he's just going to try and bide his time, wait it out, and hope that nobody's looking his way. While so many other teams are rotating on past. A lot of teams wanted to move a little bit more south from that northern position on this circle.
Yeah, I mean, the vehicle basically is the chop shop at this point in time, so we'll see if he can actually get it out of there. Find it very, very doubtful. Anyone's Legend did move down past Tempo Dip, past 4 AM. I did really like how quickly 4 AM regrouped over towards Myth. We didn't quite catch it, but they got a couple of kills on that side of things, and we're just going to follow up down with Therathon 5, with Dimas. Just dropping down from the sky at the moment.
Yep,
Team Liquid
res.
playing down towards farm. Not a bad position to play. They've got an outpost over towards that northern side as well. So this isn't too bad. This does give them a lot of control just in case that circle does shift down towards the south. And we've had plenty of hardship scale.
Yeah, for sure. Now, holding farm as well as copy out of the copy and paste compounds is it's bold, right? And if you can get away with it, huge. You might end up getting yourself into a very high position in this circle as Shen takes down Scappy on these rotates past. There's just so many little moments here where teams are going to try and drive past one another, and these teams are okay.
That's the work harder moment. That's the overseer.
Keep digging, boy.
Yeah. That's the overseer right there.
I've forgotten my point completely because Shen just threw me off. It's fine.
Yeah, I know it's reasonable. It makes sense. I can't believe he just aimed down sight, you know? Put a laser pointer on his forehead. That's worrying.
I'd love to hear the comms in that moment. Just like, you know, what's going on over there? Okay. Hakatori, calm down, mate. Right, those are some long-range MK12 shots.
Rain it in.
But he's very capable of hitting them.
I mean, if you can grab it out of the sky, great news, but we'll see what happens. This US, I was going to say, windscreen wiper seemed to be dragged off towards space there. But get yourself through in the meantime. For S2G, they went down to 3, but still very playable. Moving on past December 12th. They know the players should be still there. We have a very central shift on the circle. At this point in time, you're kind of thinking that TL is going to try and move up towards copy and paste, regroup with Alo as well as Purdy Curdy. I think at this point in time, it is a bit ambitious to be holding these two.
Yeah, especially with the likes of Na'Vi lurking around you. And the thing is that this is kind of Na'Vi kind of drop spot location just a bit over to the west, right? So you would expect teams, really strong teams, to be around you in these moments. So yeah, bail out, getting over towards copy. Looks like S2G is getting a res off, and the fact that actually Schiller got that out at just the right time to be able to get him in on this pass by. So Scappy coming down as well. Team Vitality burrowed on in. Did somebody change the circle settings in the night, by the way? Like, it's just been hard shifts galore, and now we had 2 good straight center circles. I'm not going to complain. It's okay for the teams.
They were like, let's make this the smoothest plane path possible, no turbulence, and then we'll just have center. It'll be very, very nice. So this is a really reasonable game, and again, this is the type of match where it's a dream game if you are the best in the lobby. Right? It gives you a great chance to get a big win.
Barry needs some loot here. But whilst all this is going on, things might get a little bit chaotic. Let's check on Team Vitality's comms as they're trying to set up what probably is a few trenches up on that hill. No sound.
I was gonna say, are they just very quiet?
All right, we come back to us. Yes.
That would be funny, just playing in silence.
Well, because they're on land, they can do things in hand signals, you know, just like turn to one another. Yeah. We've got S2G here going to be going for a bit of a razz on through against these positions now as well, as they find themselves way on the north. What a great nade, though, from December 12th. He's looking for some salvage points here, but it does get stolen away by Winder. 4am still lurking around here, putting in some of the shots after he did most of the work with that fantastic nade. Shared with the M249. Some of those shots do connect as well here. 4am a bit on the warpath, and Chilla falls out of the car as desperate times call for desperate measures. He tries to get out a little bit too early.
Yeah, they've had to stop short here over towards the shack. The nade right on the doorway. The blue zone might do the trick. I don't know if it was a double. I think it was just the single there. No, it was the double. So Schiller is 100% down.
Another one coming in from Anyone's Legend, I think, to kind of have the full double up. One single blue zone there from Spaceman is the one that's going to be able to get that kind of finish off. And then Anyone's Legend was looking for the steal, but it's not going to be the case. So, but again, this has been S2G's entire story. Oh my God, there's mortars coming in as well. Admittedly, they're coming into tempo dip, and I don't think they're really connecting with the position that they do actually have there. Now Circle Shift's going to come in here. Blank, where are we going?
I mean, this play... Wow. Center. Okay. E-Arena's held this position all game, by the way. There's been really not much change for E-Arena. They're playing this 2-2 split across the hillside here. Not a bad position to play, but Team Vitality, they're going to make a quick push through. Thread the needle a little bit here towards the center of the map.
That's Cerberus moving in underneath them, as obviously they just came off the back of a great win in terms of the fights against Gen G. Vitality now, who had moved a little bit from a western position on some of these craters that they were setting up, some of these trenches that they were setting up, and now lose Quizzy as he was trying to get a little bit deeper in. They're still looking down on Anyone's Legend, and E-Arena sending some nades over. Oh my God, Opons has a P90, and he hits a great nade against Levante.
Yeah, it's very surprising. I mean, that's the last nade in his pockets right now. But if he cleans up Team Vitality, there's a big old resource dump over there that he can acquire. So you'd imagine that E-Arena is looking to try and push them out. Don't want to get too aggressive with it just yet. But yeah, E-Arena's had plenty of time to set up here. So you can see the divots, you can see the emergency cover flare down already. And they've 100% committed to this circle going center each time. So you can say they get a little bit lucky on this one, but they've set themselves up nicely.
Yes, I have. Case has got himself a bit of a mortar in play as well. Takes down Rager X. What is the looks
they've got everything
on the east side. Yes, they do. This is nuts. But the thing is, we've said it regionally a lot, and it bears repeating internationally, that nades become so much of a scarier prospect when it comes to all this terrain manipulation with kind of all these dips that actually do appear. They can be sent into these spots and just sit in them while you are actually sat within them as well. So got to be very careful. You need to be able to use your nades very effectively here, as that is that car bounced. Cool.
That car did bounce. It was a little basketball car there. Demasi does go down, leaving just Fluky alive on side. In the meantime, 4am is getting involved in a lot of engagements at range, trying to steal as many kills as possible. And they're up to 6, pretty much off the back of a lot of other squads. They are hyper vigilant of what's going on inside the lobby.
If their gameplay for today is, hey, we're going to play edge, we're going to come in slow, and we're going to just shoot at everything, I'm okay with it. Because I think that they are a team that's got the firepower to be able to make it work. Don't go for mad dash sends into the middle. If you can play edge quite like that, it's a great start for 4am. We were looking to China to be able to rise to the occasion here in this Survivor stage. As now Team Liquid and Na'Vi have moved in alongside one another on the copy compound. And, well, I think that this bodes problematic for both of them. I think it's very difficult to finish this fight off and then get going, because the thing is that eventually, if this stalls out, teams are going to start looking down on your position and then probably clean up what the rest is left over.
At the very least, right now, at least they've got the ridge side, right? This fight's sort of closed off for the time being. But you are right. Eventually, you're going to have to deal with it. Moving over towards the north side, though, it does favor Team Liquid, because Na'Vi's going to have to push through them. Or they could opt to try and swing down towards the south side, but the prospects are not good in that. Ideally, Na'Vi wants to shift over towards that north side and swing round with a cover. Fairest with a nade.
Triple nade. Oh, okay. Actually, it does only about 50 damage or so. Yeah, Team Liquid, where there's the barrage coming forwards against them. God, imagine if that had actually worked out there for Na'Vi, and then they just make the push across here with maybe a smoke actually laid down as well. Could have been perfect, but you're totally right. Team Liquid, cognizantly chose the compound toward the middle of the previous circle compared to the other one, or at least the building, right, in this compound. So that means that they do have a bit of a leg up. As Cowboy's going to try and delay any push that does come along. Smokes are down. Deployable cover as well. Na'Vi knows that they've got a timer above their head.
Yeah, they have to move, and I think this is the right choice. I think every other choice is a bit of a crapshoot going in towards the next circle. Panzerfaust's in play, but down to 2 now as Hurdy-Curdy will pick up Hakatori. A really bad pick-off there for them. Alo is down, and Na'Vi's attempting to make the push in. Cowboy is making it work as per usual, though.
Yeah, good denial on the start of all of this. I did get word that we have the Team Liquid comms, but I think it's just too much in the thick of it now here to really kind of check in straight away with it, so we'll skip on it. We could have checked in just a little bit before, but now for Na'Vi, I think that they are all going to be all but cleaned up here with 0 points so far. But again, this is the problem. If you're being held in this compound, eventually somebody's going to overlook it like Jacob and be able to do a little bit of damage as well.
Yeah, it feels like Team Liquid didn't quite fully realize that angle over towards that north side, right? Or at least got a little bit caught up in the action between Na'Vi, which I think is probably the more realistic avenue there. But they do need to take care of Na'Vi very quickly because the blue zone is moving in now. It's looking a little bit diabolical. 2 players down, but this is recoverable.
Yes, it is. Still the blue will push, though. And now they know that they're going to be watched. That's a nade forwards from Jacob. It's good. It connects. And now it is up to Luke 12 here. He was able to do a lot with the M249 just before here against them, but he's completely open in this, and he will end up falling soon by the looks of things. Oh, the blue tick. He does have a jammer pack by the looks of things as well. He's got a few more seconds, but no, the jammer pack runs out. It's done for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's trying to deny. I think you had to clean up a bit quicker though, Kale. I think that it was one of the situations where it was a do or die moment where you had to get aggressive once they were down to 2 and then try and move out. It's tough. It is tough.
We saw the cleanup come in from, you know, the high ground. That's what happens when you get caught in those unfortunate stalemates in those kind of compounds. I guess Na'Vi felt like they had no other option than to go to that compound and try and make it work here, but never mind, it's full sense here. Tigger is going crazy against the position here of Cerberus down on the south side, but the problem for these two teams, again, is the fact that on the high ground, it's E-Arena still sat there waiting for this to unfold and then clean up whatever might come out of it.
Yeah, E-Arena's had the setup for a long, long time, and you know what? The ammo count still looks pretty good here for the team. Utility-wise, a little worse for wear, right? Smokes aren't looking too great on that side. Got a couple of stun grenades, which are going to be great when the push eventually does come through. Anyone's Legend, Salolzi will find December 12th, and that means that they are now out, and for the first time in 5 matches, it will be Full Sense grabbing themselves at least 1 placement point.
We'll take it. Yes, we will. Nurin's here at the moment. They're also doing tons of damage alongside Pong as he goes crazy on this angle. Even a follow-up on a little bit of a nade here should be able to shut this down as Stanadol's trying to go for the rest. But it's perfect once again. What a little bouncer skimming across the rocks, skimming down this hill. And now for the rest of Full Sense, it is kind of desperation mode. How do you get in against this? I just don't think you do.
Oh, it's interesting though from T1, a little bit of a creep down towards this western side, looking to hopefully assassinate the players from E-Arena as they start to push through. They did open up onto them though, already gunshots taken. I thought T1, they've just completely exposed themselves over towards this edge and they're just going to rattle their way back over towards the north side.
I mean, we've seen this circle many, many a time, and it all comes down to the fact that eventually we're probably going to end up shifting either north, which means it's just a complete slope down towards anyone's Legends compound, or we end up on these high grounds, and then it gets a bit more spicy, as now Nurin's trying to hold on against the T1 push on this right-hand side. Raining will duck for cover for the moment. What can E-Arena actually do? Still, somehow, someway, actually taking casualties here. They've kind of been divided and conquered a little bit. Oh no, but Tigger hits Flash with his own nade. And now, for E-Arena, they've not been able to stem the tide of 2 teams coming in at the same time.
And anyone's Legend just start to pull on through, and 4am have been biding their time this entire match, make their way down. Full Sense does go out, and like you say, Myth with another little bit of a push in from the sidelines. These guys are ever present.
I do wonder how this looks if E-Arena had consolidated a little bit earlier. They were very spread across this road, and I get it, you know, you want to control area and things like that, control teams coming in from the south side, but in these kinds of lobbies, a lot of teams are going to be surviving into the late game, and then you're just getting hammered on all of these locations by, what is this? This is 3 teams having pushed down on their position, right?
10 bomb here from T1, and you're right, for E-Arena,
Nice.
there had to be a bit more of a focus of getting towards that center circle at some point. Have yourself a little bit of an outpost. I mean, Anyone's Legend absolutely did that. They got Himas towards the center nice and early, and then started to scout the rest of the circle. I think E-Arena sort of, they got huge eyes down towards the south side. We're like, that's a lot of points we can scrape up there.
I mean, the North team's just waiting for the feast to occur, right? Himas has already found himself a spot along that hillside, away from the compound that they were holding for the entirety of this game now. And 4am, who's been just on the war path on that north side, is not only, again, another wide 2-2 split, anchoring in the north, making sure nobody could rotate around them, and anchoring the center dot of our next circle. 4am is firing on all cylinders in this game, Blank.
Yeah, it's a very nice game from 4am. Again, that edge play has really worked out in their favor. I think too many times they have found themselves caught up towards the center of the circle and then surrounded by multiple teams, and they're trying to take a different approach. I think Survivor Stage, best place to do it. Game 1 also incorporating it right now as opposed to match 3. This is a good play from 4am. I hope they can keep it up, but T1, they've done a great job so far, up to 13 points on the game with a 10 bomb under their belt. This is good news for them.
4am's trying to cover the rotation move here from Spaceman and their duo, moving in on that north side. As you can see here, T1 Type has been able to pick himself up that P90 now. They're just waiting to hold out the remaining stragglers from this south side. Himas down. Actually, that was the Anyone's Legend's anchor point there.
Yeah.
We still need to focus on this fight, though, on the south side, as the observers are very keen on seeing how this all unfolds.
Nathan Pong make his way up, but Myth have played a bit of a blinder this game. They can get themselves up towards the top 4 off the back of just scraping by off of the back of these fights. Really good stuff. And I mean, Myth now down to just 2 players up against the squad of T1. They're similarly in a little bit of a tough spot over towards that side, but if they can clear out one more, get themselves to top 3, that's great news for them.
Everybody digging in, as you can see, the lay of the land in terms of some of the terrain that they have available. 4 Angry Men has taken some of the prime real estate of the rocks, being able to throw some nades and get themselves some dips as well built in on this. So it'll be interesting to see how T1 eventually, once they no doubt win this fight, how they're going to approach what is going on in the middle of that circle. Because right now, Anyone's Legend and 4am are having their own game completely separate of this.
Well, the thing is, right now, T1, they need to clean up this fight as fast as possible so they can rotate over towards the eastern side. But Myth currently still keeping things alive here. 2 players still up for T1. You've got 1 player up for Myth. It is Jacob. He's a bit of a clutch maestro, but they find him on the move. The P90 coming in clutch from Hype. But this is a big chance here. But a great move out from Shen from 4am to lock T1 down.
4am went unbelievably aggressive on Anyone's Legend, and I think that's an amazing play. They knew that eventually they were going to have to deal with them before T1 finished up their fight. I love what 4am just did, really bringing the engagement there to Anyone's Legend and absolutely obliterating them in the process. And now that gives them room, with Shen overlooking what was potentially going to be a push from T1. He was watching to make sure that that wasn't going to be a thing whilst they cleaned up Anyone's Legend. I love what 4am just did.
Exactly. Again, that was their play, right? It's to wrap on the eastern side and backfill 4am, but it's an aggressive push. 4am understands that they've got the power to do this, pull it through, send Shen in as an anchor. God, this is great PUBG coming through for 4am.
As soon as they got that knock on Himas earlier, Blank, as soon as that happened, that really opened up the opportunity for 4am to enact this tactic that had to happen if they didn't want T1 shooting them in the back a little bit earlier. This is some great PUBG that we're watching here.
Indeed. I mean, T1, both them and 4am have had some great games throughout this series, throughout this PGS, and it's actually really nice seeing both these teams get themselves into a top 2 in the first game, because these are teams that we are looking at. But 4am hoping to close this one out strong. They have the 4-man split. They've got the lineup. There's not really anywhere for T1 to go here. It would require a gargantuan effort off the side of T1 to make this work.
Yeah, I think one question I have is how much do they know about Shen's position? Because I think that they are assuming their next checkpoint is going to be some of that deployable cover ahead of them, right? But some of that, I think, may have been down before they even looked over the lip, meaning that they should be very wary of the fact that maybe somebody's lurking from the team that they are currently going up against.
Taking a look at the utility, 1 nade on side of 4 Angry Men. That is a little tough, so it's going to come down to a bit of gunplay here for 4am going into the future as we do hit the final phase now. Pickaxes are in hands, but yeah, you are wondering. I think if you are T1, you're assuming they've got an anchor. I think you have to assume there's an anchor already up front.
At the same time, Type's being a bit cheeky here, going in on that left-hand side. If I'm T1 here at this point with this kind of cheeky play, being a man down and stuff like that, I'd try to not draw much attention to this side of the map, right? Try and make some noise elsewhere as Shen is on that rock. Meme looking from a far distance here. Raining, trying to go for a bit of a spray. Hits a 23 damage point on him. Needing to move up against this. That rock is still scary, though. Yeah, I mean, you have to know. Look, it's such an important location right now. You have to know. Sure.
They're giving it a lot of respect on the side. Good shot from Type with the P90. That opens things up, and he can start swinging around this side, knowing that angle is open now. Big moves from Shen. He has to take down Type here, spraying into the grass of the M249. This gives an opportunity for Heaven to move up. Finds over to Spaceman. This is unbelievable, Kale.
Oh my god, going up against the rock as well, knowing that Shen was there. Did I just hear a ticking of a C4? Jeez Louise, what is going on? Shit, Spaceman, you crazy man here. As now T1 is still going on a bit more on the warpath. I can't believe they're actually going to win out this fight. This is wild stuff here. 4am had a long time to be able to set this up. FAMAS in hand for Winder. Can the new boy be able to make something happen here against T1? Is T1 going to make some magic happen again after they did it on Erangel against Full Sense?
A 2v4 into a 3v4 here. Shen will finish off Type, but this leaves it down to a 2 versus 1. Winder inside the dip, Raining as well as Heather in the front lines, looking to take him down and cement themselves with a 17 kill chicken dinner at the start of the day. It's a massive match, which White might set them up for actual placement.
Raining looking for an opposite angle. They were both on the same one at the same time there, meaning that for Winder, potential spray transition with a FAMAS could have been potentially easy. They've got to be careful, just kind of completely blind him at the moment. But the fact that they've taken a double angle now means that it's going to be all the harder here for Winder. More flashes forwards, everything going forwards. He's going to duck and dive. He's going to weave, and it's T1 all day long. What a win from them in the final moments of our first game of survival stage. I'm losing my mind. Blank was as well. Let's bring Poro and Toffees back in here for this one. That got spicy towards the end here, Poro. I can't believe.
I mean, that was just clinical stuff at the end, wasn't it? And you can't really fault 4am. Like, they did everything that they needed to do correctly, and in the end it was just the P90 flank was so huge. Shen really couldn't do anything about it, and it was just so clean from T1.
So the thing that was amazing about that is they knew they were down in numbers. They knew they had Type with the P90. I think it was Heather jumps in the car, slow rolls it over to him, and then turns around, fires up the engine, and drives back to the Doritos, which sets up the chance for this ambush flank on the P90, which makes it a 3-3, right? Even to the very end, they're chain smoking and flashing the last player alive in Winda, and you hear the car fire up. They fire up the car and drive, and Winda turns to face it, and he gets the easiest flank in the world. Like, these guys were living in, like, 2054 while 4am was fighting this year. I don't know how you counter that. It was, like, because 4am was baller. Like, Kylaris, they played that endgame, their push at the top. Window looked amazing. Like, I thought 4am for sure had this in the bag.
Yeah, Blank here is playing chess with his shirt, and they're playing 4D chess here for this game. This was some nuts stuff. As we take a look back at the highlights from this game, just some absolute carnage going on in the north side of this circle, Blank. But again, it really was, as much as all these teams are like jostling, thinking to themselves, we've got to get center, we've got to get center. In the background, 4am playing that edge style with unbelievable confidence.
You can't really fault 4am, right? I think it's like that ending. Poro puts it perfectly in the sense that they did everything perfectly, but up until that point, it looked like a gorgeous game for 4am. But I am concerned slightly because it's happened in the past for 4am where they'll get themselves into an end game. Once one thing goes wrong, there was a definite sense of panic, I would say. Shen with the M249 knows he now needs to deal with Type, and it all gets a little bit fumbly. And T1, they just seem to thrive under that pressure, as we saw in that 2 versus 4 versus Full Sense earlier.
Yeah, how important was that off angle though, as Type right goes around the left-hand side? As I'm talking about it, Poro, in that game, I think that they did exactly the right thing. They made noise on the opposite side of that circle to allow Type for that off angle there to be able to kind of even up the fight overall.
Exactly. That's when you find out how good your team is at comms. It's in these late game situations where, you know, you've got everything's going on. You got a million flashbangs going on around. You got C4s driving in the middle of your team. You know, Doritos everywhere. You don't exactly have a good read on where everybody is because now you've got destructible terrain that guys can just lie prone in and you just have no idea. So it's those late game situations where the veteran leadership and the comms comes in so clutch. And what can you say? T1 delivers.
Right.
I love how clutch that game was, Toffees, for them to look so nonchalant and demean about it. Like, that was, we got to their win and they're just like, yeah, fist bumps, guys. 27 points.
It's because these guys are like, they know their business, right? Like Heather is like one of the most prolific players in the space coming out of Korea. Obviously dominates here across the match records. He'll get the man of the match. But I think you guys are all nailed it. And the reason that they won this is because they knew how 4AM would think, right? Because they've done this for so long. Like, I would never leave my P90 off by itself. That's a clutch play at the end of the game, right? You want him in a 2v2 minimum. So when that car drives over, like, obviously they're picking up the P90 and bringing it back to the rest of the group. So I think this idea of, like, being able to play with 4AM's emotions and force them to do what they wanted just speaks to how good these guys are.
Blank?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, this is like, it's a great point. I mean, it's tough. I mean, T1 really played them like a fiddle and then pulled the old white bed sheets over Paul Winder's head at the end.
What's going on? I don't know. We've got man of the match here going on for Heather. Awesome stuff. Obviously, yesterday, as we mentioned before as well, announced for the PNC roster as we're slow rolling exactly how it's going to go here for the Korean team. Obviously, a big name and a big region to be playing out something like PNC, right, Poro? Considering how many times they've won PNC in the past, for Heather to be able to kind of lead the charge there as well with 7 kills here, it's really, really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he would be on the short list of anybody that you were considering putting on that Nations Cup squad, right? And I know those guys take it very, very seriously, getting to defend their previous titles at a home field advantage kind of thing in front of the home audience. Like, that is a massive, massive thing. So I'm very happy for Heather, and it's good to see that he's kind of responding in kind, letting him know, like, hey, this was a good decision, y'all. I'm going to come out here and frag out, even though we are in Survivor stage.
I agree.
Anything else from that game really stand out for you, Toffees?
I mean, 4AM in particular, like I think even though they lost, it's tempting not to talk about these guys, but they played that super well off the edge. The cleanup on the north was really beautiful. And while we always talk about Spacemen as the greatest pickup ever, like kind of just ruining JDG, Winda deserves props. I mean, they pulled this guy out of obscurity. He was playing with Nirvana Gaming and Dream Set Stale prior to this tournament, and then they pull him up for PGS1, and he's been a breath of fresh air. True Winda in the sails of this team, and I'm impressed with how they played that. It's a new 4AM, and I love watching them.
All right, well, let's get our interview going here with T1 after that fantastic victory here on Erangel.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with T1's Reigning for their fantastic start to the day here at Survival Stage. Well, the T1 that we saw during the group stages wasn't what we were expecting, and it looks like some of the things that you guys did definitely did the trick. So I want to ask you, what was the talk after coming in at the bottom of the leaderboard on the first day and now showing up to dominate and collecting those kills? 레이닝 선수 안녕하세요. 이제 저희가 원래 아는 T1의 모습과는 조금은 다른 출발을 이번에 PGS에 하게 됐었습니다. 저희도 보면서 되게 아쉬웠지만 사실 선수분들께서 더 많이 아쉬우셨을 것 같은데 오늘 다시 돌아왔거든요. 어떤 이야기를 나누면서 좀 어느 점에 신경을 많이 쓰셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 그 운영에는 문제 없었다 생각하고 그냥 개인적인 실수가 많아가지고 좀 부족했었던 것 같아서 그 점에 좀 계속 실수 안 하려고 노력했던 것 같습니다.
I don't think it was our rotations or the calls that we were making that was the problem. It was the minor issues and the problems that we had individually that snowballed. And I think that once we fixed that, we were able to dominate today. All right, thank you, Reigning. 감사합니다. 얼른 가세요. I'll let you go. Bye.
There you go. Get out of here. Go on. Back to your desk. Back
Smooth
to the lobby.
Dismounts as always.
Bosh. We've got ourselves a very important situation, of course, for T1. I mean, getting 27 points here like we've watched as these cutoffs have come and gone here, Blank, and so far they've been around that position already. So to be able to get 27 points in one game, they've got to be feeling amazing to get towards that final stage.
Is what I was saying during the cast is that is a game that can confirm you going through, right? That is a big match at the start of the day. It's the buffer that I was talking about. They may need to put a little bit more work in, but not much, right? This is like an end of shift type of deal. You're only in the second match. I did want to pull it back a little bit because I know we're getting all of this hype over towards T1 as well as 4 a.m. But I think we got to give credit to Myth. I think we got to give credit to Myth that game. That's a tough match to play as two players. And I was glad to see that Scappy was really stepping up for the squad.
Yeah, third parties galore it felt for Myth towards that late game there, Toffees.
Well, they had two players. Me and Poro were talking about this as they sort of ruined Liquid's run there in that moment, as they were playing survival mode for a very long time, and they kept wiping out teams, drifting along a ridgeline that I think we can all agree is not easy to play, especially when there's red zone craters all up on the top of that hill, right? Like, they were playing with their backs to the wall, hoping for the best, and still walked away. Like, there was like 7 kills, which to me is one of the greatest recovery games with a duo you can ever expect, right? It's sang of like old Jempties type stuff. So I loved watching that, and to me that's a big syndicator that like Myth, while they maybe didn't get to the qualifications on this game, it's not going to happen. They look really good.
Do you think, we were talking about it, Poro, when the game was going on, do you think E-Arena held that split too long? Do you think what do you think about how that all played out?
I mean, it's tough to say, right? Like, you're at the top of Death Road, and in C3, you're still dead center. You don't want to move away from it, and I felt like they had a really good hold on it for a very long time, and it wasn't really until they just got pressed on both sides by T1, what was left of Full Sense and then Myth coming over as well. I thought they did a good job, but maybe trying to hold it as long as they did, they kind of bit off a little bit more than they could chew, and really T1 was just kind of farming at that point. Like, if they run into maybe a different team in the lobby, that might have turned out differently. But T1 was just on fire that game.
And maybe. All right, as we take a look down on the floor as well, as we're gearing up for our second game here. T1 looking supremely confident right now in that win. And likewise, 4AM just giggling and laughing here, Toffees.
I mean, 4AM's got to stick. Poro said they did it great. 4AM should still feel good about that game, no matter whether or not they got the chicken dinner. That was perfectly executed by them, and they could have done nothing differently.
All right, gents, me and Blank are going to depart as we leave you with the Dusty Dunes. Poro, Toffees, take it away, game number 2.
All right, let's head on over to the Dusty Dunes here for game number 2, Toffees, as we have a kind of a northern angled plane, more northern favored plane, but T1, obviously 27 points, one game. Cut line's been around 30 points. They are going to be vibing for the rest of this thing now. It'll be interesting to see how they play now that they've got that confidence of not having to have the pressure of needing to perform.
Yeah, if it was 2019, I'd say hashtag qualified, right? Like, there's just no issue for them at this point. I think 27, they could literally sit on their hands, blow bubbles, and eat some dinner and still get the 2 points per game required to advance on this one. So I think T1 is going to be in a comfortable position. Now, do they mess with their teams? Absolutely, I don't think so. This is a, like you said, experienced team. They're well invested in this industry. Everything they do is going to be preparing for the next stage. So look for maybe some practice strategies, some interesting rotations. T1 is sitting incredibly great at 27. 4AM at 18, also going to be in a great spot. Now, the team that I'm curious about is Na'Vi as we follow them to the ground. This is a team that has shown nothing short of decimating their opponents. Total domination in past events, including the one leading up to this. And here we sit in the Survivor Series with them really struggling to pass in the last couple of chances.
They don't want me to talk about Na'Vi, man. Oh, look at that. T1. Why not?
We don't talk about Na'Vi.
Get them that hard Northwestern shit. But look, I know there's the stats, there's the numbers, there's what they are able to do in Europe. When they're good, they look like the best team in the world, bar none. The problem is at international competition, and it's been a recurring story that they'll have one good game here or there, maybe 2 good games, and then they just disappear. And I thought that the addition of Boostic would kind of change that narrative a little bit more, and you know, it still could, you know, they still have time, but it's still looking like the same old Na'Vi, man, where it's just like you're sitting there like, okay, at a certain point, we're going to have to stop talking about how potentially great this team should be and start talking about like, okay, are you doing it or not? Like, it's time.
Sigma can stay silent, but Sigma's got to win some games. And I think to me, that's where we're at here is these guys have the skill, they have the makeup, but for whatever reason, they're just not putting it together. I don't know if their system is too set in stone, and when things don't work out, they lose it. But I don't know what's going on with Na'Vi. Hopefully they turn it back around. As we take a look at some replays from that last match, this is where a lot of the holes got made. And I think the challenge with this one was just there were too many teams up here early on. And so those that survived kind of came into this place. So we talked about EA being a little too separated. T1 made a nice little push down here on them and played very, very well. They also got to eliminate Myth, but honestly, Myth, they were limping for so long, Poro, that even dying here, like I think they were very happy with what they walked away with.
No, absolutely. I think they ended up with something like 6 kills. Jacob had I think a 5 piece for himself, so it looked really good on that. You hear the ding. Yeah, you never want to hear the sound of that Nokia as you're running up onto a rock, but T1 does get the win in convincing fashion. 4 a.m., as we talked about, they looked fantastic doing the third-party thing, playing from the edge, taking advantage of other teams as they were kind of putting themselves in bad spots, but they still have a lot of work left to do here. As they're about, I'd say about 10, 12 points shy of what presumably would be, in quotes, safe.
Yep, we got a long way to go here. I'm happy that Full Sense is up. All of our tie teams are up in that cutoff point with some on the board right now. But again, we're only playing 5 games. You got to make that quick start. Some of our favorites, and this is another one, Vitality, who was absolutely fun and great to watch in PEC, has not been doing it. Can they step it up on this one? Bean taking that fight to 4 a.m. and Hasameme doesn't have a lot of options right now. I think he's being surrounded on all sides, but he's pulling in Shen from the distance, trying to bring in some backup, and the Sandstorm, maybe it's not going to save him. I thought it would be his saving grace, but D's too good.
I mean, you want to talk about a team that is in desperate need of something to go their way. It is Gen G. It has just been nothing but wheels spinning, and this is just kind of par for the course for Gen G. Just getting involved in these early fights that, you know, neither team really wants to be involved in, but you end up sticking around. They get a point off of it this time, but you know, we saw in game 1 they end up crashing right into Cerberus and they get wiped in the first team out of the lobby. So it's just I don't know what to think about Gen G yet.
It's where I struggle with Gen G as we watch. They're not taking these fights. It feels like they're a bunch of great players, but a bunch of has-beens. Like, I don't know what is going on or what they need to adjust, but it feels like the soul of this team is just not working out for them, and they're way past the do-it-yourself phase. They have to try to lay this down, figure out how to fix it as a team. They're just working as too many solos.
Yeah, Soul and Salute need to figure this out.
Yep.
Like they need to figure whatever's going on. They need to figure something out, because when things go wrong for that squad, that's who everybody's looking at. You're the superstars, and that's what comes along with the territory, right? Like that is, you know. And when things are going great, you get all the flowers, you get all the balloons. When things are going bad, you got to take that pressure, the criticism as well. So we'll see if they're able to do that. As we see Vitality, Levante able to get in as third on 5, just has that high ground. They're just kind of pressuring more than anything.
Yep. Well, that means we talk about another team in Gen G that has expectations based on past performance and rosters. So too doth Vitality. They have expectations that they just haven't been getting to. It seems like their placement or where they're moving in these early rotations is setting them up for, I don't want to say failure, but just to sort of have to wait out and hope instead of being proactive. I will say, I feel like our proactive teams, things like 4 a.m. on that really big north spread, the activity of Liquid the last couple of days, these teams that are willing to go out and take a risk, generally is working out more than it isn't, which is why I am shocked that Na'Vi, as we follow them, isn't getting more, because I do feel like this team has kind of looked for fights and hasn't been avoiding them, Poro, and yet they're just not winning them.
Yeah, no, they need to win one. I mean, it's like we saw yesterday, or not yesterday, but on groups. I mean, I think it was in the last game. You saw what Navi's capable of. Like they started farming, and they were just kind of coming up on fights, third partying fights, fourth partying fights. I think they ended the day with something like 8 kills before they were eventually taken out, and it was a little bit short of that cut line. But it took them all the way into that last game. Now. Are they getting circle luck? No, they're not. And they're having to chase. But again, 5 game sets, everybody's in the same lobby. Nobody's feeling sorry for you.
Alo is gathering all of the information, like everything, like a little beacon up here on a mountain. I would love to hear their comms only because he's probably reporting, and this is the kind of thing that is really valuable about these spots, right? Is the weatherman. They know no matter where the next circle goes, where everyone is, and I do appreciate his self-control here. He's chosen not to shoot quite a few times when I think that it would have been tempting for most of us. He's calling his friends in to set up the myth attack, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the spot just north of El Pozo that everybody likes to play because you can do this. You can just kind of see everything, and he's got buddies up there. So if he did want to take shots at the risk of maybe losing a helmet here or a chest or something, but even if you get knocked, that's a pretty easy revive. So I think they're just kind of hanging out, wanting to see where everybody else is. Really keeping eyes on the skies to make sure no E pickups are coming in. I think that's the priority. But fortunately for them, it looks like the skies are clear for now. Full Sense, meanwhile, trying to go for the long wrap up to the north. And now they might be running into S2G.
They may not. And S2G, I don't know if they take it. Should they run into them as the rotation will continue? They decide that they will not. And they decide, nah, you go that way, Full Sense. We'll go this way, and we'll agree to just separate. Right? It's like an amicable marriage coming to an end.
Yeah, well, she'll get the eyes in the skies here. But this is, I mean, it's something that I've just kind of happened to notice the last couple of days. These early game, like C2 pops and teams start rotating. Maybe you're outside of the C2 pop and you get in your vehicles. You're all starting to make your transition in. You see another team coming by and they get a little close and you start trading shots, right? And then maybe you get a knock. You stop down. You try to go for the flush. I swear, the amount of times this week that we've seen two teams kind of doing that jousting early on, stop down, try to take the fight a little bit longer, and then within 10 seconds are getting third and fourth partied and getting picked apart has been insane. Like, I just don't think that this is a lobby that you can get away with doing those early game jousts the way you maybe could do regionally, because you're just going to be punished for it by every other team.
I mean, I think it's a PUBG plus a life lesson. Like, trading shots with a stranger is never going to go well for you. And I think that is something that these teams are taking in heart, especially early on. There's too many third parties. There's too many attacks from the outside. And there's too much focus on getting to the end game, which means everyone is around you, hungry for those extras, but also looking to just get inside of your border, right? They want that slice of the pie for themselves. Huge. Wow, that shrink is gnarly as it centers up on Pozo and South, knocking out at least 30% of our teams.
They were talking about it during game one, and they were absolutely preaching the gospel truth. There was not any hard shifts, it felt like, in that first game until maybe one close to the end. But by that, it was already kind of sorted. But we're starting off Miramar with a big one down to the south. But I think you said it, like, there's a good amount of teams that are out, but any of those teams that thought that was going to go all the way up north, maybe I haven't been looking at the heat maps or haven't seen historical figures, because I feel like this is kind of where this goes a lot, and I feel like a lot of our teams were thinking about that as T1 is going to pull up on Solozzi. He is in no man's land. Anyone's legend trying to hold on to the split maybe a little bit too long, Toffees.
All right, T1, the Aggro Kings, 28 points in the dock already and still looking to get prio positions and take fights. That's the beauty of a good game one, is you can do whatever you feel like for the rest of this thing. Lil Ghost's going to throw a little bit of lead down range just to let him know, hey, you're not interested in coming here. Vitality on a pretty good rotation. I love this spot. Protect your cars, gather information, and then make your next move. Really, really clean rotation from Vitality.
You know what's crazy about that is I swear to you, if T1 and Gen G's positions were flipped, right? If they had gone out first in game one and they make that crash right there, they lose 2 players. Sololzy takes down 2 of them as they make that push in. For some reason, the fact that they are winning and the fact that they push in, it just happens to be that they are able to get rid of this guy quick and easy, and nothing suffers for it.
I mean, I think this is probably the biggest takeaway. Is I do feel like crashing has massively up-level difficulty, obviously with the transition to TPP, but also with the new weapons, the new builds, the new systems people are using to crash in. The nerf on C4 has made breaching a lot harder. And watching teams sort of adjust to that has been interesting to me, but it has not been as detrimental. I thought when third person launched that crashes would become almost impossible, but it seems like a lot of these teams have really worked approach vectors and visibility and know how to crash all of these compounds in a modern context. And I'm pretty impressed with how fast the meta has adapted to that.
Yeah, it's taking lessons learned from FPP and just adapting them over, right? Like, regardless of it's TPP or FPP, there's still parts of compounds that have no windows looking from the west, and you know that you can just crash from the west and probably get away with it pretty clean. So, yeah, it's Al adaptation in the end. Is Team Liquid still holding on to the top of El Pozo now. El Pozo itself looks like it's about to be a little bit more populated. Has changed the game, is down there. Anyone's Legend is starting to move in, and it looks like Full Sense is sniffing around that area, or are they going to come up and try to make a run for Team Liquid's high ground?
I think Full Sense should know they're there. They heard those shots earlier, so I would assume they'll just run between here. Try to scoop past them into the front of Pozo. The problem is that would drop them right into CTG, which, to be honest, is a fight I'd take over Liquid any day of the week. Cowboy going to go ahead and probably take some shots here at our trail cars. They go by. He's got a zip line on standby should he need to move quickly. Alo readjusting. Liquid knows that these guys are going to probably stop down below them, and there's a chance for a kill here.
And here we go. Change the game. We'll wait for a circle pop at least. And no, Flash is going to go down. Suke will be able to barely survive, getting a little close encounter with a Murado. But Full Sense will lose that player. And Thanadol actually going to get taken down and flushed by X Circle. So a nice couple of points there picked up by Change the Game. But Full Sense's problems will proceed here for game number 2 as they're down to a duo. And they've got Team Liquid making a rotation right around them here on the northwestern side.
Actually, as Team Liquid sets up for this rotation, we can listen in to sort of their planning and what they are witnessing out there on the field.
He's a green box already.
Don't make this obvious.
They just pulled up from orange, probably. Yeah.
I don't think anyone's yellow. I think yellow's right.
I don't
think
anyone's
yellow either. Could probably get entry knock if you come to
should
me.
take
Run in the
yellow,
open. We get entry knock right now, guys. Let's get our DM
just take up top. This is offline as well.
Knock them. Let's fucking kill these guys.
Guys. One up.
Can we just drive in S4?
Luke, go take the top spot, Luke. We'll kill this as 3.
Where are they, guys? Kill them as 4. In blue. In blue.
Just take it slow. Can't we just walk up to the ridge?
I'm just gonna go Raven for now and start needing.
Playing with Cowboy.
Yep, same.
Gonna route on. Two guys though. And they have top rock as well, guys. Far right ridge. Let's be aggressive, guys. We're gonna lose our ankles.
I'm gonna drive right into blue.
Hey, port to blue, Cowboy. Stop.
Yep.
Right under us. Under the ridge.
Southwest.
Oh. You know, I think you summed it up perfectly with that little closer right there, Poro.
I'd be mad about that too. That was unfortunate.
You know, and it was because the whole time you heard Purdy saying, slow it down, let's go, like, we don't need to surge this, and it felt like they wanted to really badly. So tough break for them as they try to come down. It was interesting to watch that fight from their perspective, but feels bad, Team Liquid, as they've got to make up some points in the next round.
Okay, Shilla, the eye in the sky, getting the knock of the flush on the spaceman there. So S2G will pick up a point as they try to find a way into the zone from the southeast. But they've got 4 AM, they've got Gen G, they've got Vitality, they've got JDG all down there. So the south side of this circle, Toffee, is looking real dangerous.
Real dangerous. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the North's only not because we saw a little bit of a curve. Like, we saw that Liquid sort of kerfuffle on the collapse, and a lot of teams hurt each other pretty badly up there. I think South is a little less dangerous because everyone's been jostling without wiping any teams. The other big problem we have is T1 has just been, how do you put this? Mean? Like mean grumpy boys? Well, now they're just chilling. They're at the drive-in.
They're fine. They're in there listening to the new Drake album, I guess. Who knows? Okay, now the
I'll never
circle's
forget
put away,
F2
so they've got to go somewhere. Now, I think, was that bait? Were they just waiting for somebody to crash into their compound? But anyway, they all hop and spread out and run around like ants as the new circle will pull away from their compound. Meanwhile, Made in Thailand doing a little bit of jousting. They're going to lose Jacob, though. That's a big loss as he was popping off in game number 1. And Na'Vi in a great position here to kind of third party all of this.
It wasn't a joust they were interested in. 17 did that. Now Navi's in such a good spot. The only problem with Na'Vi is they could run into trouble if CTG tries to come up over the top of this hill and shoots down on them. CTG, though, has to run backfill through the remainder of 17, so we'll see how that one breaks out. Vitality needs to have a great game. Kiss took out Gedrox. Vitality is a team that I expected to do a lot better. Now it's time to put points on the board. As we watch Boostic getting a nice little spray by. 17 is on the move again. They're going to have to stop down with almost no ridge cover. I get why they stopped here, but it is going to be painful if they stay here too long.
Yeah, we actually saw recently this exact same circle in PAS, and that was a spot that I believe Falcons played. So we'll see if 17 will get away with it right now. There are still many mortars on the field as Cerberus is got eyes on Vitality. E-Arena is kind of heading up in that direction as well. So the south side's still pretty crazy. 4 a.m. in probably a really rough spot as they have to make their way through JDG, but that mortar will find Gedrox. So Yuta are going to hit one big. Can he follow it up for the flush? He's going to send it. We'll see if he hits.
It's about to go full Chicago as the south side is getting wild. Mortars hitting Vitality down. A nice flush by U-Dirt there on Gedrox, but that makes choices easier for Hollow My Bad as he's just like, well, I guess I know where I'm leaving now.
It does indeed. T1, meanwhile, have sent a duo in, and Raining and Ian, they'll find a spot inside circle to play. Meanwhile, Heather continues his reign of terror on the outskirts, going to find Delwyn. So I think Hamas and Destroy still alive for anyone's legend, but they are very separated. They're going to be playing this out as 2 solos for this foreseeable future.
It's like very anyone's legend, right? Not shocked to
I
see
know,
them just
right?
sort of spread and recover. Oh, you guys have individual skill. Go do you. Meanwhile, T1 is leapfrogging, hop rotating. Like, they're just playing with their elbows out, and you got to love it. Because they don't have anything to risk, right? Like, they're at 29 already.
But
for
every
us. This is
shot
wild.
is hitting. Every shot is hitting. Raining just seat swap Suke as they're driving by. Like, they're not missing anything. Now, JDG going to hold the line here against 4AM's push. They knew it was coming, and 4AM is suffering for it. Window, the last player left alive. As you see, Vitality also starting to open things up. Both the 4AM will get taken down, and they will not be able to reprise their success from game number 1.
No, Nans used that wall like a medieval knight, bro. No one could get in there. He was up and down, popping helmets like crazy. That was sick. So they do hold the blind. They're down to 2 players off the back of that, I believe. That said, though, good points dropped in the hopper, and they stopped a team that has been very strong. 4AM in second place. Like, that's a mood boost. You bopped a regional team who's been a challenge for you. I like that. And someone who maybe still a player, you know? That you kind of hate.
See, zip lines do get used in competitive, guys. It's fine. Take those high ground. We'll say change the game. Like Circle going to get taken down by MS with the high ground. With T1, they're in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't matter, though. They will finish them off as Type now the last player left alive. We'll see if Hamas can actually get the angle. The rest of his team is down, so it is just a 1v1 going off in outside of Circle as they wait the blue zone. Type just trying to figure out exactly where Himas is.
Well, I mean, Himas was great. He waited till that fight broke out and just started being a jerk, right? Like, went ahead and stole some, got a couple knocks, put some points on the board. And that's kind of why anyone's legend is okay with this strat of, like, let's spread out and find points, because that's what they're doing. They're not spreading out to survive a la Samty. They're spreading out to pick up points and yum off of people's third parties.
Yeah, it's good enough to keep him in third place right now. It's 3rd on 5. We'll try to go for the other half of the duo from anyone's legend. Destroy will drop the grenade. It's not going to hit, though. Scappy is going to help him out from range, though. As 3rd on 5 is going to lose 2. Kawkaw will take him down in the end, though. But now you've got even more grenades are falling. We'll see if they're able to reset, and if so, how much?
Baron with some nice shots coming out here. Myth just harassing T5. Myth is having a good day. All right, 10 points. They're in an okay spot. They've been putting up a fight. They look good.
Yeah, they got a great spot for late game here. As fortunately for everybody, this circle hard shifted back to the south. JDG playing on mortars. Vitality down to 3. But again, Gen G kind of hovering around on that south side as well. We'll see if they get involved at some point. Navi has been hanging out in this compound for quite some time. Nobody's really come close to them, though, as Type will get picked out by Kalkong. And Navi, this might be, yeah, it looks like he's heading them over towards Therodon 5. We'll see if he finds anything.
Hit something, Boostic. We need the points. Boop. Boop. That's the sound an ineffective mortar makes.
Boop stick.
Boop stick. I like that. Trigonometry and the boop stick. Boo stick with the boop stick. Doesn't turn up anything as the boys duck under cover and managed to survive this one. Took out the cars, though. That means T5 has a very difficult transition to make, which should lead them wide and exposed to wherever they're going. So while Boostic didn't get the kills, I think he may have cursed them pretty aggressively.
He might have. 17 somehow managed to keep all 4 alive here. While still waiting on Therodon 5, everybody kind of waiting to see where this next circle shift takes us, and it is going to favor the top of the hill. So S2G will have to move. 17 going to have to move. Therodon 5, they're in a lot of trouble. I feel like 17 is going to wait to move until Therodon 5 reveals themselves, but it almost feels like Navi might be doing the same thing. So we'll see who goes first while Myth is kind of overseeing all of this.
Oh, more mortars. Suze doesn't even wait. He drops it and goes straight to watching people to run away from those mortars if at all possible. Coming in at a distance, looking to get E-Arena. Close, but no cigar, as E-Arena's got plenty of space to dodge. He was just hoping for a random BRDM smash.
He's hoping.
Ooh,
oh, there you go, Bean. Bean has been hanging around here for quite some time, just waiting to see if he can catch JDG slipping. And he's getting some support as well from his teammates as E-Arena gonna try. I can't imagine trying to make that BRDM work on the mountainside. Bean, you got this? You do not got this. All right, run, run, Bean, run. The rest of his teammates are waiting just uphill, and he should be fine. But Therodon 5, yep, the inevitable does happen. At least Kiss gets credit for one of them.
That's true. Gets a little something out of it as we see T5 eliminated. Tan Bin going to try to defend against this push by S2G. They're coming right into the compound. Doritos down, but to what end? Nade's out. Tan Bin from behind. It was a C4 attack. It actually worked for the first time in a while. 2 go down, and now S2G can cross the divide.
Gotta make the push. Laza gonna be the first one there, but they're all being overseen here by Vitality. It looks like Levante taking shots down on here. They're gonna try to get Uder back on his feet as the push is coming through, but it's coming through a little bit too slow here for S2G, and that might be as a result of Cerberus just dropping down some good smoke, some good Molotovs just to slow things down.
I think S2G didn't expect the attack to work. I didn't think they thought they'd get 2 knocks there. They were just too slow to be crossing the road already. Yep. They got the full reset. That is crazy. The 3-headed dogs are back up to full pack.
All right. Oh, he's got another one. If first C4 didn't work, what about second C4? Maybe that'll work. As Cerberus is just sitting here like, what do we got to do, man? They're coming from everywhere. The Molotovs are going to drop again. Laza and Quippa will just continue to wait and see if these guys will reveal themselves. All the utility in the world being sent over. The explosion from the C4 will come out, and it's going to do more damage to S2G, it feels like, than it did to Cerberus, as they are getting overseen by 17 as well. Xiao Wu going to get the knock on a laser.
I mean, Service heard the beep, 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 and they knew there's only one spot S2G can be safe from the explosion, so they just threw all their grenades there. Like, it was great awareness, and doing that forced them out into 17's line of fire. S2G is completely lost right now, and as Queppa lays there healing, all he's doing is prolonging the inevitable death that is walking in the distance.
He's trying to, but 17 is just free farming onto this. This is much like T1 and 4AM did in game number 1, but now they're getting third party by Hackatory, who's got Lil Ghost. He's got the knock on a Xiao Wu, and now Cerberus is going to get taken down by Queppa. Queppa able to find Stanel and steal one away from Lil Ghost. So another point there picked up by S2G, but Navi looking to be in a great position here for the late game.
I take it back. Queppa got way more than I expected to out of that heal. Good for you, bud. Udirt hits a nice little shot there onto Bean. D gets hello, my bad, and I think Udirt's just making mortars different. Everybody else is miserable because Udirt's just kind of randomly dropping these mortars and ruining teams' rotations, and you got to respect that. Bean goes down, but I think they'll probably be able to pick that res up without too much trouble. We see Zest getting Stan up, so while Queppa got the knock, it's not going to result in an extra point here as Cerberus goes for the reset and rerun.
pretty solid reset. 17 down to just Wembwa, as looks like Xiaowu is not going to be resable, most likely. Kwepa going to try to dance his way through, but Wembwa will get that knock and that flush, and S2G will go down in 8th place. So we've made it to our top 7, as it looks like everybody's managed to make their way into the zone. Vitality will get taken out in the end there by Wembwa as well. So 17 collecting some points, even though they're down to 1 man.
2 games. They're only playing 5 games, Poro. Vitality going out with 5 points total is kind of shocking to me at this stage of the game. We got EA falling back as Gen G is up and running. D says, all right, we're going to pick this up. We saw Bean get knocked earlier, but he's back in play. Hakatori hits EA from the other side, and E-Arena is trying their best to just survive this, but 2 teams from both sides have chosen to try to get as many points off of them as they can.
That's a nice grenade for Nurans to at least slow things down. D will get knocked, and Gen G will have to pause and try to go for that res, but it looks like Nurans actually going to flush him. So Gen G will be down to a duo, but E-Arena still just Boostic looking over in that direction. They get the re-knock on the Lyrics. The smoke kind of the only thing keeping them alive, and Na'Vi, they've got all the time in the world, but once again, Hakatori needs to start collecting more ammunition, man.
Oh,
Bean!
Bean, the magical fruit. The more he pushes, the more he shoots and walks away with a nice little spray. I think Na'Vi was playing that carefully. I respect that. And Gen G said, you know what, we got to get points out of this because we're not going to get much else out of this game. So that aggressive push worked out well for them, but I'm worried that Hakatori is going to get a nice little pick if he can figure out how to get up this hill.
It's just really just super light on ammunition again. And I guess Na'Vi, they were playing the compound just off to the west, so nobody really ever pushing into them. And I guess they just haven't been able to find any crates or anything over on this side to re-up. So looks like the push down to the north, Scappy could cause them problems. They know that they've got Wembwa pinned down in this little compound, this little shack over here. Hakatori will be the one that makes the push. Oh, first shots from Wembwa will get him down to half HP, as Spiro will throw the next grenade. They'll see if they can take him down. Oh, it's going to be Uder.
I'm blown away at how much Cerberus has gotten out of the recovery from that push by Kwepa and the lads a little bit earlier, as they just seem to keep on going. A really good hang around potential.
Oh, Scappy was hiding. He was in a foxhole. They find him. Oh, he got the knock and the flush on a Hakatori. And now Na'Vi, they've lost Boostic as well. Udert has an angle. He's going to get him low, but Spiro will survive, and he will take down the man from Cerberus, as Ferris will go for the push.
Doing everything he can. They lost their 2 top fraggers as Spyro and Ferris have to try to make this happen. He goes down as well. Ferris left with only 5 HP in the hopes of a heal, as he's the only hope for his team to put the points they need to get them into this top 8. It's been a tough 2 games for them. Na'Vi needs to turn this around with at least 1 more. Zest being very aggressive. Last man standing on his team as well. Ferris sees him and will at least get the wipe on Cerberus, pick up an extra placement point, and possibly have time to get Spyro back up.
I don't know if they will, as Gen G is, they've just kind of been laughing this whole time. They were kind of not even considering. They just ran down here in time to steal a couple of the knocks away from Cerberus, and now it looks like Bean knows exactly where these 2 are. Na'Vi will be able to get the res, so Gen G maybe being a little bit too cautious, as Na'Vi will try to make their way up this hill, but they don't really have a good idea of where these Gen G players are.
I can't believe Gen G might win this game. All right, so up here we go to the top of the hill. Soul up on the high ground. This is a clutch player. Bean also a clutch player. Very strong positions. And honestly, if it was Boostic Hakatori versus Bean and Soul, I'd be gassed out of my mind. I'm a little more stressed out about Ferris and Spyro handling this fight, though.
Well, these are some smart players. The only problem is that they don't have a lot of utility left to speak of. And I'm not sure what their ammunition situation is looking like either, as Spiro will rush in, try to get into the smokes as quickly as possible, but they have no idea the Bean is right there. Ferris, did he see something? Did he maybe spot something out? He's cooking a grenade. He's going to send it over, and he's going to find him. Ferris, he's got 20/20 vision. He'll take down Bean before he's able to spring the trap.
2026 vision of PGC if he keeps playing like this. To the left side, though, he's still got to deal with one of the greatest players of all time. Soul on the low ground, below the rock. Spyro hits the high ground. Dragon's on a perch every single time. He's going to try to get the look down up over the top of this hill, calling out positions. He knows exactly where Soul isn't, and that's most of the information they need to send Ferris up here as well. Oh, no, it's a Panzerfaust. That's one good way to end this Panzerfaust. If he can hit the shot, he drops down, goes back to his gun, knows exactly where Soul is. Can Soul get the quick 1-2, Poro?
Oh, he's trying. He's knows exactly where to expect Spyro. Spyro just going to be a distraction more than anything right now. Soul, I think he's waiting for it. He knows what to expect, but it's asking a lot, right? And Spyro is sitting pretty much dead on center dot. So Soul is going to have to move before either of these two. But you can see how important this victory is to Na'Vi. They are not overextending. They're not running into him. They are waiting for him to be put into a bad position.
And then he's going to pull the... I assume Panzerfaust, you just sit there and hold the wraparound because you got your man on the high ground. It's like, should be really, really clean. Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, baited!
Gonna miss, but it doesn't matter in the end. Soul had nowhere else to go, and Na'Vi will get a much-needed victory.
Yeah, they got a victory that they absolutely needed. They grounded out there at the very end. I thought when Boostic and Hagatori went down on that transition, that might have spelled their doom, but Poro, Gen G was so slow to respond. They chose stealth over brutality, and it actually worked out in Na'Vi's favor. Let's get James and Blank back in here as we talk about that end game. I'm going to be honest, guys. Mid-game, I did not expect to see Na'Vi and Gen G fighting for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, an almost impossible scenario for Soul to solve there towards the end. Once the res gets off and they lose one player and it's not the 2v2 anymore, what are you supposed to do? Na'Vi played that with precision towards the end, Blank, to be able to shut out Soul and make sure he had never a chance.
Yeah, Ferris with his little magnifying glass just enhance, enhance. Somehow spots out Genji's player on the side, able to get the nade over the top. I mean, that's kind of the game-winning play right there. If that doesn't happen, potentially Genji has a chance. They have a good setup, but echoing Toffee's massively. Like, what a late play into that one from Genji. Should have been a lot faster.
I think Bean was reminded of how much louder crawling is versus like crouch walking, because I do think that's what happened. Is I think he just crawled on a pivot and he heard it, and you saw him snap over the left super fast.
Yeah, as soon as he got even just a pixel as well, just straight away you know exactly how it's going to be able to react. And the thing is the Poro, once like you've been spotted like that, you have like a second or two to be able to get off being crawling and then go elsewhere. Because if somebody's going to be cooking a nade on you, as soon as they spot you, there's nothing you can do.
Oh yeah, I don't think Bean had any idea that he was seen. I think he thought he got away with it. He's like, oh, I'm been sneaky boy. He didn't spot me. And then all of a sudden he had a grenade in his pocket. So yeah, unfortunately for him, got to see a return to the C4 vehicle delivery system, and that was fun. Didn't really
why not two?
End up making it didn't really end up making a difference for S2G, unfortunately. But
it could, if they had put both C4s on their Poro on the attack, it would have wiped half the team on the first explosion. Like, they had the second one, they just chose to slow play it. Like, I don't understand why they didn't put two on opposite sides of that car.
I don't know. You hope the one is going to be good enough.
Were they not next to the car? I can't quite recall the full scenario, but maybe they were a bit disconnected from them to be able to get the second one on. Puffy?
I just think people don't trust C4s anymore. I think that they think if it's more of like an entry clear and not like it used to be where it wipes out a compound.
Well, it's 18 points for Na'Vi. They didn't need any C4s to be able to make this one work. Alongside Genji with 11 points. Now, yes, I think Blank, when I look at it, I've been very critical of Genji here, but 11 points, nothing to sniff at so far. That can get them on the path to some redemption.
Yeah, it looks like a much better game from them. For Cerberus as well, 11 points for them.
Yep.
They've been very much not on anyone's radar, very much low on the rankings, but I think for Cerberus, it's a good game. It's a good start from to 16 points now in 5th place. Again, Myth with another strong match. I think they set themselves up very well in that game too. On that high ground, just moved slightly away from them. I felt bad for Myth because I do think that's a game they could have got a lot more kills off the back of, but so many of them were stolen.
800 damage from Levante here.
We know who played it, right? That sounds like a one good explosive device. But listen, as far as G4 goes, I'm not going to give them props yet. I still feel like while they won that, it was an individual game across the board. Even that end game, it felt like they were playing 1v1v2 in a lot of ways. So I do think that Gen G still feels very disjointed, whereas Na'Vi looked a lot cleaner. They stayed together, they rotated effectively, they were 2v2, I guess, hopscotching, like moving rotations with each other. I think Na'Vi looked significantly better in this game than they have the last day or so.
And Bean will take man of the match. Okay.
Wow. Bean.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to salvage things in that first game. Obviously, it did go awry against Cerberus, and now, once again, being able to show on up. And it is always interesting, Poro, to see that Bean can still be the standout with the likes of Soul and Salute on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that was kind of one of those ideal situations for Gen G to kind of find that success, right? Like they had that whole southeastern side. Nobody was really ever going to wrap down in that direction. They had the big wide split. They had Bean, his job was to just kind of cover that south side, that compound there, and that's kind of where he ended up getting a couple of those kills, I believe, off of like JDG and them. But no, he kind of was hoping that maybe Gen G could pull off a little bit more there, but Na'Vi in the end just too strong.
All right, well, we've got a few other teams to talk about as we do continue on as well. I mean, again, when you watch a team like S2G here being able to get the C4 off Toffees and then actually get themselves maybe a few kills here and there. We still need more, though, from them, as well as some of the rest of EMEA, I would say.
I mean, the push felt disjointed. Yes, they went in with the C4. I don't know if they didn't expect it to work or not, but they got 2 knocks, and somehow, Poro sounded shocked in the broadcast. Cerberus got back up to full strength after that. Like, why there was no overwhelming force reaction, especially when you've got 17 in the wings shooting at you, that's what was shocking to me. Sure, Kwepa healed, managed to pick up a couple of points there, but that's not, I mean, these guys are better than that. This was a weird non-committal crash that I was actually shocked to see. It felt like that C4 should have been backed up by a significantly larger show of force, and I think that's a symptom of S2G. They've been playing too passive or too, I don't say weak, but it feels like they're standing there saying, please don't kill me, instead of I'm going to destroy you.
Can't fully rely, again, on Schiller. And then you send Schiller in as your battering ram, and then, well, he's gone, I guess, during all of that. Blank, I mean, on the receiving end, though, was Anyone's Legend, right? Did you expect maybe more points from Anyone's Legend here from this game, considering the compound they had and their transition potential into the circle, or what do you think?
I think for Anyone's Legend, it got tough towards the end. I think when you got I think the big problem about that type of circle is that there is a ridiculous amount of angles to play against, and it's not easy, because I think when you're playing from that compound with the high grounds involved, like every micro rotation you make after that it's tough. It's not easy, and I think Anyone's Legend, they get deep into the game. I don't feel like that was a horrible match for them. I think you just get gamed by the circle a little bit.
All right, gents, time for a break. When we return, it's going to be game number 3. 2 down, 3 to go, and then we'll be back in just a few.
Yeah, I mean, the last guess was crazy. How'd you know that, Cowboy?
Lucky guess.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game with Bella, and today's guest is Team Liquid. Welcome, guys. Woo. At Sparkles. Okay, well, today we're gonna be playing Guess Who. So our producer is gonna hold up pictures of the players, and you guys have to guess 7 names in a row. Are you confident?
I'm ready.
Yeah?
No.
Oh, we have some mixed reactions. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Gedrox.
Okay, next.
Helmavad.
Okay, next.
Levante.
Okay.
Stick.
Okay, back to Alo.
Quizzy. Mimi.
Oh.
Me.
22
Cowboy.
seconds. Yes. That was good.
We know our players.
Yeah. I mean, the last guess was crazy. How'd you know that, Cowboy?
Lucky guess.
Lucky guess. All right. 22 seconds. That is a record.
Natural.
Yeah, because you're the first team to do this. That is crazy. All right. All right. Thank you, guys, for joining me, and see you next one.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
right, 3 more chances to get points on the board. We just finished up Miramar here, and so far, so good for those teams at the top. Like T1, flying high, almost assuredly going to be in that top 8. But before we get into game number 3 here, as all the players are live from Seoul, South Korea, we can actually hear from Schiller, who is with S2G, the exploding man himself from that previous game. Let's listen in.
Hi guys, it's Bella here. I'm standing with Sheila and Laza from S2G. I wanted to talk to them about what Laza is bringing for S2G, but I want to hear from Sheila. Tell me.
Benim neden CC'ye yerine geçtiğimi soruyor.
Laza'nın çok fazla bu tarz arenalarda tecrübesi olduğu için takıma daha faydalı olabileceğini düşündük ve bundan dolayı Laza'yı ana kadroya aldık.
First of all, my English is not good. He's saying, I have a many experience to tournament. I played 8 years for PUBG. That's it. That's it.
Just the years of experience, knowing the game in and out, and the team, of course, that is a tremendous impact. All right, thank you for joining us, and I'll let you guys go. Thank you so much. Your English is perfect, Laza. No. Okay, bye.
Oh, well, thank you, Zalaza, for giving us the translations as well. I got in my ear as well from good old Bella that unfortunately the normal translator wasn't around, so Laza filled in, so that's really
He's
nice.
on that Duolingo Express. I love it.
Yeah.
His English is way better than my Turkish, I'll tell you that right now.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, worse
not
than
as good as my Turkish,
not as good as
clearly.
James's Turkish. Yeah.
No. Which you're going to have to bone up on that, Mr. Porosaurus, because we're going to Turkey for PGC as well.
It's exciting times.
Yeah, very much
Let's
so
hope.
across 2 weeks. Let's hope. All right. Okay. All right then. Okay. We've got these 3 games coming up. It's going to be Tego coming up next into Rondo, into Erangel here for our next day. Any teams in particular, Toffees, that you're expecting maybe a bit of a bump up in these next couple?
I mean, obviously, I got to wait for Vitality to kind of step up and make something happen here. There's 2 games in a row where they underperformed, and that is a very shocking experience. I also need more out of Team Liquid. They had such a good scout spot in that game. High ground, information across the board. They were like Scrooge McDuck with information, right? Swimming in it. And they did not make anything out of that. So that's what I need is Liquid conversions here. We know they can do it. They've been dominating. They're doing here what Navi's been doing, but now Navi's pulled out of it. So now it's time for Liquid to bounce back on 3.
I'm wincing in pain because, you know, Poro, we check in at just the right or wrong time on their comms.
It's not great, right? You know, and again, like I never want to pass judgment on teams based off of what, because we don't know what's going on, and like, but it did, just from our viewing and listening, it felt like there was a little bit of split decision making. It felt like there was a little bit of conflict in there about whether or not to go for the push. So, and it definitely felt like there was some frustration there at the end, which obviously there should be. But again, these guys are veterans. They'll shake it off. They'll get ready to go here in game number 3.
All right, let's do it then. Thank you very much, Poro and Toffees, for joining us here. It's time to Tego as we topple some of these tourists heading towards a tussle as these teams are looking to fight it out, Black.
Oh, it's a good bit of alliteration there, Sonny Jim. I like that. It's the scat man, the alliteration man. Yeah. Heading from the west side down towards the southeast. We had our last take over towards Okyang, which is a bit of a nightmare for quite a few of our teams. We've also had a Kangyong unplayable circle on Tiger, so hopefully something a little bit more desirable this time, potentially a little bit easier to work around with as our teams do jump on out. I think that for Gen G, it is an important point that the boys bring up, right? In the sense that it's still quite individualistic. And you can even take that back to the last game where that's less of a Gen G game and more of a Beam game. And then prior to that, you had a Salute game. It's weird. It's definitely weird.
Yeah, I mean, if you cast us back in time to 2024 or something like that, 2023, 2024, you would say Seoul is winning that late game, hands down, no problem, right? That is what you would be thinking to yourself. Here in 2026, not the case. Not the case at all. I'm a bit scared of this playing path, if I'm going to be honest here, Blank, because there is a world where we either get Northwest Island over to the west, or we get a Southside Circle, which we've seen plenty of those on Tego, as we get it popping in just a second here for all of these teams. And it is, oh my God, we've been over here like 3 times.
Yeah, it's very much a deja vu moment for a lot of squads as they jump into this one. We've got Team Vitality, though, with an incredible drop on this one over towards Ohyang. Got Gedrox also over towards the southwest side, just getting that information gathered and grabbing another vehicle as well, potentially bringing that back into the fold, just in case they did need to move over towards that western side. But this is a gorgeous start for them. This is a really nice game looking here for Team Vitality, and they desperately need these points. Only 7 right now. For Na'Vi, they need another big game to confirm themselves. For T1, they're done, right? They can clock out for the day if they so wished. So I think they're very pleased with themselves for this one.
JDG setting themselves up an emergency pickup straight away on a circle like this from Palace, actually. I think they were maybe a little bit concerned about what might be going on the other side of some of these bridges, as well as trying to thread the needle against some of the teams that are dropping in Hosan and the like. But I think you're right with Vitality. It really does feel like, I mean, it happened the same time in this last circuit as well, even to a lesser extent in PEC here, Blank. They're just a slow starter with this roster.
The problem with them is that they have these like long periods of underwhelming gameplay. And it sounds harsh, but I actually really love the team. I think they have some incredible players on side. Leviathan, Levante, Halamai Bad, who makes the bazooka look like he was the one who designed that weapon. Fantastic player all round. But yeah, it is these long stretches of, oh my God, what is Vitality doing? Into what is Vitality doing? I think I want a little bit more of that. I want to be able to hype these guys up because we know that they are fantastic. They had a decent start here in this game as well. Obviously down one player, which is a little bit awkward. Managed to use the zip line effectively for once too. But I think, again, it's hard. You're basically trying to gamble with which high ground is best.
Yeah, very rare you get to see the zipline used the way Hella My Bad did. I think the main issue with even having a zipline into the late game is it still takes up the slot of the smoke launcher, right? And generally teams will see kind of more, as well as a whole litany of other utility that can actually go in that slot. So there's just things that are more valuable than the zipline gun. Maybe they brought it in realizing that some of this high ground play was still going to be in, and they might find a niche use for it. And indeed they did. Now only 7 points on the board. Genji's soul does some damage, but takes some in return. And has to back on off.
Where is JDG going here? Because they are going deep over towards the southeast side of the circle. And right now you've got Myth holding both the south side and this eastern edge. So I'm kind of curious of how JDG is going to play this one out. Are they going to get caught by any teams? I think Scappy's already regrouping the team on the north because they're calling back the need pickups in the air. Baron does go down to Salute here. Schiller, sorry. And Baron will try and reinforce this. But Salute's coming up the stairs with a Panzer. That's not what you want to see.
All right, Salute's had enough. Let's hope at least. The former world champion, I want to see him do something. This would be great. As the reinforcements on the way, we're on board with them, but they ride all the way past Na'Vi, and Hakatori ain't going to miss bullets often, so it brings them out of the car straight away. I say he isn't going to miss bullets and then proceeds to miss a load of bullets.
Yeah, it's good you added the often at the end there, quite quickly.
True.
But no, they do pull one out. Laza's going to try and remove himself from this situation, which is a bit of a poor one to say the least, not looking too good. And for S2G, it's another really, really slow game for them. The best thing they can hope for here is a res beacon, but they're already so deep in the circle here, Kale. Like, Laza's going to have to make a bit of a trip out through booking.com to get towards one of those res beacons. We'll see if he can make it happen. It is doubtful, though.
No excursions elsewhere. I mean, you're in Korea currently and now playing on the Korean Peninsula. You might be booking your ticket home if this is to be believed with all this going down. As now we take a look at Bean, man of the match in the previous one, really doing quite a bit of damage. Just the 3 kills going his way from 650 damage. But again, those kinds of double spray downs here, with some assistance coming in from Soul as well. Very important here. They've got to keep doing this, though. They've got to keep getting into these late games, not as disjointed in some of the previous ones.
Sure, I really like. I love that when we get the highlights, they've got the aviator sunglass tint on them for some reason. You know, make it look a little bit more dramatic.
So a lot of the players play with very high contrast, and they may have ripped it straight from either some of their POVs or some things like that. And I can't play like it at all. It looks radioactive to me, mate. Like it's crazy.
I'm not a huge fan. Yeah.
It looks worse than that, actually, in a lot of instances. That might have just been a specific observer. But if you go and watch some actual, like some of the POVs of the players, just drives me crazy. It makes things more clear for them. But for me, no.
Crispy fried gameplay right there. Lovely stuff. Yeah. We are seeing a lot of teams heading down. I mean, hey, if you can put your monitor in an air fryer, that's fine. Do it.
Finger
make it happen.
looking good.
Finger looking good. I mean, some of these players, how close they are to the screens, you might think so. We have Cerberus heading down from that south side alongside with E-Arena, who for once are not that central towards the circle. This is one of those rare instances of the day where E-Arena is actually playing in from the edge, but it is such a far swing out from the side. Shot's been taken by Hakatori, potentially just puffing out the chest here.
Yeah, go away.
Hold on to this position on the edge of Buksansar.
We don't want you coming near us. Go on. Rummage off. Go elsewhere. It's always interesting for me as Tego when it comes to kind of how the posturing does go down here, because for me, for my money, Tego is just a very flat map relative to all the others. Apart from like Northwest Island, where you've got that big ridge line running through the north side of it, everything else just feels very, very flat for me. But there is still good ways to be able to play it out. Again, the fields for me really changed things a lot on Tego. D and Soul, though, changing things for T1.
Yeah.
Two of them go down, and this is very big, important points here for Gen G.
I think they've had enough. I think that they may have had enough here. Sick of us calling them out on the desk, looking to put on a bit of a performance. Little Ghost does have a spot in between the windows. BRDM in play. Everyone's taking shots at it. It's great to see. Change the Game is on a bit of an excursion. They've just passed Shipyard right now. They were very fearful to go towards any of the other bridges, just in case there was a camp. This is likely going to be able to pinch them over towards that eastern side anyway, so why not go for the Shipyard rotation? But this is a late push-in.
Yes, it is. Spray coming in from Hakatori once again. A bit more of a long-range one, so a bit harder to actually really connect with anything that's going on there. But this is, even if this doesn't connect, it is still warding teams off of your spot, right? If you feel like it's an okay spot to be playing, you're in a 2-2, you don't want anyone coming near you. Quankong does take down Tigger to get things rolling here, as the former world champions will lose a player.
Flucky also quite low. Demasti will run down good old Tigger. And we'll see what they can get done. I think the Theraphon 5, it's not looked great. It didn't look great in the group stages either. And again, these guys are the group stage heroes. And it's weird to see them not perform so well. And I was thinking maybe it's topsy-turvy this time. Maybe the finals looks good for Theraphon 5. But it's not looking like they'll even make it to there, to be honest with you, Kale. Not looking great at all. Let's check in with Team Liquid. And as if I've predicted the future, we jump on board with them down towards the south side. Like Toffee says, this team needs to step up right now. I think as you're heading in towards match 3, you're leaving it very late being in 16th place. I think that Team Liquid sort of needs a big game right now, or it might just be all over, because it's very easy to get in your own head in the survival stage, knowing that after 2 more matches after this, it could be over for you.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You're going to have to sit on the sidelines, go back to the hotel in South Korea and wait for the next tournament to unfold. Not too far off the way, but we have seen teams bounce back from the tournament, but let's see if Laza can do something about Na'Vi just driving around him at the moment. I think that Na'Vi should be able to clean this up, no problem, and indeed they do. Laza down and out. Thank you for the translations, Laza. Back to the lobby for you.
Yeah, I know, right? It seems like Na'Vi wasn't best pleased. Here's our pick 'em predictions. If anyone's legend coming in first here with 4 a.m. Some of that nicety over towards some of our EMEA teams definitely leaving now. But I do think that, yeah, anyone's legend needs to get a little bit of a jog on. I mean, 11 points, 8th place. It's not bad. You are in the top 8, but you've got to go a bit further than this. I think last game, it wasn't horrible. And I think over 2 matches, being able to post up 11 points at least gives you that chance throughout the rest of the day to just keep getting those consistent points on board. But we know from seeing Team Liquid, even in the winner stage, that sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes you do need a bit of a juicy match to make it work.
Yeah, we're just in a flip-floppy moment here for Team Liquid. Some great results just recently, but ever since that first couple of games on the group stage, it's not really kind of formed together. Again, a little bit unfortunate with the teams passing them just in that last game of the winners, but now got to get back on the road again, lad, and see what they can get done, because we need a few more kill points. We need some placement points with just a few games remaining.
Oh, they do. Right now, not a bad spot. This is a kind of a typical Team Liquid position as well. You know, you get yourself hunkered down in towards the ditch and then play out from it. I think they're a good team at surviving towards that end game. Once they get a position like this, it's fairly central. They're hoping on this southwest shift as well. They're keeping tabs on teams around them. You can see the lines there. They're fairly on target over towards 17 Gaming. So they are having a good beat on, a very, very good beat on.
Yeah, trying to line up those mortars. What can they get done here? They're really trying to zone in and line this up. Will it connect, though? They've gone for a 350. Can't quite see the full squares on the minimap.
It's good.
And that is a good shot there from Alo on Akuma, the coach.
And as they're scarpering, Luke's going to find another over towards Lil Ghost.
Stolen.
Yeah. Stolen by Therafin 5 over towards Akuma, but I mean, they do get one off the back of it at least here for Team Liquid, but they need to confirm that kill as well, but inside the shack, it's a lot harder. However, speaking of, they have cleared out this position over towards that north side. That team is now crippled, which is great news for them if they ever have to pass through them later on. Getting this done sooner rather than later is fantastic. For E-Arena, not surprised by this one, because Change the Game, like we said, they've been on a trip to Mordor.
Yes, they have, and they're trying to enter the gates at the moment. The Mouth of Sauron might end up greeting them here. Neurons even, sorry. Trying to dance around this vehicle, do on the US, see if he can get him caught, and it's not going to work on out. The extra shots coming on in. A little bit of a trade there. It's actually a bit of friendly fire here for a second, knowing that they really need to kind of clean that up. But for CTG coming in against the Arena keeps getting caught in these bad positions with teams rotating into them, and they're gone there. That is tough stuff for them on this far east side.
Hey, that's great news for Change the Game, though. The fact that no players go down either. It's a full four-man get-up. And they've cleared out what might be like the only presence on this eastern side, at least outside of the circle. It's going to make that transition towards the end game a lot easier. And this is all from a rotation from Shipyard. Really, really good stuff. Na'Vi trying to hold it down right now. They've got a lovely central position. This is very typical Na'Vi. You get yourself a big game, you look for another.
Go on, and JDG going to go for a big crash against the Full Sense position. That is a four-man clown car here against Full Sense, who spread out too thinly to be able to get the greeting on for it. The many nades forward. 7-12 takes down Fanadol here, and for Flash in the distance, I don't think he can reinforce this at all.
Yeah, behind the loot crate, best he can do, but plenty of nades did a little bit of damage to their own team, but they were determined to push up here, but they can get themselves a bit of a reset. They are dead central right now. It's a good spot for JDG, but the clown car, it's always worrying to see. And immediately, Cole 119, he's out there with a pickaxe, and he's going to reinforce this location, thinking that Full Sense, you've not done a good enough job with this hole.
There's a world where a single neg can do catastrophic damage. Here to JDG, it's one, and it does take down December 12th. Another one to the follow-up here. Will he be able to connect? On that second side, Nans is down as well. How many nades does Flash have? He throws down some cover to try and move forward a little bit more. I think he realizes at this point, this is just a mission for a few knocks, a few kills here and there. As they... Oh my God, it's stolen away by the mortar from Alo.
He just sends another. If he sends another, he can confirm even more points off the back of this. Let's go, my lad. This has been so disgustingly accurate. Another player's coming in. Wait, no, mortar's on the way down. It's a bit too far. That one gets him, Alo, from up on high. It's mortar madness.
Oh, from a distance, he was having to guess the players' names before, the players that he sees every single day, but he didn't need to guess one of these shots at all. That was good stuff by Alo. That's exactly what Team Liquid needs. It needs a little bit more of that, a little bit more spice, and then maybe we can get them a bit of points up on towards that 8th place position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the recipe every day of the week. That's lovely to see from Alo. And again, Alo, Cowboy, both these players been playing off the back of one another so perfectly. Great to see. And again, Luke's also been doing some good work today, some good pickoffs, but it's just not always quite coagulated in the way they might like. But this position, it's going to pay dividends now. That's it for Team Liquid. I mean, the amount of space that they have carved out around themselves, create a little bit of an aura zone for themselves to work with.
All right. Now we see as all of these teams here trying to position themselves a little bit towards the center. Gen G shooting at anyone's legend, who's trying to also make a bit of a dash for it on this east side. Where are we going? Does EMEA get fortunate with the compounds? And yes, they do. Na'Vi finds themselves the compound middle, whereas Vitality, unfortunately for them, does not. So edge play for Vitality. And again, I don't actually mind what Vitality can do on edge play, but it does come off the back of, like, again, I still don't think that they've quite got their foot on the gas pedal just yet. So maybe they're not warm in for it.
Yeah, they're tapping the toe on it at the moment, trying to get it going. I mean, what they are feathering it. What they can do is, from this eastern side at least, is try and cut out quite a few of the teams coming in. Surprisingly, the change the game is still going. That's not something I expected, but they are still in. Get themselves under the cover of some tarp, which, you know, we know is not bulletproof. We'll see what they can work with there. I think Change the Game has made some strange maneuvers, but they seem to have worked out, right? You know, they're a bit bold in their process, but the process is looking good.
Well, I mean, I think they're in currently a bit more of an experimental moment for the team, right? They said that they brought in X Circle because they want to try out new players on an international setting like this. And this is probably, they don't expect themselves to be getting really deep into these tournaments. They're just seeing what actually sticks for these kinds of changes, and also kind of their power level relative to the rest of the lobby after those invites actually went down. That was him running over Sololzy. I thought that was a shot, but no, not the case. So anyone's legend, they've still got some work to do because they're outside this next circle, Blank.
No, they do. I mean, running down Sololzy at this point in time is actually kind of bad for them. Luckily, Himas is actually putting on a bit of a show right now. Getting some great shots over towards Gen G, corralling them over towards that northwest side. Does get the confirmation over towards D. Gedrox from Vitality looking to take some shots. Mamau as well from Change the Game, also sending some bullets through. Cerberus losing players to Myth, who have been ever present in all of these matches. I mean, it has been a good run from Myth so far, and they've never always been in the most strong of spots, but still having impact.
Yeah, my only concern for them with those not strong spots is the fact that they're on the north side of Ohyang, right? They committed to a city. Now what are they going to do when the shooting ceases and they have to try and get out of there? We'll see where they want to go eventually, because they're probably certainly going to have to do that. Still taking some good shots against CTG, who they're here though, who are very exposed. There's a world actually where if they dislodge CTG and then just go and take their spot, they can play out of Ohyang totally fine, but they've got to deal with CTG if that's where they want to go.
Yeah, they're pouring bullets their way. They absolutely are pouring bullets their way. It's essential for them right now. For Team Liquid, it has died down a little bit over towards their side of things. The boombox is no longer pumping as loudly as it once was, but they might need to get back on the old sticks here, because we do need a little bit of something. We do need a little bit of something here. The mixer needs to get back in full control.
Little rejuvenescencia for the boys. Get roller skating on forwards here for this one, but no roller skating required for Na'Vi. Still holding down the compound, and then we're gifted loot box galore. So Na'Vi, you've got to do something with this game here. This is effectively your solidifying game in that top 8.
Yeah, this is the confirmation match, right? This is 100% the confirmation match. And you know what? We can actually jump on with Team Vitality. I mean, they are in a bit of a struggle bus position. Let's see how they're going to deal with this.
По идее, да.
Уже панцирь какой-то.
Чел тройку пушит по окну, парни.
На спине.
Парни, а спине никого нет, правильно?
Спине никого. Хорош. Я нокнул за будкой,
Выезжать будет на зеленый, двое.
Бля, надо вообще дофайтить
Два нока мифов на тройке лежит, два нока мифов на тройке.
Парни, надо это формануть просто, если есть вариант.
Первый, парни, базик.
Надо ждать, пока они передерутся, у нас самая выгодная позиция. У меня спиздили. Как хуярится, просто не ошибаемся.
Парни, где не стали?
На метке.
И там два нока до сих пор миф.
Well, even with trying to dislodge CTG was Myth, they were still in the firing lines here of Vitality. But as you say, Blank, I think that Vitality still got some work to do, right? They need to clean up those fights and then get moving fast.
It's a lot that they need to do here. You need to clear cut through both Myth and then change the game. This is not an easy approach to them with Jacob off in the distance with P90. That is a fearsome player to go up against. In the meantime, Alo and Cowboy have been finding some good shots from the outside. Little Ghost takes some more shots over towards Theraphon 5, down to just one player now in Flunky. But again, Team Liquid, they are sparking out of control a little bit right now.
I like the pun, considering Sparking was on their team just before. We got Team Liquid trying their very best here. I think that they've made a great use of this high ground, but now where do they go? Is the big question for me. Technically speaking, they could move east a little bit, knowing that some of those teams are very likely under pressure, considering CTG, etc., and all those teams are now having a bit of a rough time for it. Vitality has also moved up. Team Liquid just still burrowed on a little bit. Yeah. This is just outside the circle, but they know that there's still kills in this field to be had.
We'll get Halo's back on the mortar, right? He's getting set up. And the thing is, they could play out towards the edge of the field, right? On the lip. And I think that's what they're thinking about right now. But they need to get some of these knocks, need to get some of these kills coming through right now to open up a path. If they can take down Theraphon 5, it looks good, but that mortar's too far. Do they have any left?
Yeah, Theraphon 5 is opening up positions with nades here to try and transition away from this, but
they're locked down.
What was the range on that? This could be terrifying. If one of those hits, they're all dead.
Waiting for
it. They're all dead.
Why did we move away?
It was too far. It was too far. Don't worry.
Okay, teased by the observers.
Yeah, Levante is going to go crazy a little bit here on Myth. Myth is still embroiled here with CTG, and at the same time, Cerberus does finish off all of this as well. They came over for a fourth party. It was always going to be hard for Myth to get out of Ouyang, make the transitions go down, and 3 teams greet them for destruction.
Okay. Team Liquid also moving on this. They still have changed the game. One player on side. Luke is staying behind as a backstop for the squad. But this is a good time for third party. A real important time for third party. Tamping goes down. Vitality, how am I bad in the front here, Kale?
This is a scrap of all of the teams down towards the bottom here trying to get themselves up a little bit further. Levante and Hell on My Bad go big on Cerberus. Team Liquid might have given a little bit of recovery time here for Vitality, but T1 north of them is also moving into that compound here. Na'Vi's trying to lock it all down. It's not easy, though. Has changed the game. Still somehow, some way alive. I don't think for much longer, though.
Yeah, you just wonder if how much impact can he have over towards Team Liquid. Like, this could be a really bad approach to them. They weren't quite effectively able to deal with this third party and able to get a full advantage over it, because now they're dealing with a full force Team Vitality. Vitality knows this is Purdy. Curdy tries to get ahead on the wall, which is a really good play here. They had more time to set up, and this is the correct maneuver. But T1 might have angles.
Still looking for this fight, seeing if they can slow roll it as well. There's a little bit of room for both of these teams within the circle, so the slow roll doesn't matter too much. They've got a bit of time to work with. Nate, go forwards. Backing off here for a second. Nobody wants to fully commit as change the game. Yeah, we'll just get healing off. You've been able to survive. Good job. Team Liquid does not know you're here. Maybe a backstab for a flush or something like that.
Backstab would be lovely. Na'Vi, though, pushing forward here. Akatori with some lovely shots. He's lighting it up right now.
This is, it's preordained. This is going to be a Hakatori 1000 damage game. Easy. There's no, like, from this compound, surely.
Moving in. Very sneaky here. And we'll drop straight back down. Belly to the floor.
Keep it quiet. Keep it low, Blank. Whisper.
I've got a whisper for him. Can't let Team Liquid know if I'm too loud. They might hear.
Creeping in. I almost wanted to go David Attenborough there for a second. No, let's not do that. Not the natural habitat of CTG, because it really isn't. This is uncharted territory. No way.
I mean, they are lined up. I put it away. The pin back.
Sneaky.
I don't quite hear it. A small brush providing just enough cover. And Team Liquid doesn't want to look behind them. Luke, finally, having a little observe, but the wrong way. Not the person you want to be looking at. Blue stops just before XCD as well.
Someone's going to look eventually. Like, Takeo has some... Yeah, Takeo has some big bushes that you can actually hide in. This one's a tiny one. Like, it's not ideal. I thought you almost went at Attenborough there with the brush. I was like, oh yeah, the small brush mammal here looking for his prey. I'm like...
Pulling the pin on the natural nade. I don't know. Do you want to see it? Let's bring it back because stuff is happening. He's making a fool out of us. Just shoot that brush, please. I beg.
Yeah. Getting word on the comms currently that Liquid is saying don't be grouped up for nades and that somebody might be in the south, but they have not been able to find him thus yet. So this is it's a smart call. It's smart because the thing is that I think they're expecting nades to eventually maybe come over from the Vitality direction, or again if somebody was kind of in the south, but they're just a little bit unaware.
Come on, someone's got to look behind. The pin is
he's
pulled.
pulled it.
Do they not hear it? Cowboy goes down, P90 player in hand as well. He's suddenly seeing Cowboy is not flushed out yet, but the Blues pushing in, and this is a big opportunity now for Team Vitality. They are so frustrated by this, and Purdy's got to go wild.
Yeah, they know. Luke 12 was actually carrying him knocked down over there as well, so trying to get Cowboy back up and good to go. But Vitality, it looked like they knew that they should have been able to move and spring the trap on that whilst it was going on. That's an 8 forward! Oh, he's close just above him! He's so low at the moment. Another one's going to come over here. Halo does dispatch of T5, but that one goes too far. That is some potentially catastrophic damage going their way. At the same time here, Na'Vi greets 4 a.m.
4am moves in, but they're getting put down rather handedly. Shen's trying to step up tall for the rest of the squad, but it's not meant to be. And it looks like Na'Vi's going to make it happen.
No way!
Purdy with a big bouncer. It's a triple. The arc looks good, and Vitality is down.
It's massive. Curdy goes absolutely radio rental. What a maneuver here from Purdy. Team Liquid back on the horse, back charging in. At the same time, can they somehow dislodge this compound? I think they've probably done enough in this game. Because going up against what they've got next, unless T1 and Na'Vi fight off against one another, it's going to be tough.
Goodness me, Purdy going postal, posting the nades off the back of the fence. It's disgusting behavior, but it's what's going to let you qualify. And Team Liquid, they were looking for this juicy game, this medium rare match here on Tago.
Wild stuff. To make those transitions, to hold the high ground, to play on the edge this whole time here, Team Liquid. Great scenes, especially with the potential for the backstab that they had as well. Being able to recover from it so well. Extreme and Nomi in the back. Looking at this, they got to be happy with this one so far. 12 kills for the boys. Halo with the 5. A lot of that damage coming from the mortars. Let's take a look at the replay. All posted up in the same dip. This is what I was concerned about for the previous team in here. And that's an unbelievable grenade.
Oh, it bounces off the trunk as well. And you may as well be giving them the boot. They're out of the game. That is some gorgeous stuff from Purdy. Lovely to see. Can they close out? I mean, for Na'Vi, they've done enough. They're qualified off the back of this game. At Team Liquid, they want a little bit more. They're moving out over towards the dish. T1's in front of them. It's only 2 players, but we know what 2 players from T1 can do. It's always a fearsome sight. Halo in the background with the pickaxe.
Ooh. Cowboys moved up aggressively on it as well. I think this is a really good approach here from Team Liquid. You've got to be proactive, try and close the gap. They did well with the smokes. As they made this transition happen. At the same time, though, you're going to have Hakatori watching some of what you want to do here. T1 charging up some nades. Can they dislodge the team that's just breached against them? As now Cowboy has moved away, realizing this case, but it's perfect from Heather. Oh my God. Absolute precision. Blink and you miss it. As Heather now charging up yet another one. He knows he's behind there. He knows. He jump peeked across that smoke, but he moved away from it. Good stuff by Cowboy.
It's an underhanded move coming through from Heather. Doesn't quite take down Cowboy, though, but Na'Vi is on the prowl. Off in the distance.
Ooh.
You can see Hakatori looking over towards them, spots the players underneath, so now they desperately do need smokes if they want to continue this push. T1 is just a fortress of a team.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't peek against Boostic. Don't peek against Spiro either. Oh, Na'Vi, you've had this compound for so long, and technically speaking, they almost always should win from this position with the hold that they've had so far. Heather taking shots against Spiro as well from the back. There's a Panzerfaust as well. Cowboy had set up a foldable shield just before here, and I thought that was going to help him in some of the nades as well as Panzerfaust going forwards. But Hakatori with the nade post it against Heather.
Just looking for the second place. That's what he wants here right now. And the Panzerfaust comes through, leaving them down just to 2 here. And I think Team Liquid can be pleased with second place. 3 players up right now for Na'Vi. Luke sends a nade, but he's blindsided on the broadside.
Na'Vi wins themselves the game here after holding down strong for as long as they did. It got a little bit tricky towards the end, with T1 being able to weave their way into the south side of that compound, and Team Liquid looking on fire. Let's bring in back in the Americans, Poro as well as Toffees. You know what? I do want to talk about Na'Vi, but you know what? Let's talk about Team Liquid. What do you think, Toffees?
Listen, man, I know they're Team Liquid, but for a second there, I saw STK_Curdy Purdy, because that was sexy, bro. That throw, that nade, that wipe was so hot. And honestly, it came off the back of a little bit of luck. That grenade that should have wiped them on the Luke 12 res just bounced a little too high, Poro, and they got away with it.
Yeah, it was. We were screaming to ourselves the whole time we were watching our man from Change the Game just kind of slide in behind him. But yeah, in the end, it doesn't end up costing him, and a big game. And I gotta tell you, man, this is what I love about Liquid, and why I appreciate the veteran leadership on that team. Is that, you know, we saw, like we heard in comms, the tilt from that last game on Miramar, and they were able to shake it off, turn around, and come in and put a production in like this. Fantastic game from them.
Yeah, the bounce back's really important. Let's take a look at the highlights from this game. Let's turn our attention to the actual winners, though, of course, as they came into this compound with fury. Unfortunately for Lazza, who perched up here very early on blank. It's really, like, he just didn't have enough members to be able to greet what was going to be Na'Vi's entry point.
Nah, I mean, it's the boosting back-to-back, right? I mean, we played really well this game. It's a double chicken dinner coming through for Na'Vi, and we know this, is that, you know, once the furnace starts to get hot for this squad, that's when they start to pop off. And I think for Na'Vi, they were like, right, this is our best chance right now. We're looking good at the moment. Let's just get it done in match 3, finish it off.
To think that mortar got Team Liquid kills, and then later on the nade in exactly the same dip, the same spot.
That's wild.
Team Liquid. Then this man-made crater has come synonymous with one another. As we take a look here and see exactly how Na'Vi was able to hold off all teams, all comers to this compound. And I think, Poro, they did a very good job of dealing with threats, as we watch that moment again, at exactly the right times. When teams were approaching them, they had to dispatch of them quickly.
Yeah, I honestly liked how Na'Vi looked in this game, controlling the end game better than I did last game, honestly. Like, last game, it felt like they were very, like, trepidatious, right? Like, just they were worried about pushing over the top of a hill and not seeing a guy lying in a dip that's going to knock and flush Hackatory. But this game, it felt like they were a little bit more confident, like playing on top of the roofs in the late game, like still taking shots at teams and getting knocks from range. Like, this looked more like the Na'Vi that we're used to kind of seeing, and I think that's the confidence that comes with getting that win and knowing that you're safe.
Yep, 20 kills, 20 placements, 40 points here for the Na'Vi boys. What are you laughing at, you cheeky boy?
It's just 2 games. It's just like they got 10 points last match, 10 points this match. It looks insane, but it's 2 matches.
They've done all right for themselves, that's for sure. At the same time here, knocking off the perch, and it wasn't quite the 1K club here, Toffees, for Hackatory. He just didn't have the opportunity to shoot everything. Hey, he did exactly the same as Luke 12. Oh,
I'll tell you what, the worst part of Boostic being added to this team for Hackatory is that he's taking some of his kills and his damage away, okay? Because that's the real issue here. Then he had Spy. I mean, this whole roster, Spiro especially, playing really well. He had a couple of clutch moments, but I think Poro hit the nail on the head. That 18-point buffer they got off of the last game opened them up to do whatever the heck they wanted. You could feel it. They were more aggressive. Hackatory was out. He put on his bush costume, and like, he was a chimney bush, he was a flanking bush, he was a crawling bush, he was a jumping bush, and all of them resulted in kills. So put a ghillie on Hackatory and let that man go crazy, because it was fun to watch. And it's good to see him back on form. We were a little bit just, judgmental on game 1, and they took that personally.
Yeah, the man that during the last circuit was able to get the most man of the matches finally is able to get one here on the board for PGS4. And in fact, I'm getting word that we are ready to hear from Cowboy from Team Liquid after a very impressive match. So let's hear from the Team Liquid boys.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Team Liquid's Cowboy. Well, you guys are back on the horse. Today is looking great. Nice time to turn up and, qualify. Well, what are your thoughts on taking second just now?
Felt pretty good. I don't think it was the easiest win ever, so I'm not too mad about losing there. But it felt nice.
And I noticed that you guys were talking a lot, like before the previous match started, a lot of very, I guess, intense communication that was going on with amongst the team. Like you guys were very, does it have to do with the accountability you mentioned last PGS as well?
Yeah, probably. We all want to speak up, say what's on our mind, and make sure we're doing the right thing. So yeah, I think that's definitely a big part of it.
It definitely did the trick because, you know, you guys can almost make it if we keep up this work, right? All right. Thanks for joining me, Cowboy, and best of luck to you.
All right. Thank you so much.
I think Bella's a Team Liquid fan. She was very excited about this.
I don't know. It didn't feel like a huge like game 3, and maybe you can pull it off. Like, I don't know. Like, if I'm Liquid, I'm like, oh gosh, what do I have to do to make you happy? I just went second with 13, lady.
Guys, the Bella Dome is real. She's giving them approval. She wants them to go and win the next game, that's for sure. There will be a Rondo coming on up. Oh yeah, she's hovering. She's hovering. Where's she gonna go? But for Team Liquid, it's looking good so far, right, Poro? I think that is really a decent feather in the cap, and it comes off the back of like not all the gunplay. It's like the range finding to be able to get ALO some of those shots down range and be able to do so much damage to the teams in the field as well to start off that game.
Oh yeah, Mortis were a big player. It felt like that time around, and that's kind of doing Cowboy a little bit dirty with that comparison.
Why not put Kurt there?
It's, you know, it's fine, but again, just and hearing him in that interview kind of just reiterates the fact that, like, you know, we saw how they were kind of after game 2 a little bit frustrated, and then obviously between games, she said they were talking very animatedly over in the corner and kind of getting their minds right and getting their heads right, and this is the result of that, like being able to shake off, come back in game 2. Take accountability for what happened in game number 2 and turn into game number 3 and just kind of let Kurt IGL, let the other guys provide the information of what needs to be done or what he needs to make those decisions, but not getting themselves down and turning it around.
I mean, the 63 other players in the lobby. Do you think any player wants to have to be in the head-to-head graphic against Hakatori?
Well, but Kurt could have been. They had 13 kills in that game, and they put Cowboy with 2. Like, give Unk some credit, man. You did that poor kid dirty.
He got a triple nade, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. That was great stuff from Purdy Cody as well, though, right? Really hitting the button.
That's my PAS MVP. Unk season.
They're looking good. I wish we had the fantasy going for this as well, and then we could have actually teased each other a little bit about the rosters that we'll be putting together. But it looks like, hey, boys, the timer, it's counting on down. It's ready to Rondo, and me and Blank are going to depart, and we're going to load up Poro and Toffees on the plane as they head on to Rondo. Let's get game 4 started, boys.
Oh, baby. Skedaddle on over to the corner there. Euros, we've got this as Rondo is ready to pop. Got a circular plane going kind of right down the middle, and Toffees, it's very rapidly approaching Last Chance Saloon here for these teams that are on the wrong side of the leaderboard.
I mean, I think this is Last Chance Saloon. If anything has been proven that you can't wait to 5 to get your points, right? We saw Liquid. Well, Liquid learned that lesson, right? They tried to play averages. But that's my point. I guess Twisted Minds and Clories by himself.
Clories and
but you shouldn't. Okay, you should be far enough ahead at that point.
You don't want to have to leave it to game 5.
Well, but more importantly, there's
extremely stressful.
I guess the point is there's going to be teams trying to do that in the final game. Your goal is to be in the top 5 so that when that happens, you don't get dunked on because Clories decided he has to make a hero play, right? So I think that's where this game comes into. And you have to pad those stats. Vitality at 16, Cerberus at 17, Genji at 19. This is a rough area, and if you are Myth or Liquids, you got to get ahead of those 3. Keep ahead of those 3 so that they're at risk in the next game, not you.
Yeah, I mean, and you just never want to leave it to game 5, man. It feels like that's when the wheels just kind of start completely falling off, and you see a lot of early game fighting, a lot of early game scrapping, and a lot of points being taken off the table as we are going to go hard down to the south. But yeah, I mean, look at below that cut line. You've got Full Sense, our defending PGC champions. You got 17. I don't think anybody expected them to be down there with 9 points. Like, that is extremely disappointing for 17 and their fans. But again, you're still close enough. That cut line at 16 points right there where Vitality is, that one good game could turn your fortunes around. So we'll see if they can deliver here on Rondo.
I think that if you are, I don't really hate to say this, but if you are in a position where you are struggling to compete with JDG or, God forbid, below CTG right now, like there's a serious talk you have to have with your crew. Like this is not a internationally competitive EWC roster if you're struggling to get north of 10 points after these 3 matches.
And it really sucks to have to rely on these best of 5s, right? Like there's just so many different things that can happen, but it's that way for everybody in the lobby. So you gotta do what you gotta do. Is get to revisit Navi's domination, rather, coming in, taking that compound away from S2G, and it's kind of nice to be able to see Navi get some compound luck. It feels like it's been a while.
I mean, honestly, they took it because they were confident, because of that 18-point game. You brought that up, and I think that that's the way Navi functions. They play this sort of like no lower risk system until they feel like they've hit what their averages are supposed to be or gotten ahead of them, and then they play aggressively. And this is what we saw in this game, is they felt like they were where they wanted to be. They got aggressive. They got proactive on their pushes. Like here, they see the fight break out. They immediately take the compound, and then they sent Hakatori off into flank land, right? Like he can play by himself because we have the padding to do that. And here they go, splitter out on the side, easy flank, and Liquid's just caught between the hammer and the anvil. There's not much they could do there.
Yeah, no, and again, it was already a phenomenal game for Liquid at that point. Like, it was always going to be difficult trying to come in from that south side, playing from outside of circle. Like, it was just a difficult win, but they got enough done before that to where it didn't really matter in the end. So we'll see if they can add to that total. Again, still feel like 30 points has to be the goal for all these teams. Our cut line has usually been around 27, 26, 28. So 30, I think you're feeling pretty safe. And after that game, Liquid only 8 points shy of that mark. So we'll see what they can do here as we check in with Change of the Game.
Liquid did have a really good run. CTG, now this is one of those teams that I think we've all been sort of watching going, man, what are they doing? What is this roster functionality-wise? And it feels like, it's a new roster on an older brand that is just not firing on all cylinders. And to be honest, Poro, it's the only roster on this entire list that I'm okay with how they are struggling. Like, it feels like they're bleeding a little bit at a time. Oh, another nice spray there.
Hackatory things, isn't it? And this was, when we saw this, that was when I was like, okay, Navi's kind of feeling it. Like, Hackatory just late game, phase 6, running around on the rooftops, just spraying into T5. Like, that is a play that you most likely are not making if you're struggling in the lobby, right? You're feeling let's play a little bit more safe. I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up this knock by playing the roof, but they got the confidence, and he was smoked off there as well, so he was still relatively safe. But in the end, it's just big clutch time behavior from Sigmatory, as we have come to know him.
Sigmatory playing like an actual boss. He put that bush costume on and absolutely went crazy. I mean, the fact that it doesn't even matter, he ran flanks, he played aggressive. This is the Hackatory that we know and love, and it feels like he's back a little bit. I don't know what happened yesterday. Maybe he was just it happens. Bad days happen. So if Navi's back at full force, already did not look stressed in the break room, that's good news for the EMEA region, because I will say, between Vitality and Navi struggling coming into today, I was a little bit worried, because those are two teams that looked so good coming out of their region. To have them fall off was shocking.
I feel like you could probably say this about a lot of teams in the lobby, but it almost feels like our EMEA squads in particular, the difference between them, how they play when they're playing with a lead versus how they're playing when they're playing catch up, it feels like it's a little bit more dramatic than some of the other regions. Like, when they have a lead, oh my God, they are just untouchable. And I mean, we've seen it time and time again with Twisted and Virtus Pro and Navi, and we haven't yet to see it with Vitality, but you can tell that they're capable. But again, that's probably something you could say about a lot of different teams in the lobby, but it just feels like it's more pronounced. And maybe that's just because there's so much more expectations placed on these EMEA squads.
Perhaps, I think it might also be culture driven. I think that they are a more organized region in terms of early game planning, expectations of the first couple of matches. A lot of their players have been around for a very long time at the highest level, and so they kind of have formulas that work for them, right? So I think that they see the numbers and they go, okay, well, we didn't get this, so now we have to tighten up in this area. Whereas I do think some of some of our APAC and Chinese teams, despite also having just as long a tenure, don't necessarily follow the same philosophy. Every single time they are like, let's take that, let's get involved, let's go for a fight. Doesn't matter if you're ahead or behind.
You saw the predictions on the right side just a bit ago, had full sense up there at the top, and they could definitely use it as they are currently in 11th place and below that cut line as we see Vitality trying to send it through. It looks like Levante is going to get a little bit too close to anyone's legend, and he's going to go down to Hamas. I think he may have lost a tire there, so that is unfortunate for Vitality. They will be able to keep 3 up for now, but where are they going, Toffees? There's just not really a whole lot to play out there.
I mean, if that feels like the quote for the entire event so far, Poro. Where are they going? There's nothing left to play out there. Maybe it's a tighter lobby. Maybe it's more aggressive. Maybe they're just out of sorts. But it feels like every time we get an above shot from them, it's laying next to a car in a field healing.
It feels maybe trying to go for center regardless of timing or regardless of how late you're arriving. I mean, going for center at 8 minutes feels ambitious, to say the least, in a lobby such as this. So we'll see if they find at least maybe a ditch or something that they can play around, because right now it's looking not great.
I think it's less ambitious on an Orangle or something with lots of vector approaches, but when you've got Jadena City River cutting off a huge access point, like jamming middle is going to have closed paths the entire way in, and you know that because of the water situation. So I again feel like the game plan blew up at the start of this tournament, and they haven't been able to get that book back up and running because the rotations feel like we're searching for a solution.
Check out the car wash.
Yeah,
the car wash. Do you think anybody even knows that song? I'm like, look, that song was before
I had no idea
my
what that
time,
song was.
right? And I don't know why I'm referencing this. Everybody already thinks I'm boomer as hell, so I need to stop doing this to myself, honestly. Team Liquid on the south side. They've got E-Arena just off to their east, Myth off to their north, and it looks like Myth's going to take a few shots just to let them know this is not the place you want to be, homie, but doesn't look like Purdy Curdy or Alo care too much. They've got Kiss kind of pinned out, and that might be the call.
Oh, so here they go. They come in. Kiss looks like he says, no, I realize what you're doing, and I have no interest in being a part of it. Quiet.
He was not as beautiful a peacock as maybe he wanted to be. Mama will take down Patapong, and what a shot there on Endurance. The last bullet will get him. So Change the Game going to pick up a couple of vital points if they can get that flush on the Patapong. Looks like they will as well. So they will climb now into 10th place, and you can see that cut line not too far away.
That's mind-boggling. Good for them, but the fact that the cut line is not that far away for so many of these teams that are so close together is probably a story that we haven't been talking about nearly as much. The fact that Na'Vi, T1, Liquid, these guys at the top, 4AM have been really hitting hard points, especially Na'Vi, has made that middle cutoff incredibly tight with only 2 games left to play. I wouldn't be surprised if we have 7 or 8 teams legitimately not win hunting, but in the hunt for an average game, getting them above the cutoff. It is going to be a very, very stressful Game 5 for a lot of teams on this list.
Absolutely. T5 already sending it to dips. That is a dangerous proposition. We've seen how big the mortars come into play around this time as teams are kind of taking anything they can find, and that dip might look good now, but the second one team gets a read on exactly where you are, all of a sudden you get a bunch of mortars around you. Salute will do a little bit of emergency pickup scouting for the Gen G boys. Looks like the rest of the squad is kind of heading off to the north, and they should find a way in from that western side of the zone. So
nope,
should
not
be
that
safe
way
for the time being. Oh, Team Liquid still kind of hovering around that same spot where Theradon 5 set up shop. 17 just downhill.
They did a nice they saw all those teams up at the top, and I think they thought about re-rotating and went, we might be able to get some pickoffs in this area. As Kakum gets himself the mortar set up, he's got two rounds to drop in that tube. Sees what comes up on the first shot. He's going to see if it hits.
Meters. I'm not sure how far that was even that close. Okay.
Way far.
Yeah, it's a little bit long. But 17 in a little bit of trouble again as they are forced once again to go for these open dips, and it looks like Liquid is forcing them to dance around just a little bit. They haven't lost anybody just yet.
Here comes.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Just a little bit off. And Wimbo will stay alive for now, but you can see 17, they're not sending everybody to the same location just to avoid something like this.
Yep. I mean, you heard Kurt say it in the last one too, right? Don't group up for grenades and mortars. Like, that has become a symptom of this game. I think honestly, because of the digging and the fact people are using so much cover in that context, it has compressed a lot of these teams. And the ones who figured that out first are really benefiting from it. So good on the teams that have figured out. We got to separate Xiao Hu with a nice headshot. Not going to be able to convert, I don't think, out of that, but still really good looking.
Man, was not able to close the door in time that time. As Xiao Hu is still looking over in that direction. I think that's the same. It might be the same shack, but they're on 5. Just dancing around right now. It looks like they may have run out of mortars. Should be able to get the res on the Cowboy here shortly, I would imagine. But Xiao Wu and the rest of 17, good work on their part to survive that initial barrage, but you've got to imagine more is going to be coming.
You know, Xiao Wu did the blind fire like a quarter of a second too late. There was a real chance that he got that knock on the push in.
That Dragunov is so spooky, man.
Yup. It really is. Bold commitment by Alo, though. He had to do that. They waited for the smoke bloom, and he smartly moved before the full bloom hit, knowing that once the bloom was out, he'd take those shots. Oh,
yeah. Luke gets spotted out as Scappy will pick that one up. 0.4 made in Thailand, playing just off to the south side. Now Vitality kind of off to their west in vehicles, trying to find a spot to play. JDG, they're coming in from the east, and they're going pretty close to center, and they're actually going to get away with it for the time being, it looks like, as we wait and see where the next circle will take us. And it's going to hard shift once again, Toffees, off to the east. JDG back in vehicles.
Right? Dude, JDG was making that rotation. You saw all of the circles just turn. Like, what? Did that just happen? Because they know that there's a little bit of water over on the right side, so obviously that's going to get cut out. You almost can predict where these circles are going to go on the next one, and JDG is like, okay, now we got to find a spot right here, because they hadn't planned on stopping here. They had a new rotation going their way. So here they fall back to Nons, who says, hey, we've got this compound. No one expected this. We got a couple of ridge lines to work with. This could be great news for JDG, who is desperate for points with only 5 on the day.
Yeah, not a bad spot for them to play at all. And for the most part, their east side is clear, as we'll wait and see if any teams decide to go for the long wrap. S2G, meanwhile, they're going to drive right through the gauntlet. And so far, so good, as they've managed to get at least 2 players up to the rock. Looks like Laz will be right behind him. Where's Shilla? Shilla already there. Okay, so not too shabby here for S2G. They managed to survive, but Scappy in a perfect spot to take down Alo, as Team Liquid will be knocked down to 2. Or 1, rather. It's just Cowboy.
All right, Cowboy. Time to mount up here. Make a run for it. His horse is limping. No tires left. Flash from the high ground, taking shots as Cowboy just tries to salvage something. But like the OK Corral, I do not expect this to go particularly well for him.
Oh, he's riding on rims, man. That's not feeling great. And he'll probably be forced to stop down here shortly. As 3rd on 5, we're going to make sure that a vehicle explodes. He'll have to hop out. Can he at least get behind the tree? No, he cannot. Boostic will be the one that does the honors as Na'Vi adds to their lead.
Billy the Kid put down. Brutal. Cowboy did what he could. I mean, at the end of the day, Team Liquid at 22, not bad, but if Vitality and the others continue to grind up, Gen G's been finding points left and right that could put Team Liquid in a very, very, very tough spot. In fact, the exact same spot they found themselves in Game 5 yesterday, Poro.
Yeah, you did not want to go out of this game with with a goose egg. That is for sure. But that's the situation that they have to deal with. And with 1 game remaining, we'll see how they respond. We've already seen them respond very well to a bad game and turn around and have a great one to follow it up. So now that's the spot that they're in once again, is Vitality trying to come in from the blue, but nowhere is looking good. They're getting shot at from just about everywhere. As Baron has stuck around on this hillside, but Alibi Bad, nice cover there for his teammate. Going to get him low, almost gets the knock here. Baron just stays alive behind the tree.
Leave my friend alone, he screams as Baron does have to tuck her down. He's going shooting the high too, as CTG goes for the backstab. CTG, what did you guys have for breakfast? They turned it on all of a sudden.
I'm telling you, change the game as a whole. obviously have not looked fantastic. Like, it's still a learning process. But XCDH and Circle X, or X Circle have put in some pretty good individual performances. Like, you can see the mechanics are there. Like, they're talented players. It's just the meta that's, you know, positioning, where to be, where not to be. You know, the risk reward matrix, they haven't quite got a complete hold on that. But as far as mechanics go, man, these guys can deliver.
They look like they got some good talent, but they're at risk of becoming a feeder team if they don't make it a strong 4 very, very soon. Boosted going to go ahead and get a nice little knock there. A little help from Spyro to get extra points on the board. Na'Vi in total domination, 42 points, easily advancing to the next stage. At this point, I think we can confidently say them, T1, those guys are through. 4AM looks like they're in a pretty good spot, though, and if they can rack up maybe 3 to 5 points on this game, they also can go into the final match very, very comfortable with their position.
It's going to be interesting as well to see if Na'Vi continues to kind of sponge up points because that'll keep that cut line low, and that'll help out teams like Liquid and Gen G, Cerberus, those teams that maybe not having the best of games here. His Vitality, Levante will be able to land, but he's got nothing in his bag. He's going to have a Molotov and a pistol, and that's about it. As S2G in a great spot here, Toffee's like, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah. You know what? Doyle Brunson said all you need to chip in a chair. Maybe a revolver and a crouch is just as good. I'm skeptical, but at least he's back. At least he can try to put some points on the board. Meanwhile, Shilla picking up points again. JDG 119 goes down. Shilla getting picks, playing really, really well. I think you heard James say that in the last game. With that push, you lose Shilla, you lose the game, it feels like. He's in here putting in work. And Hakatori, stop.
Good night, E-Arena. And yeah, I mean, S2G, that knock that they get onto JDG actually couldn't come at a worse time for JDG because they're getting pushed from the back by Gen G. Remember, we said that they thought that their east side was clear, but Gen G makes the long wrap around, comes in from that northern side, and now Nons is all by himself because they had to go out and get the res onto Cold 119. So we'll see if Nons can survive a little bit longer as the mortars continue to fall. They're going to be just a little bit off.
The hole can't get any deeper, Laza. They're trying to live. He throws in everything he's got. All the shells are in the air. JDG hoping it doesn't hit the same spot twice. Boom, it does.
Oh, boy. It sure did. It sure did. Does he
Don't
have
go
a
for the,
follow-up? Follow-up.
He went for the res so fast. You like, he's really lucky to do a double tap there.
The follow-up didn't do it. Gen G actually gets slowed down enough here by Nons that they have to kind of send it in the vehicle. I think they know exactly where these guys are. Go for the seat swap. Not going to find December 12th. He's got the Dorito to play around. They're going to have to hop out of the vehicle, but they're getting shot in the back. You see the damage coming through. It's December 12th now, getting down to about half HP, and he will go down in the end to Bean, but they do lose D in the process.
They lose him, but man, Bean flipped that car, used the bottom for cover as they came in. That was just Bean and Soul doing epic plays. But they're not free and clear because they went to a spot that was being assaulted aggressively. So you get those 2 points, but you're just going to put yourself in a meat grinder position in relatively soon order. That was a terrible phrase, but you know what I mean.
I got you. Well, Cerberus is still very far on the north side of this zone. I think they were maybe trying to soften up that spot where Gen G is, but that's outside of circle, so I'm not sure what they're looking for. But they are hopping into vehicles. They're on the move once again. It's third on 5. We saw them send it early here, and they have managed to keep most of their players alive, only losing 1 for the time being. And this spot is looking good. Cerberus going to send it right into Na'Vi. That's not who you want to go into, but it looks like it's going okay. Boostic and Hakatori going to go down. Spiro will get the trade onto Zest, as Stan L will flush out Boostic.
There's so many kickflips. I thought I was watching the X Games. Everyone doing barrel rolls left and right as Cerberus challenges in. Na'Vi felt invincible for a little while, but that crash has left them deeply exposed as Spyro has to stop the car, trying to throw some nades out. Stanley gets the flush, and now they're just down to 2.
Na'Vi a little bit split up there. The utility is just raining down. It's not finding the mark, though. Spiro doing a good job playing the top of that rock, and now Ferris has arrived. He's got more grenades, and they have Cerberus' name written all over him. The first one will go down. He's going to find Tanbin. He's got one more. Can he find some more of Cerberus as he's now getting shot in the back by anyone's legend? He will get taken down. Na'Vi is going to go out. Cerberus is down to 2.
Cerberus is limping and everyone smells it. Meanwhile, over here, we got that CTG going head-to-head with Genji. Nice bean knock straight out of the gate as he gets Sue down. But now they have to try to make another follow-up. Over here on S2G versus CTG from the other side. This is a massive outside the circle kerfuffle where no one's going to win for him.
I mean, S2G doing their best to do a little gatekeeping here. They will at least get the knock or the flush onto Mao, and that'll give them a second point. But everybody else is kind of going down to blue or to somebody else. The last player here for Genji, Bane, will try to throw some smokes down, give himself some cover, but I don't think he's going to be much longer for the world as S2G retreats back to their previous position. They are just on the outside of the zone, though.
Genji being the last remaining member. We've got every G team possible. S2G, CTG, Genji doing what they can to fight for the outside of this circle, but whoever wins still has to walk up against T1 over the top of this hill, and I just don't know that that's going to work for anybody.
It's going to be rough. Well, S2G, they're going to try to make their fight in here. Let's take a listen in on their comms as they try to figure out how to deal with the vitality.
Gördüm. Var mı? Sana tüfeni. Yok. Gazda kalacak beyler. Evet evet gazda kalacak. Tam mark var mı olduğu yeri? Genci vibe. Tam maviden baktı sana sıkan. Alttan koşuyordur ya o çocuk yeni paraşütle gelmişti ve loot'u değil. Soldaki fight'ı değerli lazım ha. Şu yeşilde oynarımız var. Şu yeşil line'ı sollu vuracağız. Yeşil line'ı fight'ini değerli. Mermi atsana bana. 7.62 5.56. Gelsenize kırmızıya doğru giderim. Oraya arabayla Z ile gideceğim. Çekil. Gidin çabuk gidin. Sağımıza da takım var bak unutmayın. Şira öne doğru açmamız lazım.
A lot of fans in the chat for S2G, so definitely wanted to get a little bit of opportunity to listen in on their comms. I think they realize exactly what's going on over here with 4AM, and they're in a hunt now mode, trying to get some more points as this match 4 comes to a close.
Yes, to do with 3 kills on the board. If they can pop another 3 or 4, it sets them up to go into the next game no matter how they end up here. But what's happening is what we expected. T1 is in the wings waiting, and S2G loses Kwepa right out of the gate. And now here comes Heather, the anger, the rage, the fury, the aggression that is T1. And the nades are popping, they're bopping, they're rolling on pass, and Laza's going to manage to stick at the last second. But I don't think Heather gives up. I think they keep pushing forward here.
Oh, he got the res, but immediately gets taken down again by Tonbin as they are, I think T1 maybe ran out of utility, but it looks like Cerberus has a little bit left in the bag as Laza will spy over the top of the vehicle to see where the push is going to come from. He hasn't spotted anybody yet, but Tonbin, nice shot, will take down Laza, and now S2G is down to a duo.
Here comes Cerberus, they're involved, nades are flying in, they got a knock, nice pull by Baron to knock Tonbin, and Chilla gets the flush. As they make a nice little play here. Stan, though, not interested in stopping. Comes right around the side. Goes for the shots. Doesn't get it. He gets knocked down. Beautiful play by Shilla to counter him. They get the flush there as well. Spaceman, though, coming in. Gets Laza stolen away. Shilla turns on Spaceman and gets him knocked.
Oh, he almost had it there. I think he might have ran out of ammunition. He gets Spaceman taken down. It's actually going to get stolen away by Kiss. So 4AM doing exactly what they should do, coming in third partying this, trying to get some more points. They lose one in the process, however, as they are now still trying to find their way in from this eastern side. Myth down to a duo, but we have seen what they are capable of when they are down to a duo, and 4AM is about to find out the hard way.
As our English friends would say, this is a bit of a palava, as everyone is just stuck without any options. I mean, honestly, the biggest head out here is T1 is watching everyone clear the back for them. They're going to have open control of this side of the circle if they can just wipe out the last 2 or 3 stragglers.
We got oh, there you go. Nice shots. We'll take down Shen, or Kiss rather, but Shen will get traded by Scappy. Scappy showing himself to be a formidable member of this Myth squad as they are now up to 6 kills. We'll see if he can do a little bit more damage to 4AM. But while this is all going on, Toffees, full sense, 17, 2 teams on the below the cut line that really need something to go their way. They've got 0 kills so far, but they have the lion's share of the circle right now.
Yeah, they're gonna be living the placement point life. The problem is, like you just brought up, all the kills are over here. There are points being handed out, and they are getting none of them. 17's gonna come over and probably try to steal some because they smell this as an issue. Meanwhile, we got Scappy over the top of the hill trying to hold against 4AM, but he gets pinged from the side. T1 has too much control over the borderline.
That's great news for 4AM, too, because that last solo player was going to be a thorn in their side as they will continue to make their way in. It looks like they've managed to carve out just a little bit of a foothold in this new zone as we check in with that aforementioned 17 and Full Sense. Still full 4-man squads for both of them, but they are getting very, very close to each other.
17 back up to their old tricks of laying in a hole and hoping for the best. Full Sense, understandably, just camping this one out. They got the circle. I like how they pushed Thanadol out a little bit to try to control some of the assault points when this fight does come to an end. But right now it is just T1, Anyone's Legend, and 4AM trying to figure out how do we shuffle up here and how do we control our position.
And it hasn't been sexy, but Anyone's Legend has managed to fight their way above the cut line. Yep. 5 kills so far in this one. And they are still 4 men strong, trying to get into T1 territory. It looks like Ian will take a few shots, but they're not going to be able to stop them from getting just below them. So we'll see how much utility Anyone's Legend has. That first grenade will get very close, but doesn't find the mark.
Very close, but it does stop the digging. Is now T1. No, it doesn't. Nothing will stop the digging as T1 continues to get there. Nothing stops the digging. Delwyn now digging. Hamas comes over. It does get that knock on Heather. That's a big deal as he tries to float to the left side. Nade queued up by Ian as they try to make a defense. Type pushing up on the right side. They get out the guns. They're getting ready to counter on this. Hamas smells raining. He saw him in the distance. Gets the grenade queued up. Was taking shots from Anyone's. Wait, who shot him? Where'd that even come from? Oh my God!
From the compound, Belmoth had the tiniest of angles, but Anna actually saved him ass because these trenches dug on the top here by T1 are so incredibly difficult to push. But him ass will go down. The smoke not going to save him. 4AM though, they have an angle and they'll take down.
Awesome, Meme ruins it for Yan. Type, though, does get him ass on that return, and T1 is going to be able to get their res. That was a good, strong, aggressive push from him ass, but maybe a little too alone.
It's tell he wants to push so hard because he has so much confidence and so much faith in his mechanical ability, but you have to be smart about it, especially now that you know that you could crest that hill and there might be 3 or 4 players just dug down into trenches that you just couldn't even see, and they'll spot you coming a mile away. So being careful. The order of the day is Full Sense will send a couple of grenades over towards 17's direction, but none going to find the mark.
I like that T1's using the trenches as much for confusion, but also for like grenade defense, right? Because if they're dropping down into them so that the air bursts aren't quite as effective. Meanwhile, Delwyn up close, using a trench with a Panzerfaust. That is a trap if I've ever seen one. That's like a spike at the bottom of a leaf pit.
Moderately terrifying, for sure. But the smoke wall being set up for 17, they're trying to get over into this ridge line, see if they can set themselves up to defend against Full Sense. But the problem for them is that 4AM could look over here at any moment. But right now, 4AM, a little bit distracted by T1. T1 still a little bit distracted by Anyone's Legend. So everybody kind of looking at everybody else right now and slowing things down. But Type will find the knock onto Delwyn with that drop grenade.
Yeah, he used about 6, and they finally managed to get him out. Now they're going to push on Sololzi. T1 knows they can't wait for the shift. They actually want to make this move before other teams are forced into the area. It works out. Grenades for days as Sololzi is now very low. T1 taking very good control of this high point. Both 4AM looks like they're going to be pushing around the outside. They want to flank him, baby.
4AM going to go for the fight. They're going to find Raining and start things off. And that's going to open a door for 17 to make their way in. They're going to get a knock on a Sololzi. Xiao Wu has spotted out Shin. 4AM will pull off just in time, but Heather will get that knock on a Sololzi. 1 player left alive for Anyone's Legend, and that's Destroy. 17, the smoke wall is gone, and now Full Sense is staring down in their direction, and they are doing massive amounts of damage. Only 1 player left alive for 17. Never mind, nobody alive for 17 as Full Sense cleans up.
Cooked as Full Sense makes a wonderful play. 4AM does get aggressive, but they pull back very smartly so. Meanwhile, T1 continues to dismantle. Full Sense coming off a high, gets hit right in the head and drops down to a low. 2 players out already, Poro.
And Full Sense down to Belmoth. 4AM still have that ridgeline. They've been working it so beautifully as T1 is trying to come in from the north. It looks like HSM is going to go and spot out Heather. You see 2 players on the low side for T1. Heather left on the high as he will wait for somebody to make that push over 4AM. They've got so many different angles to keep an eye on here. Belmoth, though, could be a problem as he is the last player left alive, and he's got a nice little ridgeline to play.
Ian's got that P90, though, which no one ever wants to peek against. He's playing very aggressive up over the top of the ridge. Full Sense is eliminated. They get the flushes there, so 4AM and T1 going to get a point off of that. Down to the final two teams, T1 and 4AM. 4AM has been a long time trying to take this up position, sort of flank around T1. T1 move to the center. They control the dot. Can they hold the defense against 4AM? They've been so strong in this game. They've got the momentum, but 4AM is in third place. Both of these teams don't need the win, which means they can just be aggressive and test some things out, try to go for some 1v1s.
And another massive performance here from T1, so much so that they have taken first place away from Navi, who had 2 wins on the day. And you can see they are almost 10 points clear. That is the kind of day that T1 has been having, as they will try to see if they can finish off 4AM. But Winda comes from the high ground. He's going to find Ian through the smokes. He knows where Heather is as well. He'll go out, eat the blue, coming from the backside, gets the spray down, gets him low, but doesn't get the knock, and he will go down to the blue.
The winds of death are blowing, but now it is Shen that must finish the job. He's got a double barrel. He sees him, but it does not work. T1 gets aggressive, plays defense, holds the line, and with 1 man remaining, they get the chicken dinner. What a win. Powerful defense, non-stop fighting. That's what you want out of an endgame. That's what you want out of a game 4. James Blank, welcome back. That was a battle.
I feel like 4AM didn't have to do that or try for that, but in the end, yeah, I mean, as you guys say, right, they'd already qualified. I think they can get it over and done with compared to allowing T1 to really have to come to them. But yeah, Blank, it feels like T1's been an absolute tear today.
They have, yeah. I mean, for 4AM, a bit of kryptonite coming out here from T1. Can't seem to get him down at all. Yeah, for Winder, started off great, and then when he started pushing out into blue, I had some question marks at that point, and then Toffees was like, it's going to come down to 1v1s. Kinda. It was more 1v3s over towards T1 from 4AM.
Gave him everything. Gave him everything and the kitchen sink, but yet T1, yet another victory on the board, Poro, for these guys. And looking at how things all went here today, hopefully we'd see this in the final, right? If we can see this T1 in the final, yes, more of this, please.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? And we talked about the possibility of point sponges with Navi earlier. Well, nobody else in the lobby apparently wants to get a win here today besides T1 and Navi, as they have shared 2 and 2, and they are separating themselves from the rest of the lobby. But that is making that cut line situation that much more interesting with 1 game to play.
Which speaks to how consistent 4AM have been. They've not got wins, but they're so far up here, Toffees.
They are, but I think when you compare that endgame fight, right, both of them were in the clear, and they could do what they wanted to there. The fact that T1, that far ahead, still stayed tight, still played endgame strategies, whereas it was pretty clear Winda pulled a Valley and was like, I got to make a move here, guys. And they were like, epic, go have fun, right? T1 did it. They tucked in behind the end. They used him for cover. They wrapped around the outside. Like, the team knows, even in victory, even in domination, T1 is focused on how do we win this event from start to finish. And that's what I loved about the endgame.
The cars have been very bouncy today, Paul.
Yes, they have.
All over the
Yeah. Well, they got some flubber around them, but you know, like look, Window was like 1 bullet away from pulling off an amazing flank there at the end. Like, you'll see how low the T1 guys were. Like, they were just very lucky and fortunate to be able to get back into the smokes and avoid that spray before Winda eventually just ran out of bullets.
I had to go and look
at
when
this.
Flubber came out. 1997. That's a 1997 reference. It got
That's a niche one.
5.9.
Yeah, but you know what it was.
Yeah, it was good. It was a great movie. It was a great movie.
I will say, right, it comes back to the Erangel at the start of the day again. Is that when things go a little bit wrong in the end game for 4AM, they panic. They're proper panickers. And this has happened twice now. They're a great team. Like, throughout that game, there was some really fantastic moments from that squad. But as soon as, like, one little thing goes wrong, the Jenga is falling.
Yeah.
Softies.
I mean, I think you hit it, though. I think they played a little aggressive. 4AM is pretty good at flubbing these end games, and that's what they did. They got a little aggressive. They thought Winda could be the all-star. It didn't pan out. But again, when you're that high up, 40 points, like, who cares? These 3 teams are qualified. That means, though, it is wicked tight, James, when you talk about cutoff positions. That is gnarly that it's 24, it down to 16. That's easily swappable across the board.
even JDG, right? As much as you only have 5 points right now, and Schiller shows up again, even though you've only got 5 points as JDG, if you get a big game here, you're right in there. That is how close it is going to be here going into these last games as we take a look at the numbers. I do wonder, with Blank moving on as fast as he did, maybe he's just too young and never saw Flubber.
I don't think so.
I did see Flubber. That's a great
Okay, first of all, throw some respect on it. It's the Nutty Professor. It's not Flubber. Flubber was the thing that the Nutty Professor made.
There was literally a film called Flubber.
There was a movie called Flubber, bro.
Oh, you're crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Puts it on. Really old. You should have.
Old man can't even remember the references.
Wait, was that that's the one with Robin Williams in?
Yes.
Okay, my bad.
He's a scientist. It's
That's
green
my
and
bad.
bounces everywhere.
I got my crazy scientist Disney
His
movies
kid
mixed
puts
up.
it in
That's
his
on me.
shoes and dominates basketball. It was an excellent film.
Hand up accountability. That's on me.
Yeah, I was trying to roast Blank, and we ended up roasting Porro in the process. That's
That makes me happy, I know.
I know it does. It definitely does. And whilst all that was going on, Winder got an MVP or a man of the match. So you know what? Good for him. Even though, as you say, Toffees, he went in for a little bit of a cheeky play into the blue. It almost worked, but there's just too much smoke there to be able to make that spray.
I mean, he got a double. Like, he got at least, and that's probably why 4AM lost, because he got the double, and all of them turned into like slathering dogs up over the top of that hill of like, finish the fight! But it's not going to happen because you got guys like Heather on the other side. 9 kills, 1,600 damage. This is a much fairer comparison to Hakatori than Cowboy was. I'll tell you that right now. And I love seeing Heather pop. This is a guy who's been a legend for a very long time. He's almost always on my fantasy rosters because he's always a performer, whether or not he's an MVP. Love seeing it from him right now.
And Hakatori broke the 100 kills here in 2026 PGSs, right? So, like, Hakatori is just blasting at present. Of course, I think it was Tian Tian as well as somebody else that was kind of tied for that, or those positions. But yeah, of course, not on the field as Navi and T1. T1 done so much damage here so far. Again, would love to see this in the finals. I'd love to see this Navi in the finals, Blank, as well, considering, well, they did get themselves a little bit of a move on forwards here and get themselves a PGS2 on the board as well.
Yeah, I mean, for Navi, it looks good. I think they're a team that really works well when it comes to momentum. They're even looking fairly decent in that game. It just kind of comes to a little bit close quite early. But yeah, I don't think they mind. They're qualified now. The pressure's off. I think that feels really, really good. I do think for Navi, it got a little bit squeaky coming into the Survivor stage, but they've done it. For Team Liquid, though, I really like this team. I really like how they play. They've grown on me a lot this tournament. So it's a scary one, though, guys. It's a scary one towards the bottom of the tables.
Okay, listen, can we talk about how frustrating this is that every time an analyst that we bring in or anywhere around is like, talk about Team Liquid, they're like, I really like them. They're really cool guys. They play good, but it's like,
guys,
because
they try
we have
so
to
hard.
Yeah, because we're trying to recover here, and that's it. Stop, Liquid, stop. Be great.
Sorry, man. Yeah, look, they're on the IV drip at the moment. Everyone ain't going to check them out.
The guys, break time. When we return, you can talk about it to your heart's content if you like. We're going to that, and we will return for one last game here for Survival Stage.
Yeah, I mean, the last guess was crazy. How'd you know that, Cowboy?
Lucky guess.
Hi, guys. Welcome to another sit-down game with Bella, and today's guest is Team Liquid. Welcome, guys. At Sparkles. Okay, well, today we're gonna be playing Guess Who. So our producer is gonna hold up pictures of the players, and you guys have to guess 7 names in a row. Are you confident?
I'm ready.
Yeah?
No.
Oh, we have some mixed reactions. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Gedrox.
Okay, next.
Helma Madden.
Okay, next.
Levante.
Okay.
Stick.
Okay, back to Alo.
Lizzie. Mimi.
Oh.
Me.
22 seconds. Yes. That was good.
We know our players.
Yeah. I mean, the last guess was crazy. How'd you know that, Cowboy?
Lucky guess.
Lucky guess. All right. 22 seconds. That is a record.
Natural.
Yeah, because you're the first team to do this. That is crazy. All right. Thank you, guys, for joining me, and see you next one.
Yeah.
I was
All right, we have got ourselves one more game here to get things all rolling. As you can tell, our analysts are very mad at one another about those movie references, but that's fine, as we have going to have one more Erangel here for these teams, and it could not be closer going into our last game, with 3 teams having basically soaked up the majority of the points, or at least the lion's share. Now, that means everybody is super, super close. Toffee, stop giggling. It's time to talk about these games. You want to keep talking about Team Liquid? I bet you don't.
Yeah, ask him a
Okay,
question about Team Liquid.
I'm not going to talk about Poro's movie reference being from 1961. What I am going to focus on is someone else from 1961, Team Liquid. No, I mean, we talked about it. They got to do better. That's all there is to it, right? It's better that I not talk about them. Perhaps that will inspire some winning in the end. And we talked about the top teams. They're irrelevant now. They're all qualified and look really, really good. This is all about that middle pack, right? And the ability to, if you are in those 3 above the cut, survive. And this is where it sucks, because that's what we saw yesterday. Liquid tried to maintain a score, and ultimately it cost them the advance to the finals. So that's what I hate to be. I hate to be that team that's 1 above, because I don't know how to play that. And I don't know if many of these teams do, because you want to be defensive, but that could cost you everything. But so could aggression. I just never want to be in that spot. Thank God I'm here at this desk instead.
Yeah. Poro, thoughts?
Well, fortunately for Liquid, they don't have to look very far to get reminders of what it's like to be in this spot, because this happened to them yesterday. They were literally in the same spot yesterday, going into the final game, and they kind of watched their lead get taken away and dropped into 9th place in the last game by Clory's pulling off an insane. What was it? The Gam time? Gam time, yeah. But I mean, I still think that the top of the leaderboard. Obviously, we're happy for him. Kudos, you made it to the final, but they still have an influence on this, because if they still go out there and do what they've been doing and farm points, that's going to keep that cut line low. But the question is are we going to see any game 5 craziness the way we usually do, where teams are kind of fighting in C1 in the middle of C1 rotations? Like that's where it's going to make things really interesting.
I think even made in Thailand, not necessarily safe. If they get a big goose egg here, blank, there's a world where 5 teams could overtake them. It's a bit scary here for 4th through 16th with 1 game remaining.
You're really trying to poke the made in Thailand here, right? They're 28 points. I think they're pretty safe.
Really? Because Liquid got 29 points yesterday, and they weren't safe.
That's bold.
Remember, it's not 5 teams below the cut that have to beat them. It's the 4 below them plus all the other guys. All you have to do is go out early while everyone else gets average.
There's a big point sponge at the top. We got to remember that.
You think they'll continue?
Oh, you sweet summer child, blank.
If they did continue to sponge and then really not leave too much for the rest, who knows? But anyway, it is now time. Thank you very much, Poro. Thank you very much, Toffees, for joining us here. Let's get into it. It is closer than it's ever been in a best of 5, and all of these teams are going to have to scrap for it because of the 3 at the top that have looked oh so deadly throughout the day. Blank, let's get it rolling, man.
We're looking at the night skies here, and the day is setting right now as the sun does come down for a couple of our players and teams who will be in that bottom 8 and will be not joining us over towards those grand finals. Let's see exactly who does make it into that top 8 here in our final match of the day, with a bit of a lopsided playing path to start things off.
A toughie for the teams that want to stretch. I mean, of course, we've seen as Myth has had to go to Severny before and want to use that path forward. It's always difficult to even get up there on a playing path like this, never mind anywhere else. So that maybe they'll be diverting their attention elsewhere. As I said before, I believe that they're still not technically safe here with 28 points. So if we're divided, that is totally fine by me.
And we are divided. We're divided. I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm gonna a lot of egg on my face at the end of this one, I'm sure, but we'll see.
And eating socks. Yeah.
And eating socks. I've got it all.
Apparently.
Eggs and socks and marinara sauce. What a horrible combination.
Just a gluttony for punishment. This is crazy.
Yeah, it seems that way. So is raining as he makes a bit of a dive from the treetops. Shins are going to hurt after that. I'll tell you that right now. I've done that same move in the past.
Well, looks like Myth is going to be going for that transition. And okay, they actually get the circle their way. This is almost as far as it could have possibly gone away from the plane path. All things considered, Spirit takes down Neurons, and that's probably Irina now. Not making it. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you lose somebody that early?
I heard the choice phrases coming out, man. Changed your mind. Yeah, they're definitely scuppered there, unfortunately. I think it's 3 players early in this game, 12 points. It's going to be a mad match for them if they are going to make it. For Na'Vi, starting down towards the south side, it's a bit of an awkward playing path. A lot of changes had to happen. Again, if you're coming towards that survivor stage, it's even more drop spots that you're having to research before you head over towards those grand finals, where things are nice and steady with just 16 teams of the regulars. But here on this kind of playing path, you'll have to make some alterations here and there. Luckily for STG, I mean, they don't have to go into any of their alternates. They don't have to go towards Lipovka. They've been comfortably over towards Rozhok the entire time. Yet still down towards 14th. And I think it's going to be a really big run for them. Schiller is still doing insane work for the squad, though. It's sad to see them down in 14th.
Yeah, I would love to see a little bit more of a bump up, of course, but maybe that's some regional bias. I wonder, whilst I look at the circle, if 4 a.m. is somewhat targeting Myth early in this game. They've taken the Crossroads compound south of Severny super early on this circle. And there's a world where, you know, I mean, respect where respect's due, right? A lot of these teams know, as much as Myth has had some hard times in this tournament, they're definitely a contender when it comes to championships. They almost made it in PGS1 last time around in the circuit. So if they've gone up there early to be able to maybe, well, it's obviously a good spot in the circle, right? No doubt, but you could maybe put in the boot against a very, very strong team.
Well, they're a frustrating team to play against as well, because they just don't seem to die. They are very good at reanimating themselves towards like those end games, even when there's just 2 players and still getting some pot shots over towards you. And 4am has suffered to that frequently today, honestly. So I think if you want to get one team out, I think Myth is that team that's sort of flying low at the moment that you might not expect to be such a problem, but they absolutely are. Team Vitality, on the other hand, 16 points right now. They are in shooting range, right? Well, they're in shooting range at the moment on the map, but they are also in shooting range of getting in towards that top 8. And I think that, can they do it? I don't know. I still feel like this team is not resting on their laurels, but it feels like they're laid back a little bit here. They're not fully locked in.
And you've got a bit, for sure. There's now T1 moving on around as well. 4am has moved away from that Crossroads compound. I think maybe they saw some people coming their way, so didn't want to be too divided. As we take a look back at the highlights here from good old Rondo. Many a circle here coming south of where we were going for this, and lots of pings. Holy moly here for T1, really deciding on where the threats could potentially be, as well as the transitions that they need to make. And they're constantly finding great transitions in some of these games. Again, really threading the needle. Hopefully we get to watch as they kind of like, yeah, you can see the pings in between Full Sense as well as their own 5 that were just above this position. So they knew exactly where they needed to move to make it happen for a central spot on this game. It was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's always really nice being able to check out these pings as well from the teams. And I also think that when you look at some other squads, there is only like 1 or 2 pings going on, but for T1 it seems like the entire team is consistently chipping in, and I think it's hard to juggle that. I think it's really hard to juggle that. So there must be some lovely communication going on in this squad, some great trust between every single player to be able to make these calls in the moment. This is this unbelievable end game coming through from Type once again, kind of putting the coffin in there for the guys on 4am.
Yeah, I think you can sawn-offs as well. Yeah, as much as, yes, IGLs, and a good IGL, very important in this game, you still need some autonomy from your players around you, right? And also their own ideas as well. There's very few just straight-up robots in PUBG Esports at the very, very top that just say, yes, okay, IGL, I go here, right? Everyone's kind of chipping in. So very much a team effort. And that's why when you get MVP awards at some of the ends of these tournaments, almost every single team, if a player gets it, they usually share.
Absolutely. Team Liquid heading on over towards the northern side. Going to swing around Yaz Lake here. try and make their way over towards Peter Slice. Cowboy has flipped a little bit, but he's back on course pretty quickly. They do have Genji behind them, but Genji still has 2 players sitting around in Lipovka, so that's going to be a little bit of a long drive over towards them. 4 a.m. Winder takes a boatload of damage just before he went down. This is versus T1, and the grudge match has not finished just yet.
No, they just keep running into each other. The funny thing is, Winder's loadout was completely close range, as he had an MP5 as well as shotgun ready to go, just in case this breach comes along, and he loses it anyway. Shen underneath the wall, though, starts things off, and hello, my bad from the distance knocks him. So, yeah, I think they're done with today, both teams, and that fair play. Oh, and Navi too.
Yeah, Navi too. It is a little bit worrying, though, I now for a lot of our squads. And maybe my point doesn't come into play with the sponges at the top if they're going to go down early like this. Pretty much 2 Triceratops of a team just bashing into one another. Spaceman is in, rolls it, almost crushes him.
What was that? I've never seen that. They got saved by like an air conditioning unit, but not enough for the Panzerfaust. Oh, can't blow that away. Now type down here alongside Heather. What can they actually get done? Raining, nice nade against Spaceman. Gone and gone. T1 wins out the grudge match once again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lovely play and just a joyful moment there for Raining, similar to the movie Singing in the Rain from 1952 there, Kale. Awesome stuff.
Well, they've still got some shots coming their way. Technically, not all done just yet. This is wild here. Very game 6, game 5 here once again to start things off all the way up to the north. Technically divided a little bit by the river. And one thing that Poro was pointing out, of course, Team Liquid not getting themselves South George does mean that their situation is a little bit more dire than it would normally be. On the cusp once again, man. If Team Liquid falls out of top 8 just barely again, it's going to be heartbreak for them.
Really will. I mean, they've come so close so many times.
Yeah.
And I think for a team that has obviously made such a drastic improvement, it will be a bit of a crushing defeat to go down now. I think that this is a team that will just be pleased to go towards grand finals. I don't think they're expecting the world at grand finals either, but I think that is the step on the first point of the stairs, right, for them to get towards the grand finals, show everyone that they still got it. And there have been moments where we look at Team Liquid and we're like, damn, this is a really good squad. And I hate to be that guy, the new analyst. I'm like, I really like them, but we are just waiting for that little touch more.
Fiend can do against T1. Okay, T1's gone. So you've got really 2 huge teams out of the lobby now, which, as you say, with those sponges gone, this makes the whole landscape of this game precarious. We just need Navi gone now, and then it gets really dicey.
Yeah, then suddenly we're in a situation where you can get any big win on one of these teams underneath, and that's it, they're in. Yep. Team Liquid is the first in the firing line with Anyone's Legend able to get 1 point here. Two of our Vietnamese teams really in trouble as well, but we haven't really talked about Cerberus all that much, honestly, throughout the Survivor stage, but they've not done terribly, right? They're currently at 23 points, looking to try and secure themselves over towards those grand finals and potentially be back in the conversation again.
Yeah, it's I'm still waiting for that Circuit 1 moment for them for Cerberus, where in Circuit 1 they proved that they deserved the invite, and likewise still here for Circuit 2. I still think I need another one of those moments here for them. If they can do something in the finals, if they get on through, great, that'll be it. But there is just some world-class teams in these lobbies. And it's worth also talking about tiebreakers as well, Blank, how they actually work here for PUBG as a whole and the current 2026 system. At first is placement points, right? So that means if you look at where Anyone's Legend is, they have just more placement points technically right now than Team Liquid. Next after that will be match points in the last match they played, right? So then things really kind of get, it's very rare, or not too common at least, that they will be getting the same points in that game. And then after that, it's placement rankings, and then total damage in the last match, which is kind of crazy, but you know, we never get there.
Usually. This is a big moment right now for 17. in. They went for an E pickup down from the boatyard, now moving up towards that northeast side. It's a very dangerous drop, and already they are losing tons of players as Akuma Wembwa goes down, and they are annihilated. It was a really, really big risk that they took, but they wanted to get a massive game. They understood that massive game wasn't coming from Boatyard. They were too late in, and they just gave it their all. Unfortunately, their all was not enough.
Oh, what a disaster. 17 missing out on the first finals as our first true casualty for this. Not what you would expect from them. And yeah, definitely missing the Tian factor, I think is fair to say, as we were given the reasons before. But so that's how it's going to go down. They're going to have to be better later on.
Yeah, Tian in the mountain. It's not a good time. It's not a good time.
Back it up.
Back it up. Yeah, sad. Very, very sad. I think 17, it is rough. But again, without arguably one of your best players on side, these things do happen. You have to make very quick adaptations to fit Akuma into the team. It's hard. It's really hard, especially at PGS. Like this is the time where you need your top squad. But we'll refocus back on the game because Team Liquid was able to get through over towards Pizza Slice. They've got a little bit of either side. They've got the northern edge and down towards the southern edge, holding both those towers in play. I'm trying to make the best of it. They technically have a really good chance at any central circle off the back of this one.
A lot of lines of transitions that we just saw for S2G as well, as they're setting up mortars. I think they are not fully aware that there is a building that is ahead of them and completely vacant at the moment, as Lazar is their forward position, but he's not quite looking over the lip of the terrain here to see what's going on. But more like preoccupied and seeing if he can get some damage done here with the mortars. Full Sense is going for a bit of a blitz on through. I'm surprised they also didn't check the building as they were trying to rotate on down here. Maybe they're going to emergency room, but there is a little bit of a snake lying in wait here in this shack. No, wait, no. Oh.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. Yeah, that's when you try and throw the spider out the window and it comes straight back in again, and I'm terrified, but the same situation doesn't quite cost you tournament lives like that. Team Vitality losing a pivotal anchor point for the squad as well. Rough stuff.
Well, we shift over to no lane. A big chance here for Gen.G. Salute is currently in there, and the rest of the team may be converging on that spot in just a little bit's time. Vitality, meanwhile, elsewhere, just going for an absolute razz on through. So is S2G as well. They pinged a lot of stuff.
What
but
is
this? Kind of everyone's got to try and make the move from the west side. There's really not much to play from. Why did that car bounce as well? What's going on?
They're really into rock, which I think was covered off by some smoke. Full Sense is getting obliterated in the meantime. They are down to just one player remaining, looking to finish this off. They find Gedrox from Team Vitality. That's a couple of points there available for them. Team Liquid also able to steal a lot of that away, get themselves 3 points, and importantly, put themselves ahead of Full Sense.
The mid pack is ablaze, and with Myth having those 2 extra points on board, I think that might be enough now to be able to completely secure them, especially considering that they're still 4 alive, they're still in an okay spot here, and now with all of these teams trying to just absolutely blitz past other ones here, Team Liquid, just a few more cheeky ones here and there that they could easily secure with a few nades against S2G might be the play, but they don't want to be too aggressive on it. I understand it's a very open area. You cannot let other people see from the... Okay, well, you could do this.
A-low from up high and down low back again towards S2G. It's looking fairly decent. It's over towards Schiller.
180.
Is it on target? They are moving. They are moving.
They're fine. It landed just ahead of the smoke. It could have caught them if they were on the front of the smoke there, but they moved away. Very wise indeed. But now their hopes are on a shack, and their cars for the most part are kind of destroyed. There's one Dacia on the right-hand side there. But once you try and make a transition to that, to be fair, Quetpa does have 7 smokes, so you could actually make a move for it.
Yeah, there's an ability to get out there, drop the mist down, the fog of war, and try and escape, but yeah, it's going to be tough. For Team Liquid, though, they have a fantastic position to work with, especially in this open zone. They kind of control the space right now. And with the pickaxes involved, this location usually becomes a little bit more playable, because I think a lot of times most people would take this little triangle slice just towards the western side of Yasnaya as a horrible spot to play. Hello, my bad. Making a gun for it.
out in the motorbike. And he's a lot more alone now. And also, we didn't really truly kind of give it credence, but Full Sense, our current world champions, out now here from the survival stage. They will be not making it here to our final stage at all. Gonna be going again here. No, but it's gone here. Also, Vitality down and out as well, which makes it even more clear now that Myth is secured by the fact that all of the teams that will be trying to make a bit of a bigger jump at the very cusp of the cutoff are now gone, and they're dead center. Yep, I think you're right, Blank. I think they're doing it.
Well, I mean, I'm not wrong until Gen G gets 29 points, right? That's when I would be potentially wrong. But again, you'd need someone underneath to get that amount of points as well. So
Yeah,
we'll see. I think for E-Arena losing one player, S2G losing one player and being down on this south side, I don't think it's likely they're making it in. JDG could maybe make a run for it. They need an absolutely ginormous game. As for, same with Therathon 5. But you're asking so much from these squads in such a difficult area of the map to play.
SUG's getting out of their precarious spot now, but they're going to be going for a bit of a wide wrap. Where are they going to go? I wouldn't be surprised if they try and hit the warehouse. Technically, anyone's legend in the 2-2 split here. Not quite converged as they need to be on a potential defense, but I think that they believe that maybe this is taken. So kind of living underneath this on some of the plateaus where this could work out. It might work, but I think, where are we going? This is just, it's a Hail Mary now.
Yeah,
okay, we're going to this
time.
shack.
Yeah, shack time for the guys. Good damage been sent through. Laza just about goes down, but he's safe.
Okay.
The question is, like, how does anyone's legend want to deal with this? Eventually, they know they need to move forward. They have a knock through. I think they'll probably wait it out more than likely. For S2G, that is a Hail Mary. They get themselves in, but you are locked in. Like, you as the tires are all going to get punched out by the guys from anyone's legends. Leaving there is going to be really difficult.
I mean, you need kills, right? And this isn't a kill play.
No.
This is a pray and hope the circle comes to us and maybe we get a win. But like, I just, yeah. I think S2G's doomed.
Luke does go down. I think likely to get flushed as well. Nade's very close by. We'll take him out. Na'Vi runs over Ferris, but also doing some great damage over towards Therathon 5. Ranger drops the nade as well as he goes down, so will flush himself out. And I think for Therathon 5, this is looking all the worse as well. Very limited teams. Honestly, very limited teams that can make this work. I mean, Change the Game, technically the best chance out of all of them. Got a good compound over towards that north side. But again, only 3 players.
Only 3, you're right. And that compound, it's the war-torn area, right? With the little trenches and the little bunkers that do exist there. So even if people get on top of them, right, they're going to be nade bait. They fall in the trenches so easily, and it's difficult to be able to get away. There's now still Na'Vi's looking towards the way of E-Arena. I mean, I think E-Arena's done as well. I don't know how you get in from this side without casualties, and they've already taken 1.
Yeah, it's surprising because we come to this last game of the day, and it's a bit of a quiet dusk, right? It's a quiet dusk for a lot of our players on match 5, where nothing is really changing all that drastically.
No way.
I mean, SCG, they're getting a central position, I guess.
I don't see it. I mean, if I guess they have got the circle, and I guess technically if kills come their way, awesome. But yeah, I think that, it's a very difficult area to play. It's one of the most difficult areas on Erangel, and one of the most untouched areas on Erangel since that 2.0 change years ago. I still hope for a bit of a change here down the line. But now, as Na'Vi moves on forwards against Therathon 5, they're going to be scuppering their plans as well. But at the same time, they take down 3 of them. Okay, it's only on Hakatori here against Therathon 5, but they're all completely wounded. Dimasti, I don't think you can be able to make up the points here, buddy, to be able to move up into that top 8.
Yeah, Dimasti is the final player alive. Even if they survive this, it is a nasty play. And I mean, E-Arena, good for them. They look to try and capitalize off the back of this one, get themselves some steals on the eliminations. Falconga does go down there to Ferris alongside with Lyrics getting that nade that does finally pull out Dimasti. So we will be saying goodbye to Therathon 5, not before they jump over S2G somehow.
I think that it's been a very difficult rebuild for Therathon 5 once Extra's it, as well as Rossiter Jr., of course, just a big fixture of that team. kind of moving on a little bit. But anyway, Hakatori still doing Hakatori things and just causing all people problems. Lyric's completely gone.
I mean, you ruined it there for him.
Yeah, like not being able to get a res off at all here. Maybe they could have done something as 3-man. That's a nice nade. Does a bit of damage. Careful, careful. Gen G still wanting to secure themselves their spot.
For Gen G, genuinely really good day for them. It has looked a lot better. There is still some of this individualistic gameplay coming through from them, but it's feeling less and less piloted like a puppet, right? You know, with one arm all over the place. So I think it is looking a little bit nicer for this squad.
Well, we do have Team Liquid comms, so let's listen in here as they are currently on the bubble, on the cusp, but they're looking quite safe considering that CCG and the arena is quite far. Let's listen in.
Middle. If they peek.
You're getting shot right now. They're not in above me.
Easy on me. They're just gonna drive in, I think. Or they're sending.
Driving by blue. They're sending north.
The shack. They're sending.
Running back to you guys, if that's the case.
We're gonna need to use smokes for our cars here.
What is this, BC?
Yeah.
It's for Nox on this. Wipes.
Falcons.
This rock and edge, by the way. This low waypoint too might be playable if we were to smoke it and shit.
Yeah, the shack.
Spam our cars now.
Smoking our cars again.
We have to
Blue's in. Edge shot.
Yeah.
I can pre-smoke it and we just take it.
All right, I think that they realize on that south side here, Blank, that all they really need to do is kind of wait things out for the placement points, considering how many teams in the south of 8th place are just dying off. There's only 2 remaining. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think they realize it's super close, and it still technically is super close when they're in 8th place. They're still on the cusp. Where they've pinged, though, it's technically free. They can play off the back of that. They are definitely going to get shot on the way in. We'll see if they can make this roundabout maneuver. Good smokes from them as well to start things off, and they've not taken any casualties just yet. Cowboy does go down. I think they get stopped a little bit short, but you're right. What they're looking for right now is placement points.
Yeah, I think we're in for the... Jesus, okay. Calm down with the... This is, all right, I'll talk in a moment because this is a crazy send from anyone's ledger, but they've made it work. What a play. They've been setting up that C4 play on that for ages.
That's the nicest C4 play in PGS4, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it was great. But Blank, the funny thing is that this might be the least impactful last game of our best of 5s ever because nobody's going to be able to jump up.
Yeah, it's been pretty. It's mediocre is how we'd put it, right?
So it's fine. Sometimes it happens.
But it does happen. We've had some banger games today. We have had some really good games today. For it to end like this, I think there's going to be a big sigh of relief from the top 8. There's BRDM action going on. It really has felt like final match shenanigans. He's on 1 HP. Okay.
Yeah. It really is. That's really unfortunate. The exact angle for him to be on the opposite corner of the BRDM that the Panzerfaust actually hits means that he does survive for the shot, even though it connected very nicely with the BRDM itself. And now, well, CTG, right, if you win and also get a load of kills, that's cool. However, you're probably in the most problematic place in this circle right now. So, apart from maybe Kiss, but they're kind of done.
Yeah, they're totally located as well. Gen G can backstab on this if they want to. Kiss Magic could occur too. So, again, for Team Liquid, I think that they probably should know they're in right now. It doesn't feel like a great win, though, does it, Kel? I think that's the big thing for them.
They'll have a moment to rest. They'll be able to VOD review, see exactly how they're going to be going up against the teams in the winners, and then from there, be able to try and persevere as time goes on. For sure, though, it has been some great games here up until this point, and now for all of these teams in, again, what is such a barren area on Erangel, just waiting it out, biding their time, seeing what they can get done. I did love that, you know, Anyone's Legend decided to pop the fireworks in this last game, though. That was cool.
And I'm glad they're in the top 8. I really am glad they're in the top 8.
Sure.
They made it. Really quite a good team. I think a lot of people are excited to continue to be able to watch Anyone's Legend. Obviously, Himas is just absolute beast of a player.
Okay, diggy hole once again for X Circle. I think that, yeah, if you can find anything possible here for change the game, you just got to try it. You just got to try seeing what you can get done. Living as long as you can. Seeing maybe you get a really lucky northern shift circle here. As once again, Extreme and Nomi, they will be keeping track of the points in the back. So I think that they're pretty confident in their minds now that they're being able to make it. As Purdy still sat around. Good old Purdy.
Yeah, these guys need to profit at least 10 points, right? Purdy does go down. UMass will find the players coming through from Cerberus. Again, popping up a little bit. Anyone's Legend is having an absolute fantastic final game.
So, I mean, it shouldn't be squeaky bum time for Team Liquid, but if CTG somehow continues to get shifts and clutches, there's a world. Because the thing is that they're kind of up on a little bit of a plateau that actually does cover them from quite a lot of teams here for the moment. It just depends on whether or not people wrap. And that's what's probably going to happen from Anyone's Legend eventually. If they don't get it, they might actually go for a wrap down the line. But we'll see.
I think that the main problem right now is that there is only 6 more kills left in the lobby here for CTG. So they would need the chicken dinner, pretty much. They'd need the chicken dinner or more kills in a second place.
Yeah, this is... I really don't think it's possible for them, given the form that they've shown so far. You know, I'm racking my mind in the back. I'm thinking to myself, is there a world? But
there is a way. There is a way forward for them. How likely it is the completely other story.
We're playing good cop, bad cop here, Blank.
We are. Oh, dear me. I mean, it would be a ridiculous turnout for change the game. They would have to change the game right now in this final match, but...
Basically. Well, actually... If they get a north shift and then also everybody on the south side, okay,
it's over.
I think there's a spot they can, I can't. Right, okay. Anyway, let's play this out. I can't keep sitting here forever debating this.
They're getting a third off this.
If they win and kill Anyone's Legend as 3, I think it's through. But we will see now as Anyone's Legend has better firepower. They're looking their way as well. They're keeping an eye on Myth, trying to hold that down. Team Liquid watching with bated breath.
They got no nails left to this, right?
Yeah, and okay, change the game's making a move here. Are they going to try and third party this?
XC's
he
down.
stole one! He stole Kiss!
XC's down,
No
so
way.
it is just to X Circle.
It's not possible.
I don't think it is possible. It would be the most unbelievable 1v3 you ever saw. XC is rolling in, but Anyone's Legends, you've already got Himas on the backside here, rolling round towards them. X Circle super low, has to jump in the BRDM, but it's on his last legs. I think Team Liquid has just about made it.
There we go. Anyone's Legend manages to put the nail in the coffin there for CTG, but it was a little bit scary towards the end. But that means Team Liquid makes it as well, as we have Anyone's Legend taking the win in the end. And I'm not sure what they're discussing, but they don't super happy with all of it. But the job's not done yet, right? Here, as we bring Poro back in to talk about this game. Oh, claps from the team handlers as well. Team Liquid, you made it. Hooray, Poro.
They look really pleased, don't they? I mean, boy, I was sitting here, I'm just wiping sweat off of my brow. Like, I think the goal for them when they were coming into this is like, look, let's get to 30 points. Get to 30 points and we can feel okay. They get to 28, so they end up having to sweat it a little bit, but they get through, and that's at the end of the day, that's all you needed, right?
Yeah. No, I guess that is all you needed. You don't always want to be the cusp team, though, I think is fair to say. And for Anyone's Legend, they were anything but, taking the warehouses, taking the compounds up on the north side of this circle, and being able to crash on through and cause tons of problems for the likes of S2G, who got absolutely rinsed by that C4 Blank. That was awesome to watch from Anyone's Legend.
Not PGS4, it's PGC4. It's a bit crazy. But overall, yeah, really cool game for Anyone's Legend. I mean, they stepped up eventually, but again, I think you also have to take into account that this stuff was happening off in the wings. There was a lot of shenanigans going on in the meanwhile. Changed the game, almost made it. Just a little bit touch out. I did want to touch really quickly on Team Liquid though, because I feel for the guys a lot, especially that interview with Cowboy earlier where he says that I don't think we can feel too bad about that second place. And if I was talking to him then, I would have turned around and said, you should have felt really good about that game. That was a fantastic match. Yes, it was very unlikely we're going to get first place off of that one, but insane game regardless.
Horror?
Sorry, I was just laughing at Quizzy with the grenade. Unfortunate for Vitality, and unfortunate for a lot of our teams that finished below the cut line, like 17 Gaming. I don't think anybody was really anticipating them not making the final, but they did this in PGS1 too, didn't they? Like, they didn't make that first final, and then they turned around and they managed to come out with a 6th and a 4th in the next 2. So, you know, the world is not completely over, and in fact, if nothing else, it might actually just get them motivated for the second half. But you'd like to see them start a little bit hotter than that.
Yeah, you'd like to. And just watching the highlights as well for JDG, they've had a terrible day, but that was a great seat swap against that nade. And poor X Circle, man. It's like, hey, we just want to try out new players, you know, here. And then you get in a BRDM and anyone's legend on all 3 out of 4 angles just shooting into your BRDM. Leave me alone, please. 25 points, though, go the way of anyone's legend. This is awesome because we always want to see good old Himas and the boys getting into that final and showing up. And there was moments, Poro, in the first circuit where we thought anyone's legend might actually take one of the PGSs. So good to see them in the final.
We did, and for good reason, right? Like, that squad is absolutely cracked, and they should be putting up numbers like this all the time. It's just a shame we had to wait until the survival stage to see it. But you know what? It doesn't matter. You made the final. Nobody's going to remember or care too terribly much about how you got there. So as long as you deliver once that final starts, that's all anyone's going to care about.
Sololzy, 750 damage. Okay, we'll take it.
Well, C4s will do that, won't they?
Yeah, they do quite a bit of damage.
The speediest C4 in the West.
It did come out of nowhere.
God,
it was like an RKO from Randy Orton. And S2G moving back to the lobby, back to the hotel, off the back of it. No, you don't want me to do that to him? I'm sorry.
Right, the solar plexus. That's not okay.
I tell you what, like, S2G, I saw a lot of like good things and good signs, and I feel like the thing that they probably should go and try to focus on is trying to figure out where everybody else in the lobby that's around them is going to be, because they have gotten involved in fights so early, so many games that it's just ridiculous. Like, I feel like if they can just kind of like get into C1, get into C2 without getting involved in any of these weird scraps in rotation, like, they might have a better shot.
All right, here is our 16 teams that will be playing the final stage across 2 days. Best of 10 will determine who becomes our PGS4 champions and the first champions of Circuit 2. Blank, when you look across the field, what are you looking at?
South Korea, apparently.
Okay.
We have 4 teams coming in, some South Korean domination coming through from T1. Crazy Raccoons are here with us as well. Genuinely astonishing results overall, and I think T1 is becoming quite quickly one of my favorite teams to watch. Like, these guys are resilient, right? They've got the vest on top of the vest on top of the vest. No bullets getting through them.
Definitely not. All right, it's time to head on down to the stage as we've got Bella ready with Purdy Curdy himself.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the post-match interview. I'm standing with Purdy Curdy from Team Liquid because they're the ones that made it in top 8 just in time. First of all, what are you thinking? What was running through your mind knowing that your team secured it?
We don't deserve to be here right now.
Do you mean that? Nah, surely
The way we
not.
played today, we don't. I mean, through group stage, and I think yesterday we played decently, but today we don't deserve it now.
I mean, it seems like today, the beginning of today, definitely seemed like you guys had the momentum, came in second, and it seemed like it was going to work in your favor, but what do you think got in your way then?
I don't think we had any momentum, actually.
Really?
Because the first 2 games, we had like 3 points, and then game 3, we did all right, but yeah, no momentum. We were just scraping by.
I wanted to ask you also, like, I feel like this week, it's only been 3 days so far, but with the way the middle pack of the leaderboard is looking, it seems like it's a little bit more competitive. I wonder if it's the influence of new substitute players that we have in this lobby, or if teams are just, still trying to find their own color in this lobby. What's your take on that then?
Between the format, TPP, all the gimmicks, it's never been more RNG. So I don't know if it's more competitive. It's just roll the dice.
Oh, it's a roll the dice, and hopefully it works out in your favor. I hope it works out in Team Liquid's favor for the rest of the week because we have final stages coming up. What is the one thing that you would want to take into the next 2 days then?
Just don't play like shit. Me personally, I haven't been playing good the last couple of days, so I want to play better for the boys. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like your coach Extreme was very happy. We saw a big smile on his face, and you said, what was it? A smile of relief?
Relief, pure relief. No joy, just relief.
All right, well, thanks for that, Purdy Curdy. And that is all from us on the post-match interview. But remember, because we have PNC 2026 coming up from June 23rd to 28th in Changchun Arena in Seoul, so make sure to go check that out because we have the best 24 teams from the world coming in, so make sure to join us then too. All right, thank you, Purdy Curdy, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Straight off, there's exit stage left. Peace. All right, yes. And of course, as much as, Purdy says, just don't play like I think that obviously, if you think about it, his nades, as Toffee's, is offline. It's really saved their bacon, Poro, to be honest. Those nades were super important, so if they didn't have those, they might have actually not even gone through.
Yeah, game 3, they definitely needed Kurt to revitalize STK Kurt and the grenade action from him. But look, those guys are realists, man. They don't need to sugarcoat anything. They're not gonna give themselves any fake hype or whatever. Like, they understand that they squeaked in, and they understand that there's changes that have to be made, and they'll do it. Like, they're a professional organization of veteran players with one guy in Cowboy that is just an absolute fragger. So I expect to see a better version of Team Liquid, more what we're accustomed to seeing come grand finals time.
How about you, Blank, when it comes to grand finals? What do you, for the final stage, what are you looking forward to, mate?
Oh, that's right. Did Alo mortar Toffees? Like, what's going on with that room? Yeah, he might have.
He has some important stuff to do. Yeah. He's a very important man, all right?
I just noticed that. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he had to ditch his seat immediately because that mort was coming down thick and fast. But yeah, for finals, I'm quite excited to see Falcons back again. Hopefully they're a bit more revitalized. Also, I do think that T1 does look incredible at the moment. I love their late games. Their late games look fantastic. But for 4 AM in particular, I want to see a little bit more of that calm in the late game, right? Don't go akaboosh at the end. Like,
they are
this is a good team. This is a good team.
Right. Yeah. Poro, final thoughts?
I'm outnumbered here by British slang. I don't know what to do. So yeah, obviously excited to see the 3 Americas teams make it in there. And again, remember guys, like, there's a lot of stuff on the line here as far as EWC spots, like PGS points. A lot of stuff can get shuffled around to determine who's going to be there and how many teams from each region will be there. So it all starts now in this first final stage.
Absolutely, it does. All right, gentlemen, we are done for today. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place, where we are going to start our final stage. And I think for sure, me and Blank will try and concoct some things to confuse the Americans even more with our silly talk. It's going to be a great time. Well, yeah, it's pretty easy, actually, now that I think about it. All right, we are done. We will see you tomorrow for more PUBG action. It's going to be a good one. See you then.
See me in a shiny flash. You got to sell a pretty face. Something good for today. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't like that, you're a mistake. I make a commotion. I make them nauseous. I'm all in. My homemade for auction. Run up, I'm breaking necks, make them get the double take. When I dictate, so straight no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star take from the quick to great. You wanna see me in the cutting flash? You got to sell a pretty face. You gotta sell a dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. This man got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you're a mistake. Repeat again.
앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해가 쓰러져 domino 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책 가듯이 누드 티 밤이 밤이 so boring 내가 할 만한 피사 locked and loaded to the back pitch black till we pull up and glow it I'm all day with it no I never get off it everywhere I go is drama all the boys I give the trauma diamonds when stir up the pot pretty face don't let it fool ya
regular stuff like, you know, the first thing that's going to mind all the naughty stuff.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's our time for the relay interview. And let's start with Tiggleton of Team Falcons. How's it going?
It's going good. Just got some gimbap.
Oh, you got gimbal. I love it. Do you feel more pressure this time compared to season 1?
Not really, because we qualified for the Esports World Cup through our like, regional events.
I saw
so much happier this time. Just gonna play to get better and improve.
Yeah, I'm loving the confidence. Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
Just like regular stuff, like, you know.
Please say it for
Sorry,
us.
the first thing that's gonna mind all the naughty stuff. Just like asking for stuff like "주세요, please," like "사랑해."
Like 주세요.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the magical phrases. So, and whenever you visit Korea, is there something you miss from home?
Well, I live abroad anyway, so I just always miss my family. But
Oh.
they're in Australia. That's a permanent thing. That's not a career thing.
Yeah, totally agree. If you could pass the baton to another player, who would it be, and what would you ask them?
I would like to pass the baton to Batulans, and I want to ask him how does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything.
So thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
He say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and we're back with our relay interview. Our next guest is S2G Sheila. Hi Sheila.
안녕하세요.
Oh, so good. An example left you a question.
Why is he so tall?
Aile yönetimden dolayı birazcık uzun.
And do you feel any pressure coming in today?
No.
Oh, no pressure at all.
No, zero pressure.
Oh, yeah. Was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Yeah, food, Turkish food.
Food, Turkish food. And do you know any Korean phrases?
안녕하세요.
Oh.
감사합니다. 그치.
Kıçı.
Yeah.
So, and you could pass the baton to another player for the next interview. Who would it be, and what would you like to ask?
Salute.
Salute.
Yeah,
So-
Janji salute.
So, what's the question?
Why he toxic?
Oh.
Because he say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
So it's another Korean phrases you learned.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the interview, and we're coming back.
What is mean Pablo? Like stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he say me Pablo.